Section 1 of The Dark Mother. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. Chapter 1. The air moved toward the mountain. The waves and the trees and the earth moved toward the mountain. All the world moved gently upward toward the mountain like a tide. The mountain moved downward toward earth, spilled water, and spread trees in it. A full-grown boy sat low in a canoe with his hands in the sharp water and let it drift with the wind. The wind ceased. The wavelets stopped marching up the backs of his hands. There was silence. The boy lay back in his craft that lay in the water, sleepily and tamed by the wind's absence. His mind drowsed, but in its sleep walked forth. The mountain became a mood of contemplation. A cloud rose over the mountain faster than the moon. There was to be no moon. Away on all sides of the lake, woods murmured. The lake was silent in wide swaying murmur. The woods rolled purple and tumbled black. They mounted atop each other to stark eminence against the sky. They huddled downward into breathing valleys and the suspense of meadows lying with wide eyes. The woods were shredded by noisy rivers. They stumbled over rocks, fell away. The sky dipped and the earth found it. The sky, too, leaped. Leaping away, it took the landside with it. All that was left of trees and water and wide-eyed fields was haze, like a longing vision. Within this lay the boy, who was nearly a man. He was the tiny thrust of a flaming outer world on the lake's hard luster. He was immersed in depths that made him see new stars. He lifted himself and began to paddle. He paddled with clear brow against night. The canoe lurched and veered. The water swirled. A distant bird fluttered from bracken. A pad of lilies went cutting in his path. A branch broke off. A bat whizzed in the dark above his eyes. His mind awaked in the disparate turbulence. It had gone forth asleep to the world. It returned awake to its little human chamber. He saw near things. His canoe was still, his eyes shot on. A grove of trees was sheer against the sky and his eyes. Through the calm passion of the summer lake with its clinging marges, through the cool, strong lake tossing its mystery in waves upon the shore that loved it, a grove of trees was sheer against the sky and his eyes. A grove of trees was a crown on the sharp brow of earth. A grove of trees was black with great depth. Their great black depth was a mouth, a silent mouth full of sound. They stood there still above the lake and moved into his mood. They sucked him. He found he thought of them as one. He found he had long been still in his canoe, measuring himself against them. There was within them something hidden that sent him forward, something hidden that drove him off. He was balanced. The lake was light and cool and open. In the trees was great heat, great closeness. The boy, who was nearly a man, felt he was naked and that the trees would clothe him. He had delight of his nakedness as if he had thrown off some bondage. He looked about him, and the trees were in his eyes. Wherever he looked, they were like a love that a man carried with him. He saw the mountain loom, the dense cloud over the world. He felt how strange was this lake on which he was uplifted into a naked world. He let his eyes fall back to the trees. His body all that time had fronted them, and understood how it would be a terrible joy to be consumed by them. The trees swayed. They were arms with eloquent, sad hands. He struck the water with his paddle. His canoe came alive. He was going to plunge into the trees. A part of him laughed, for they were only trees. The trees began to cut off his sense of the sky. They breathed deep. No part of him laughed. He glided. The trees opened their arms. Leaves trembled and danced faintly. The world of sky swooned out. The world of black trees swept his being. The water that bore him whispered in language of the trees. It was not of the lake. His canoe grated against a log. It nudged into a mound of moss. It shivered back. It stopped, a slow, dark singing. The boy drew his shoulders close and was afraid even to breathe, for what was he breathing? He was fast enclosed in a throbbing, praying thing. His breath beat against his eyes. He drove his eyes to look into the trees. He saw chestnut, oak, basswood, willow. A circlet of stone tinkled in the pool of a log. Trees nodded over the earth, gnarled upward toward light. Young birch were a white chatter leading into the silence of forest. He saw trees. He saw through trees. He saw black trees flooded like sunny windows with a world beyond and within them. He sought what stiffened him, stopped his blood. A face, the face of a life. He saw the white face of a man. Chairs were thick on the porch. Thicker still was the talking. David alone was silent. He was the sole ear in a close texture of words, and it was raining. The guests at the villa were profuse in lamentation of the weather. What a day! Won't it ever stop, they said. They were insincere. They were glad of the rain. It held them close together on the porch where they could talk, where there was much warm human flesh to talk to. David did not need to listen. He sat very still and looked beyond the porch. The villa stood on the brow of a hill above the lake. His eyes fell down a flaunting corn patch. The carriage road dawdled within low shrubs, and the lake cut out, lead blue and harried by the rain. The trees were grey with the rain. The tall grasses of August gleamed with it and swayed. David saw it sweep like a phalanx over the water. His senses dozed in the rain and the voices. The harsh note of a chair creaking was a rare break in cadence. Over the eaves of the porch the drops gathered and broke in a quick flurry. There was a pause while the drops held, swelled, burst again. He saw beyond the two great elms flanking the house how the clouds were a veering maze of mist, how the lighter gray swerved down from the dank mass and filmed in the shivering water toward the lake. He saw in the pent gray faces of his neighbors how the words gathered and broke forth. This passion of talk was a new element to David. He sensed his kinship with the play of the clouds, which he knew. His mother had been silent. In Mr. Devitt's shop where he worked, the boys spoke when there was need. He had heard girls chatter chiefly from a distance. He dwelt on two planes. Part of him moved beyond the hotel porch. It shared the drowse of nature. It was drenched in the warm rain. The trees were subdued and satisfied. They were like women after words of love. They were like women glowing while love worked on them. The ground was still. When the sun came, the ground of the woods rang with life. Now there was quiet. David thought of this, how the earth watched the trees, was slumberous, and drank its potion. This was the forward part of David. In the back of his mind was the porch and the parlor where the children had been banished. Each of these human beings seemed to have a passion. It was the burden of all their words. They could talk nothing else. They could partake of nothing foreign to their passion. If they could have changed their pasts, they might have spoken a different thing. David, relaxed in the play of words and rain, saw how the faces of these men and women were stamps of life, how life had branded each as with a burning iron. He thought of his mother. Did she have a mark and a passion also? David was out of the group on the porch. Its passionate tourneys of talk were far away, and yet their character was sharp. When he awoke in the morning in the room that had always been his, he would never see it again. He sat up in his bed. He looked about at the strange salience of familiar objects. The yellow oak bureau, the picture of Washington crossing the Delaware, his own black boots, his own gray cap stood forth with an uncanny clearness as if he had come from a two-dimensioned world. This feeling passed. Now here it was again as he listened to words. He had it watching away at the drenched woods and the lake. His neighbors, tense in their chairs, took on the conciseness of automata. He felt them pour into words. He felt the unease of their restraint when they were interrupted, forced to listen to another. He felt how they crouched in these forced silences and hurled themselves back into speech at the first hint of pause. In silence they lay flopping like fishes out of water. Words were their element, and David saw the breathing of the woods, the warm comfort of trees that had grown up together, and knew their silences. They were clothed in a sweet sanctity of resolve and repose. They took the rein with faint bowed heads. They were alive in David, and very thoughtful, for suddenly they too were remote. They too had the sharpness of the completely strange. David had slipped from the reality of men and nature. He thought of his mother. All life about him was marvelous and clear, like the objects in his old room. He would never see it again when he saw them with eyes still full of his night's dream. She had died that May. Until a few years ago she had talked a great deal with him. Their talk dwindled. The open space of their few words became an easeful place for him to lie in. He withdrew more and more to it. She died almost silent. They lived together in the White House, where he remembered his father. His father left his violin, left always David's picture of him. A heavy and loose man, a shift in his clothes with long, dead hands that came alive at times, playing gigs. Then his feet danced along, and his mother's eyes were rigid. David played his violin. When it was all of him left, he looked at his hands and began to play out of tune. His mother had no ear for that. She said, "Why do ye stop, dear?" "Mother," he said, "aren't my hands fat and childish?" His father died 10 years before. He remembered storms of temper and showers of affection. He remembered pourings of words. He could catch no memory of his mother's words woven into his father's. His father's voice and his mother's seemed separate always. He wondered what this meant. They had lived in Boston. His father had been well on his way to fame. There he was born. They left, and their leaving was woven into the contrast of his father's humors and wild words, his mother's rigid eyes. Adolphe Markand had stopped performing with his violin. He became a teacher. Little girls and young women rang the bell and were secreted with him in the parlor. Sometimes no music came through the hour. His mother grew nervous in the kitchen. She dropped a dish. She said, "David, go into the parlor and fetch my sewing." He stepped to the door. "Wait," she called. "Don't bother, dear," in a rasping voice. "Why don't you go out in the garden and play?" His father died. A mighty man who was an uncle came up to them from New York. Anthony Dean, a man within a white waistcoat under a stovepipe hat, a man who was his mother's brother. He said to David with a godlike unction, "You and Mamma will stay on at the house. Never fear, my lad." He patted his cheek with 2 round ringed fingers. The funeral was a mellow flat in his mind, one moment like a hill that stood sheer above the field where he lounged on Sundays, marked it forever. His mother was dry-eyed, and so was his uncle. They were busy and pious. They did not weep. Yet his mother was sad. He was sure of that. He felt a terror in her lack of tears, a portentous suffering beyond the relief of his own. They stood over the grave, and the body went down. He could not keep his eyes from his mother. He said to himself, "Look at that box. That's father. That's the last time you will see him." It was no help. His mother was beautiful and tall. Her black dress was a delight. He loved her black dress that showed off so well the soft white hands, the pale smooth cheek, the warm heaving of her bosom. Her eyes were large brown eyes, and they were dry, and there was sun in them. She did not fend them. Her eyes looked at the coffin of her husband, rigidly, as if he were dancing instead of still and hidden in a box. Then they turned away. His mother looked at the girl who stood across from her, near David, a soft, round girl named Letty, who had red eyes now and was his father's pupil. The deep commotion of his mother's breast was gone. She threw forth her hands, palms outward, as if there was someone against her. Tears came. His mother sobbed and covered her face. She almost fell. His uncle led her away. She wept a long time. The next morning again her eyes were dry, and her breast that he so loved again moved deeply. That was many years ago when he was 10, and he had lived close and alone with her for 10 more years. His mother did not breathe at peace like other women, like other people. David's mind flew to another happening and stayed there. A girl came in with her machine. It was the first year he worked in Mr. Devitt's bicycle shop. Now he remembered. He must have been 15. He was already tall. The full golden down on his cheeks and lips disturbed and inspired him. It was a splendid brand-new Eagle with one of those coaster brakes that seemed a miracle even after he had learned to put them on, take them apart. Mr. Devitt and Joe were in the shop, but she stayed there in the door, balancing a moment, and came to him straight. The front tire was punctured. "This won't take but 5 minutes," he said. "You'll wait, won't you?" No one in the shop noticed how she stood there before him, with her feet slightly apart and firm, and in some way made him look at her, as he had never cared to look at a girl. His heart beat fast. He saw her. She had a soft throat. She had bright hair. Her body was slender music. She said, "I'm in a hurry. Couldn't you bring it to me? My name is Miss Marshall. You know, Elm Street." It was near the time for going home. He thought that he did not wish to take it, but it was near the time for going home, and he could not say no. He went. She came slowly to meet him. She took the wheel from him very fast and leaned it against the tall grape arbor. She paid him his money. He moved away. She looked at him, and her eyes held him. He stood there fixed. Her eyes went up and down the arbor and the garden. Up and about went her eyes, and their meaning was clear. They could not be seen. She stepped close. She placed her hands on his shoulders. Her eyes were now under his. David looked down from her eyes to her soft, still bare throat, to her body. He could see her little breasts like apples within her blouse. He saw that they were quiet. They were round and hard and quiet. A strange will crept over David, that they should be soft and heaving. For this reason his arms went over her. He kissed her mouth. He held her at his arm's length. Her face was white. There was mist over her look at him. Her breasts moved. Deep, hard, she breathed, and her breasts moved. He was afraid. He wanted to get away. He was a little sick with what he had done. He left her. He did not kiss her again. The guests raced. The woods brooded near David, sitting with his past. The rain let up. Trees rose higher and more sheer. They were black in the sky. A faint wave of air came upon the grasses. They were a film of green and yellow and purple over the ground. The grasses floated into the air where the heavy rain had been. David saw how the sky changed. It was farther away and solid, no longer shredding in mist. Nature was near to him once more. The talk was near and spreading. He began to understand the words that went endlessly on. It was like being in the rain, face up where he could see the separate drops strike him, and the full sweep of the rain was lost. He was afraid of these pouring men and women. He was afraid they would ask him to join in their words. What would he say? He had no theme and no passion. "I guess I'm pretty stupid." He was relieved, confessing this to himself. He was soft and vague. He did not seem to mind. Almost he seemed glad. Something made him know in these sharp stamps of life the consequence of hardenings and exclusions. What was it he had felt in the fields nearest town when he lazed? He had felt a great and moving breath. He had felt himself astir upon a breath, as he saw a hair on his chest lift when he breathed life. It had no center, no form, no way. It was a breathing ronger that fed him. Below on the road and below the corn came a man. His head and shoulders were slight, moving up. The eyes of David were veiled. His thoughts were color. He felt no form to his thoughts, no form to himself. He sat in a water of slow colors. He sat as if he lay. He was quiet, enfolded. These waters that held him were a tide. They were moveless, and yet they were pointing. They seemed to be going somewhere, and to have come from somewhere, and to be going whence they had come. David said to himself, "How funny. I'd forgotten all about last night. That is funny." He thought of last night, brief, strained words within the trees with a strange, sharp man, angular words, and their canoes rippling smoothly out, side by side. Undimensioned like a dream's, and yet sharp, was there emerging from the trees. The lake was suddenly solid, mounting toward its end, where the village burned a patch in the night. They paddled together toward it. A different world, an adventure. Yet he knew that the colors which were his thoughts and in which he had lain had not changed. The man on the road was near. He saw the man of last night, all new and the same. A man cutting upon him through that night, these gusts, these clouds. Rain stopped, time for a walk. A boy, 19 and tall, with loose, light hair and features warm against the gray of the day. A young man, older by some years, quick-gaited, short, followed the road that followed the shore of the lake. They were silent. David clutched a strand of grass and put it in his mouth. "My name is Renard, Thomas Renard," he heard. "Mine is David Markand. I come from New York. Are you going to New York?" "Yes," David wanted to say. "How did you know?" "We had much to say last night to each other, did we?" Thomas Renard laughed. They looked at each other. "Have you ever been to New York?" "No, I have an uncle there." "You're going to work for him?" How did he know these things? "Yes." "A bit of a loaf before you buckle down." "He has a big tobacco business," said David. If he did not wonder, if he took this walk as the natural pleasant stretching of his legs, he was at ease. "Suppose you don't like it?" David was silent. "Suppose you don't like it, will you quit?" "Why, I guess so." It had never occurred to David. Life was life. One did not question if one liked it. The air where one was, one breathed. "Be sure of that." Tom Renard's words came warm. "That is important. Hold on to your right to choose. Hold on to your right not to choose. I never really had that right." David was silent again. He walked with a man. He walked with a world he had no sense of, but his legs went easy. "I'm a lawyer," said Tom Renard. "Didn't you choose that?" "No, I thought I had. I dreamed of being a lawyer. I fooled myself." "What did you want to be?" "I don't know that either." He said either. Why did he say either? It was true. What did he know? David spoke with an elation like a release. "I don't know either. Really, I don't. You see, Uncle Mr. Dean, he came up when Mother died. I remember what he said. 'Want to come to the big city and work for me?' He said, I don't know. I think I answered that. Yes, I did. I knew I'd said the wrong thing. My uncle sort of smiled. 'This is no work for you.' I was at the shop. 'Will you come?' 'All right. Better try,' said Uncle. 'Your first years won't bind you.' 'Nor me.' That was all. 'Don't let them bind you.' 'But it wasn't like that when you started to be a lawyer.' 'No, it wasn't like that.' Tom Renard smiled. 'I wasn't born in New York either.' What was there, David felt again, in the word either? 'My sister and I came east from Ohio.' 'And you went to college and studied to be a lawyer?' 'Not college. Law school at night. Musty long rooms and under dim gas jets. Days I was several things. I sold penknives for a time. I was a waiter in cheap restaurants. I worked in department stores. My sister earned next to nothing then. At times we shared one room.' David tramped on, limbs free. At his shoulder the lake and the farther shore. The mist was lifted from the day. The mist was concentrate in clouds. The day and the water were clear. He felt this man beside him, sharp and strange in the new lucid air. His sharpness seemed right for the city. This man was a city man. David did not think there could be dim things, dim lights, ever in New York, yet that picture he had of the law school. An ideal setting, don't you think, Tom said, for learning the law? David walked with the picture of Mr. Devitt's shop. He loved it. A long, low, dirty room behind the bike store. He went in. It smelt of leather and glue and oil, of rubber and sweat. That smell left him. A gas jet burned in the piping that cut down crooked from the crumbled plaster. The dim noise of the place seemed almost to stop his pores. He looked at the gray refuse through the dirty window and did not like where he was. He went to work. His hands worked. His mind took on a leisurely gait with the room, took along with it the way of his hands. He liked where he was. His mind and his hands were clear of the room, moving with it. It was fun. When he tired, he stopped. A city man. He was going to the city. A city man had looked at him and known he was going to the city. I wonder, will I ever be a New Yorker? Tom Renard laughed. Soon enough. Too soon. I was born in Boston. Tom looked at him. You are not like Boston, he said. Oh, Boston, perhaps. A Boston that was really a field compressed, a gathering place of fields and of field folks. A Boston I dream of, where Thoreau came. Still David was elate, not understanding. His legs and his arms were very free. He felt walking beside this clear, quick man, a cloudiness about himself. He had a distant sense of a David Markand. His legs exhaled a smell of rubber and grease. His shoulders pushed along like a slow hill rising to the horizon. His head moved faintly like a tree. If this distant sense came nearer, he would laugh. He felt he was not a city man, even though he was born in Boston. He stopped. He stooped and pulled a clump of dripping moss with his 2 hands. He threw it away. He turned his muddy palms toward Tom. "Look," he said. "Yes, I understand." David wiped his hands on his trousers seat. Tom laughed. "I don't understand," said David. Then he blushed. They walked in silence. David found that walking so in silence beside this man he could think. His mind took form. He felt he could direct it. He said to himself, "I must think about the city. That is important. I'm going there soon. I don't know what to think. What do I know?" He said aloud, "What was it you said you understood?" "How you feel, a little." "Why? I also came to New York the first time, once." "Tell me about it," said David. A faint trail lagged over root and moss through trees to a grove of locusts, a wide clearing with splotches of gold on blue grass. A girl stood before a tree stump. It was round and quite smoothly cut. On it, at the height of her waist, was a clay model, reddish rich clay, and the crude hint coming out of a mother with a child. The girl was plain and angular. She wore a drab brown smock. Her coarse skirt was high above mannish boots. Her sleeves were rolled to the elbows, and the muscles of her thin arms were eager and tense. She stopped and wiped the stray brown hair from her eyes, looking at her work. A twig snapped. Instinctively she fended her arm over the clay figure. She turned. Tom Renard was there. He sat on a rock. "God, that's lovely, Cornelia." She came beside her brother. They looked at her work. "The rain won't spare this one any more than the others, even in that tree hole. You know, Tom, the squirrels will play heck with it there." Tom smiled. "Why not bring it home and put it in the parlor, where the Reverend Curtin Bernard can worship and adore it?" This was a huge joke, for they laughed, a serious matter, for there were tears in the eyes of the girl. "What do you think he'd do, Cornelia, if he found this place?" "He mustn't, Tom. What a brute he is." "Bless him," said the girl. "Don't you think, sister," Tom pondered, "don't you think mother perhaps was like that?" "Of course she was, Tom. What other model have I got? I can't really remember, seeing I was 3 when you were born. Knowing father, I bet mother didn't nurse you except in a locked closet. But how else do I understand? And I do. I can't remember her at all. I either. All one remembers home is father." Tom got up. "Prayer time, I reckon." They chose a close recess of little cedars. They hid the model and came away. The woods straggled down into elders and a last thick cordon of callow poplars. Here was a field. It was untilled and ragged with brown hillocks and hollows. They passed their cow, tossing her tail. The breeze of the end of the day glided under their feet, scattered through the field, swung up above the margin of trees. Near the house was no tree, an unpainted barn, a well with hood awry on a flag of shale. Cornelia and Tom joined their brother and sisters, filling the dim room with their thoughts and their bodies. Up to the fleck-stained ceiling their presence filled it. The room made them one. The empty chair that faced them, on which lay the Bible, made them a body lacking a head. Their shoulders were sharp against each other. Their eyes did not meet, save in the empty chair. Fear was the mold of the room, making them one. Fear also corroded them, shredded them apart, turned them into what each was: Clarence and Ruth and Laura, Cornelia and Tom. The Reverend Mr. Renard was very late. His empty chair grew emptier. The Bible faded. The room was losing its submissive creature. It was bleak. It was larger and less alive. The ceiling went up, and the vagrant thoughts of them who waited less to the ceiling flew out of the window. Outdoors came in the chirp of a cricket, the minor third of a frog in the far marsh. The undulant sighing of trees losing the sun came into the room. The charm was gone. The empty chair was a chair. The one was a group, jarred apart. "Father's not coming," Clarence said. "When he comes, he's on time." "You tell the prayers," said Ruth. She was the oldest. "Nonsense," said Cornelia. "We'll call it off." Ruth smirked. She was glad her sister had committed herself. Laura was silent. Laura, who was the youngest and yet a terrible age, had eaten her. She was lanky and somehow starved. Her eyes drooped. Her large hands hung limp. Her breasts sagged under a thick brown frock. She was all dull. She was mournful and dry, like the bald patches of earth in the field. Laura was the one who was sorry. She did not wish to hear her brother. She missed her father. She loved the bite of his words, the frequent blow of his hand. The hell he pictured was sweet to her since he consigned it. Laura loved her father with the harsh lust of brown soil for the water that does not come. She was dry and hot and sick with this sterile love of her father. Clarence got up. "I guess not," he said. "I'm going." He was younger only than Ruth. He was 24. He went each day in the buggy to Dalton, where he attended the Presbyterian seminary. He was following the career of his father. Cornelia and Tom were alone. They looked at each other. A single instinct moved them. "Let's go back," she whispered. They clasped hands. They heard the crashing of the underbrush, a deep, sudden breathing. They stood there silent. A tall man backed out from the clump of little cedars. He turned and dashed the clay model against a rock. Cornelia screamed. Mr. Renard looked at his two children. His fingers trembled. He kicked the ruins of the statue back from his heels and came upon them. "What's that? You scream?" Cornelia was stark. "Stand aside," he ordered Tom. Tom moved as a muscle flicks to a nerve. The man stood over his daughter. He was gray and erect. His hand lifted. He struck her sharp on the cheek. Then he smiled. His hand lifted again. "No, you don't," she cried. "No, you don't dare." "You wanton! No, you don't dare." The old man looked at his son and daughter. His face was ineffably sad. It was sad with a sense of sacrilege and of a God proved impotent. It was sad with a hunger that only a blow could appease. "Go home." His command straightened Cornelia, and her face stayed Tom. "We are going to stay here." The father faced annihilation. He must disappear from living, or he must find a channel for this surge of wrath. He found it since he was strong. Never had he been beaten in his home, but he had been beaten by life. The process was old with him. When life cast him out, he prayed. He avenged himself on the nations of men and women who refused to be his. He sent them living into hell. He avenged himself on the pitiful, bitter hurt, on the remoteness of beauty. He called it sin. Sweetly he escorted men and women and the burden of love into hell with his prayers. "Daughter," he said, "you have committed sins that make me know the helplessness of intercession." He was gone. Tom was down with his head in his two hands, crying. Cornelia bent over him, smoothed his hair, kissed his wet face feverishly, since she needed to do something with her tingling body. Her nerves leaped with strain. Deep down something was alive. "Tom, Tom," she whispered, "don't. I'm glad. Aren't you glad? It had to be. It is good." The boy looked up. He saw in his sister's face what he felt in his heart. Their life had died. Their world had foundered. "We'd better go," said Cornelia. "You know what I mean. Life at home after this." She shook her head. Her eyes closed. Tom sat on his rock. He knew it was his turn. He knew he sat there a child. He knew he must rise a man. Never without Cornelia would he have dared. Could he have found strength or direction? But could he fail of her challenge? Could he be a drag on her strength? She stood, her eyes shut over him, touching his hair. "I can't imagine it," she said. Still he sat. His eyes were open. They saw the mangled model of clay. He got up. "We'll go," he said. "We'll go east. We'll go to New York. I'll work. I'll find work. You'll have a chance to study." The blue mist of night grew between them as they faced each other. "Tom," she faltered now. "Why not?" Her faltering nerved him. "I can do anything. You, sister, you've got to be an artist, a great artist. Wait and see." "Do you mean it, Tom?" He was sober, like a panting young creature after a race for life. "I never meant anything before. We're going tonight." They clung heart to heart like lovers. Curtin Renard returned to the house and sent them all who were there to their rooms. Laura asked after the absent Cornelia and Tom. He struck her. The household slept in a silence like black, in which many colors are lost. Within this silence came Tom and Cornelia. 2 candles burned in the room of Ruth. She sat on her bed. Her brother and sister stood. She was in her nightgown, a fat, miserable woman of 27. Her body, folding and breathing, seemed a part of the heavy matting, of the rugose cover, of the thin sheet. She was stout, and her voice was thin. She had fat, wide arms, and her nose was sharp and thin. She twirled her misshapen toes. "Come along with us, Ruth," said Cornelia. "I can't." "Do you like having to run over to Dalton every time you want to see Jack?" "I can't." "Don't you want to get free?" "I can't." "Hiding like a sneak in the woods to love, just because Jack's a carpenter?" "I can't." "You could marry Jack if you left." Ruth was silent. She sat transfixed a moment. A great tide of misery swept her. She crumpled back in her bed. She wept. "I can't. I can't." She looked up. "It's too late," she ended. Cornelia seemed to understand, though it was all blank ugliness to Tom. "Last year, even, if I dared. If you had helped me then. Now—" "Ruth!" Her sister went to her and held her. "It's all over now. He's had about all he wanted." She wept. Cornelia was helpless. A great shame was in the room. It took Cornelia and Tom and branded them. Their youth was a sin. Their courage was a heartless boasting. Before this miserable sister had lost her hope, their lives were suddenly sweet and simple. They felt shame. Tom took Ruth's hand. The woman sat up again and looked at her brother. All the shame was with him, with Cornelia. Ruth sat in her nightgown, her body naked before them. She was simple and undismayed. It seemed to Tom in this hour Ruth was great. She was quiet. She held Tom's hand. She reached for Cornelia's. She kissed first one hand and then the other. She smiled. "You go," she said. "I stay here, but you go." Her tears were past. It was as if she had passed from herself. She said, "I'll bet you've no dollar to go with." This was Tom's business, he felt, but in the candlelight and before this so strangely noble wreckage of his sister, he could say nothing. She laughed silently. She pattered to a cupboard under the two glowing candles. She dug beneath a bewilderment of clothes. She drew out her wallet. She came back to her bed. "There are $212 in here, and I must get rid of them. Yes, I stole them bit by bit from the house allowance. God, I'm glad, but I can't stand the thought of them being here any longer." Her words came more hard. "I did it for us, Jack and me. I was going to bring it as a surprise the day we ran off. I never told him." There was a pause, a song in it. "Please." She thrust the wallet into Cornelia's hand, a pitiful blend in her voice of beseechment and command. She got up. She kissed her sister's mouth and eyes. She faltered downward until her head touched Cornelia's skirt and the hand clasping the wallet. So, half kneeling, she stayed long. A sudden resolution lifted her. She took Tom in her arms. Always Tom had despised her. He had known her, hypocritical and false, the meticulous slave of her father's household. Why was she great and noble only now, when hope had left her? Why, thinking these things, could Tom not abide the hot fold of her embrace? "Goodbye," she said. "Hurry." She urged them to the door. All three of them wept. This life which Tom's words had given was now David's. They walked. They sat on a rock, fairly dry. David paddled Tom in his canoe. David was alone at the villa. This life which Tom's mood had given was now David's. All the time, Tom had said, "I was dreaming to be a lawyer. Sister was dreaming to be a sculptress." Is she? Yes, both of us what we dreamed to be. Neither of us what we dreamed to be. The week went. The last day came. They decided to go to New York together. They packed each his bag and sent it ahead to the station. They were free-footed under the last free morning. The field was a gash of brilliance across the wooded forehead of day. The trees were very tall. Their feet dwelt in dawn. Their heads touched the noon. August, and David's mother dead since May. The field was a gash of light in David's mind. He loved his mother, but his love remained at the depth where it began. One with his needs when he was an infant, and she nursed him, a child bruised against the world, and she consoled him. She was gone, but the glow of her motherhood still warmed through his life. Like his love, his loss was mute. He did not know how deeply he loved. He did not know how deeply he had lost his mother. He wound up his affairs, or rather he watched while the benign agency of his uncle wound them up for him. He pocketed a fabulous mass of bills, almost in the spirit of a wanderer. After beauty, he came away. The spirit of one who believes in the presence of peace, like the running on of the wind, like the running on of a river, like the spreading of flowers upon the fields of the world. He had come to this lake gemmed in green, purpling hills. His calm came with him. He listened to neighbors talk. He wondered pleasantly before the world. All of it was a thing outside. He saw himself at work in a repair shop, at table with the gentlewoman whose breath was a well of feeling. He lived in a dream that was real and was not yet over. Sudden, this man, walking beside him now, upon the gash of the world, his new experience was a hand that touched him, brushed back the hair from his sleepy eyes, pressed fever to his brow, grasped his throat so it was hard to breathe, struck him. David found he walked in a hurting wonder. The woods were part of this wonder. The man beside him was part of a whirling wonder. He was like a slumberous water that the wind struck sudden from all sides. The waves of his feelings were up and down. His deep self, his past, rose through the lashed fissures of his mood. He knew that his old life was dead, and how he loved it, that his new life was being born, and how he feared it. At the day is closed the night, at that day is closed the city. The day was gleaming glad, but David walked in storm. The vision of his mother he raced home against the thunder he could see above them. Great drops of rain were already on the pavement. The day was night. He burst into the kitchen where his mother worked. My, it is going to storm. He saw that somehow it was still light in the kitchen. It was different from outdoors. Thereabout his mother was a bright, calm spot of day in the body of storm. She said, "Well, David, you got home in time. What are you worrying for?" David looked at his companion. Tom Renard was clad in strangeness. David looked at Tom Renard, and the room where his mother worked receded. He could burst in on it no more. Hear her say, "Well, David, you got home in time. What are you worrying for?" It was all moving away, and his arms were helpless. There was Tom looking at his watch. Tom looked at him, who somehow was breathless beside him. "Well, we got here in time, 15 minutes ahead. What are you worrying for?" A shudder through David. The world was magic, black magic. He went beyond the station to a little hedge where a tree stood alone. He sat there alone. His heart made a beating music through his head. He held his head in his hands. There were tears in his mouth. "Mother, mother," he murmured. "I miss you, mother." The train crashed into the station. He had to return. End of chapter 1. Section 2 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The pulse of moving left them numb. The pensiveness of rapid flight through the world came near them, could not transfix their numbness. Men and women in a railroad car, serried, determined, pointed the train, flung it against the city. David sat next the window. He saw the world fly past as if afraid and offended. The green comfort of meadows was too sweet for the sharp earnestness of the travelers. They had no will for the shadow of trees and the cool ambience of little rivers. Their mood was a straight, hard, hot track of steel along which they flung. Their mood cut through smile of fields, slumber of towns. Their minds hurled the train. Tom and David sat together, swathed in the pensiveness of travel. David was restrained and somehow broken. Tom made efforts to read. Mostly he held the book in his lap and looked before him. He spoke to David, but David was impossible to speak to. Tom understood. His own coming to New York 8 years before was there. It was an ecstasy, an angry birth. Manhattan girdled in flame, Manhattan a woman, terrible, virgin, and he aware of his own love and of his impotence before her. Moving in the train with Tom, this time beside the mystery of David, as that first time beside the mystery of his fate, was the seed of Tom's fate, his past, moving in Tom along the iron rails. The train and the rails and that world were gone, were become a cloud of sense lifting him elsewhere. He dreamed of New York, of Ohio, Locust Grove, slender, reticent, athrill, with the restraint of some secret. He dreamed of them as if they were not. He only was, he a dream. Night cast down curtains. Tom looked at David again and seemed to enter and know him. David was moving forward to the city as to a death he must pass through. The city was a cloud for them both, though a different cloud, whose blackness wreathed far over their afternoon. But David was distant from Thomas Renard. David felt he might know this man and the city at a single moment, know them at once and together. Sharp, long shadows crouched across the aisle of the car. Heads and shoulders of men and women loomed from a common gloom that expressed their oneness. Men and women were single-mooded, single-loined. They were a swaying, night-bound creature. 4 men, more nearly boys, save one who was old, got up and reached to the racks above the windows. They took violins and mandolins from cases. They tuned them. The old one who was leader struck a chord. A chorus of voices, male and wistfully female, quavered about the car. Only the 4 who stood were visible. Song rose from underneath them, tremulous and pervasive, rose from the gloom of the car. It was a song of folk, a song of yearning. Passion shot it through, and passion ribbed it. It was a song of tender sorrow. The voices of women rose in it like waving of lonely trees in a wide, bare field, rose and swayed, wept and subsided. The voices of men rose higher, mastering, comforting the low wail of women. The melody throbbed higher. Sharp flashings of desire were now the women's voices. The men were weary and disconsolate, dying down. The song was over. A new silence lay in the car. The car ran on, subdued in it and sweetened. The leader lifted his violin. He was a man of gray hair and tremorous shoulders. His back was to David. The three boys rose again, two of them very dark, with hot, tender eyes and glowing hair. The third was light. All his skin and hair was golden. David knew they were foreigners. There was laughter in the song, sunlight a-glisten on tears, laughter of longing beyond hope, laughter of proud submission. The women's voices welled like a sudden sea. Their liquid accents spoke of the softness of hands and the roundness of breasts, of the defiant promise of loyal children. Laughter of love and blood. They sat half lost in the gloom, wistful maidens, battered women, breeders of the defiance of loyal children. Their eyes glowed as they sang. Their lips were round and wet with their song. The music rippled and foamed and raced. The men joined in, hard staccato lancings of laughter, the music of men who had such mothers. The car was caught and was quick in their ecstasy. The car laughed on, raced on, under a song of low fields and mounting, conquering laughter. David was lifted up. His veins were eager with melody. His eyes were dim. Never had he heard such music. Who are they? Little Russians, I think, Ukrainians, landless folk whose song is their land. Tom also was moved differently. He listened to the music, thinking of the silent passengers about this little group of immigrants, the voiceless Anglo-Saxons, himself. If I had songs like that, if I could sing such songs, David wanted to say. He said nothing. His own violence seemed a mute thing. They were singing an almost silent song, a song without words, a song so white and deep alone the cries of women and men could compass it. Voices rose and rolled, faintly wavering. The song was flame. It smoldered in the car. It glowed there, a little flame in a black, cold hearth. The song leaped up, darts of burning, flashes of spark. A man's voice crackled against the women. The song was ablaze. It roared, it danced, and consumed. David and Tom saw the rapt eyes of women, stronger suddenly than the gloom, saw the sway of the men singing and playing together. The song died down. It was ember, crimson, coal. It was ash. Night was there. The lamps burned fitfully overhead. Without was a dark rushing of buildings. Night and the city was there. The singing was over. David's heart was full of the blood of songs. They were singing still in his heart. He looked out of the window. Black. A dim rushing of buildings, a rushing of swarming streets gutted with yellow lights. Life out there was burning against black, was being swept into black. In the window David saw himself reflected, saw past himself to Tom and the vague faces of the car. His own face was pale there in the frame of the window. His own face lay half blotted out in the swinging of streets as under water. Tom's face was pale and clear. David looked out of the window, seeing the city, and saw imprinted there the faces of David and his new friend, white, ghostly, real. His heart beat with agony of portent. Another silence, silence of preparation. The car prepared to die, to be shattered into 200 lives, into 1,000 passions. The steel straight moods racing to the city was done. In its place a flutter of moods, a scatter as of birds under low skies. Above the lamplight, under the swaying ceiling, shreds of song hovered, torn remnants of voices. The train shrieked and shivered. It plunged into a tunnel. Smoke swept away David's vision. The city was gone from the window, and the reflection in it of himself. Teeming, pouring blackness without. David turned and looked in the car. It was hot and hard to breathe. Thin threads of smoke seeped in from the windows. They writhed about. They trailed upwards to the ceiling. Smoke was where songs had lingered. End of chapter 2. Section 3 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Of course, my dear nephew, you must stay with us until you have found a comfortable and suitable home for yourself in the city. So had David's aunt Loretta Dean written to him and made him somehow doubt the amiability of the lady, despite the fact of her welcome. He had never met the family of his uncle. He felt a significance in this. His mother used at times to talk of Aunt Loretta as of a fortunately distant fact. Your father and Uncle Anthony never did seem to get along, she said. That perhaps disposed for her of Anthony's wife. Mr. Dean answered the bell. David stepped into a naked hall, hanging in camphor drapery. The varnished floor swept away in parabolic shadows. The banisters of the stair were a red lacquered flourish, a sort of scrolled battalion along red lacquered steps. There was his uncle, rather hot, coatless, diminished. "Well, glad to see you, my boy. Have a good journey." David was looking for more glory. It struck him that the house was bigger, brighter than this man. The traditional Uncle Anthony seemed to require the setting of his visits to the little town. He mumbled amenably, "Your aunt and your cousins are in the mountains. I'm alone, as you see. Come in." He went before David up the stairs. They sounded hollow, and yet they were bright. "The parlor's closed up for the summer. Step in here. Have a drink of something cool." "Just Vichy, thank you." His uncle moved toward the decanter beside the paper-littered chair where he had evidently sat. David stood still, holding his cool glass and aware, though he looked beyond, of vagrant feathery bubbles in the water. Mr. Dean leaned over the decanter. In the center of David's mind was the scurry of papers, Sunday papers, on the floor, on the table, on the chairs. Chairs protruded flamboyant scrollery from under the drab gray of their summer dress, like little old coquettes. Massive pictures heaved on the walls, and these were covered also, and betrayed glimpses of finery of gilded frames. The family photographs were bare. David found himself sharply looking at a stentorian lady and two pretty girls with down-turned mouths. He drew his body toward his questioning uncle. Mr. Dean found questions hard. 3 times he asked if David had enjoyed his vacation, 3 times if he was ready for work. Then with a sudden sympathy it came to him that such solicitude was perhaps wearying. "Better sit down," he said gently at last. "Well, I guess you're tired. You can go to bed if you wish to. All ready for you, my boy, you see." There was a certain pride in his remark. David caught this. He did not understand. He was in a mood where what he did not understand he could not like. He found his 2 legs not quite enough to stand on. He was uncomfortable, shifting. Now he had gotten up. He followed his uncle to the 4th and topmost floor of the empty, echoing house. In each narrow hall, as they passed through, a gas jet trembled in a red Rugose globe. "Here we are, my boy. Bathroom below." Mr. Dean smiled. "I'll have you waked in the morning. Sleep tight." David heard him stamp heavily down to his easy chair, his chaos of papers, his whiskey. As he had turned, he seemed to wink at David. Was he trying to be kind? A door slammed outer silence. The room was alive. The vice president of the railroad had an estate 3 miles beyond the limits of David's town. The vice president had a somewhat remote sister who used to visit David's mother. Although Mrs. Markand always tried to stop her and to change the subject, it shamed her. This lady would talk of the glories of that estate and of the pride of its owner. So now this room was talking of the Deans. A remote room it was, thrust out into limbo, an obviously spare room, but it was full and stridulous with observations. David sat on the broad bed. 2 dormer windows were open, and the street came in. A low, ponderous murmur, welling and declining, fogged in blue, with sudden periodic flashes of near commotion, a passing cab, a car clanking, the pervasive sense of low, hard pavement drenched with the beat of life swung up to him in flat strokes. The room had the same fogginess, the same color as this new world, the same dull compression of incessant life. It, too, was a scabbard for some lancing emotion. Doubtless his glimpse of the family photographs had determined David's mind more than he knew, the muffled finery of the house. David had the sense of a prison, or was it a church? There were hearts here that beat against this place, and yet they were worshipful voices. He had never thought of the arrogant consistence of walls and of an aunt. He was not sure of his cousins. Unknown to himself, with the naive prescience of the wild-caught thing, David found the spirit of the house, its angular and mournful fixity, its irrelevance of finery and comfort. He had been shocked to find that he knew these sorts of furniture and ornaments. There had been sporadic visits to stately country parlors. The city's contributions seemed mostly the house itself, perhaps its work upon what was in it, a city of somber houses, sentineled like conquerors on sodden streets. David settled back in the wide bed and drifted away. A cloud of porcelain fans and gilt settees and Maiolica statuettes swept in his mind with a mingling of soft girls and beat on the frown of gray walls. It was night when he awoke. A numbness was over David. He thought, why don't all these things thrill me more? He felt the plethoric breathing of New York. Night had always meant to him the freedom of dreams, play of stars. Here was a night that stirred with stifled pain. David jumped out of the bed and went to the window. An unbroken flank of houses rose from the mist of the street. They were lightless and sleeping. They were not dreaming, like most houses he had known, that went musing by night. They were heavy and hurt. It was as if the day had struck them and blinded them, left them there in a coma. David saw the quavering glow of the sky. The air came to his naked throat with moist fingers that trembled. David crept away to bed. "Your bath is ready, sir." He heard this. He recalled the several knocks that had preceded. A sun slanted into the dormer windows, lay bright there in the corner of his room, but the shadows were everywhere, hostile hangers-on. At table below he found his uncle still coatless, moist, full also of night's shadows. His uncle looked worn and tired. A drawing weariness of his own body over his own face told him the same shadows clung to himself. City morning lacked the resilience of new birth. It must be the usual thing, for Mr. Dean had answered his question with yes. I slept fine, and David, looking back over the swift night, could see in it no cause for this new agedness that waked in his veins. "A cool night," said Mr. Dean. "You were lucky, lad, not to be introduced to the city in one of our boilers." The swinging door widened. The maid brought David his breakfast, a melon, eggs daintily propped in porcelain funnels. He must split them, he guessed, with a sharp stroke of the knife, without taking them out. Coffee that cut mental mists. What curious impressions he was having. He sat so long in this room, he noticed the shadows on his uncle's face, the shadows in his own blood. He had not seen the room. He felt now as if he had thought the room was dark, and there was no use trying to see in the dark. The door swung wide. It was as if himself had just come in. Yellow woodwork in the pantry, an entering maid. He saw the heavy panellings in oak and the resplendent chandelier in the air and the straight-back, red plush chairs, and that the maid was like himself from the country. She was a heavy, solid girl, moving in grace, chestnut hair about the sweet round eyes. Her smile was sweet. He did not feel like smiling. She was the sort that smelt of warm milk. David thought to himself what a shame she had lost 2 of her teeth. He liked her standing close to him, serving him. Her arm touched his shoulder. He saw that the ceiling was painted. It sagged down in a verdant circle of flowers. Obese angels cavorted about, very green garlands. "We're friends," his senses spoke. "We are both strangers." Mr. Dean rustled his papers. He dipped toast in his coffee, noisily lapped it up, sucked his mustache. It was droll how his red tongue shot out and caught the brown drip of his mustache. Mr. Dean was talking. "We'll go down together, my boy, for the first day." He consulted his watch. "It's 8:20 now. As a rule, I think Mr. McGill will want you at the office at 8. It takes 40 minutes from here to the office, 15 minutes for breakfast." He reckoned and rang the bell. To the entering girl, "Anne, Mr. David's regular breakfast time will be 7:10." His face had been long looking away. It turned again toward David and broadened. He winked. Yes, he was trying to be kind. "Does your watch keep good time?" he asked. Why should this question seem to bring him relief? "See to that, my boy. The city is run on schedule, on schedule. That's why it's a great city. That's what makes a great city out of a piece of country. Manhattan once had fields in it, and a few hills. Oh, yes, Central Park was a squatter's marsh. Wait till you see it with its new asphalt roads. Some day there'll be asphalt roads all over the country." "It'll be hard on the horses," David felt he must inform his uncle. "Hard on the horses? Maybe. Maybe it will. That's the rule of civilization. It is hard on us all. Hard on the workers and hard on the bosses. It's worth it. Progress must have her dividends. When captains of industry die of overwork, should we spare horses? We'll do without them." Mr. Dean made a long strip of his napkin and ran it horizontally, methodically over his mouth. "You see," he went on, "you'll have to change your outlook on life now that you are to become a part of the great city, a part of the great machine. You'll be proud of it soon enough. The New Yorker is a man of service. He serves business. He serves country. He don't think of himself. Look at me. Your Aunt Loretta is away vacationing. I stay here and work. I don't think of myself. I've not taken 3 weeks off in 20 years' time. I stick to my guns. They can trust me in the city. They know I am faithful. I'm always on the spot. The easy, jolly ways of the country don't go far in the metropolis. We're a beehive, we are. Work, service, and the ambition of each man is to die in harness. Of course, I mean the men who succeed. That is the one way to earn real money in New York, to think of absolutely nothing else, to give time to absolutely nothing else. There's the American ideal of service for you." He paused and glowed upon his nephew, who sat stiffly erect, trying to believe in order that he might like this talk. "And, my boy, what's the result? Don't you know? America is the result." He flourished his white hands. "The great democracy, the land of 3.5 million square miles. We've made it. The American ideal made it. I've been out west. I've seen our country, the Rockies that you could drop the Alps into, lose them, the Grand Canyons that's a mile from top to bottom, the geysers in Yellowstone Park, the greatest, most populous, the biggest country on earth, and we've made it. We're making it, my boy. American ideals." Mr. Dean stopped again. He reached for his climax. He found it. "I presume," he said, "I presume no sane man will deny that William McKinley is the greatest statesman today in the world." He said this with a new impressive quiet. He had heard a speech of Senator Black. He had shaken hands with him. He recalled his gesture. David nodded. He felt he must do something. He felt a strange discomfort. Why should he resent these patriotic words? Why want to doubt them? Should he not have found glory in believing? His mind dropped back to Thomas Renard and he knew that Renard would have contrived to scout these boasts. He found himself relieved. He wanted Renard as a companion in the guilt of his mood. He was quite sure it was guilt to doubt a word of his uncle's. No question of that. He sat beside him in the car. His uncle was reading his third morning paper. They spurted and clanked. They swayed down the great iron street. David was swung in the wonders of this clanging cable that tossed them headlong while the wheels groaned to be free of their rails, that dropped them rocking and sighing to a halt. What he saw was himself surrounded by mournful men, clottings of men under straps, and all devoured by the news they sucked from their papers, all immersed by the same strange shadows, angular shadows he felt in his own veins. Beyond the maze of men ran out the mazes of traffic, capering strides of horses with yearnful nostrils, interminable houses, motley, jagged, restless, broken off into squares and corners like herded wild things before the assault of other wild things more volatile than they. So it seemed to David these buildings, grouped in panic, were of one stuff and soul with the scurrying, arrogant throngs that pressed about them and clamored through them. In its startled rhythm, David's mind wandered aimlessly. He forgot about the car. When it moved with any respite, it loped like a weary and whipped horse. The broken rhythm made openings for his mind. Patches of his past came through the interstices of moving, came torn and poignant. He saw himself in his easy, greasy clothes at work at home. He felt the shoulders of plain men beside his shoulders. Eyes of brothers looked into his eyes, and his hands, black with oil, clasped other hands that were warm. His hands and theirs were near each other, far, equally far from himself, now moving through a city. He saw not patches of his past, but of himself, as if he had been looking through this cloud of men at a man beyond them. He had a vision, harried by the car's toss, of a young man alive with many others. They marched along a hooded way into a shadowy house. Their loose clothes, the grease of their hands, the smile of their eyes was going to be cleansed away. He saw his hands clasping so far from his hands now, hands of men who were brothers and who were losing hold of a warmth held in the clasp of hands. His drifting mind touched a book he had loved, The Tale of Two Cities. He saw Tumbrel with its sodden burden moving through the terror of Paris. He saw the death-claimed gaze of men moving through crowded streets. He heard the groan of wheels, seeing these far things when his uncle jerked his sleeve. "Here we are." He was not far away. "That's the East River yonder." David's mood changed. They walked down a narrow street whose name was a legend. David was walking on Wall Street. Glass casements fronting heavy buildings, huge masonry pillared by slender stone, the grace and loom, the hypocrisy of power. Spawn of the buildings, men with naked singing nerves like wires in storm, and women with dead eyes, women with soft breasts against a hard tiding world. Furious streets, a street wide and delirious, with men shouting and waving their straw hats like banners. Streets narrow and sombre that curled like smoke across his feet. Streets eaten with secret moods. Streets cluttered and twisting with pent power. Streets pulsant like hose. Streets slumberous like pythons. Streets writhing and locked. A wide gash of sky. The sun was a stranger. The blue was a burn. They went toward the river. Black houses were lost among masts of ships. Black herded houses crawled towards the wharves. Men were nervous like rats feeding on grain. David walked on Wall Street, walked toward his uncle's office that was to swallow him up, walked down to where it waited him, a block from Wall Street. Life was sea yearning, shops sold sails and compasses and binnacles, in the smart of the salt a scent and a sense of spices. Coffee and wines were at home here in the grime of the north, had brought with them the linger of their homes. Tobacco, musty housings for jagged yellow leaves, a brooding, reeking, murmurous street. David fell down the funnel of a world. The waters touched him that touched far lands, pregnant waters. He had been like a virgin whose lips trembled with fear. He was like a virgin whose lips trembled with desire. He stepped into a doorway behind his uncle. The Deans returned from the mountains in a body. Mr. Dean, despite his virtues, was taking a vacation. A few days after David's mustering into service, he had gone to join his wife and daughters. David was alone in the barren house, with Anne to cook his breakfasts and make his bed. David was alone with Anne in the house, but in the house was the spirit of its owners, and more really David was alone with that. He moved uneasy through the city. He lay uneasy in this house that was his only home. He tried to win a certain temporary comfort. He was helpless against the press of the Deans, thwarting his rest as he sat eating his food, against the press of the city as he worked at his desk downtown, earning his food. It was beyond his reason. The days were fire. The nights were fume of heated stone and brick, and within the stone and brick restless spirits marring his own. The city gasped out the heat of the day. By night David was seared between alternate fires. The heat of business dulled his will, depleted his body, aroused his nerves. A new equation. At the hour of closing he was tired, and yet only partly tired. The discrepancy gave accent to his fatigue. The rounded, gentle weariness that he had often known, which took him whole in encompassing arms and lowered him to sleep, was not this. The city worked on him with an uneven spite. There he was with the low sun hot in the west above the lurid Hudson, limp and moist and spirit dead, but with senses leaping and a hunger ranging his veins. In this state David took his supper, trying to stifle the heat with iced tea and iced coffee. In this state he tried to sleep. He lay naked in bed. The sheets clung to his flesh. His skin prickled with irritation. So far as work emptied him, work was good. A new experience was a new vessel, what David needed to pour of himself. But the season was dull. Mr. McGill was gone, and already his first task to sort and enter bills of lading was a tedious habit. It seemed not to work to David, but the kind of punishment that was occasionally meted out in school, like copying the commandment 100 times. I must not talk during hours. There was nothing more or else to do until the manager's return. The office was a haphazard, a languorous, loose beast, functioning dully through the inertia of its past and the prod of its future. Clusters of girls formed like flies on a kitchen table. They chatted and laughed and wiped the clotted powder from their cheeks. They took long hours for lunch, buying cakes and cream puffs and olives from the store and eating in the office. The boys hovered about like greedy dogs, barking and sniffing and showing a tendency to rear on their hind legs. The girls, loving the sense of their desire, kept them unsated. Most of the occupants of the inner offices were absent. On the other floors, below, the rumble of the packers and the crash of boxes made a dusty murmur. David had seen these infernos of industry, caught the acerb flavor of wet tobacco and sweat and heat, observed men moving in the mist of their hands, and women serried at filthy tables with haggard arms that were forever plying and hot eyes that were still. He preferred his purgatory. He hated the hour of lunch when he must step down into the flaming stream of the canyon and be part of it, hunting his food. He was glad when the hour of closing came like a silent charm, still the drone of the work. No clock was needed to announce this hour. It went over the cluttered room like an invisible hand. Its tenuous, sweet fingers touched everyone and everything. The girls at the writing machines clicked more slowly. Their eyes wandered more and more. Their hands brushed back their hair with a new hope. At last Spurt puckered their brows and their lips. Then the power died. The boys at the tall ledger tables twisted legs about their chairs and stopped sharpening pencils. They whistled sudden snatches of a tune. Wide ranges of conversation sprang up. Talk wreathed forth until girls, in the new silence of their machines, addressed each other clear across the room. The men in the ledger alcoves laughed at jokes given forth from the front windows. Sudden, like the last spin of a top, a tremor ran through the office. Work toppled dead on its side. Girls were in hats. Cigarettes sprouted on the lips of the boys. Overhead, in the sudden noise of stillness, the new mood of the machines. Life was out of the window. In groups of 2 and 3, the girls were sucked away to it. The boys followed with noses forward and dragging limbs. The streets were cauldrons that had overflowed. The sluices of pent life emptied upon them. Work had banked these fires. Routine had stifled them to smoke. Now the coals were strewn low and long. A draught of release whipped down the channeling gutters. There was flame. The houses brooded like disused ovens, storing their heat and their rust. The vision of this was a searing stripe on David's mind as he lay within the night, was a dark band as he awoke upon the morning. He was naked in bed. His strong arms were thrown up like an infant's. His open palms pillowed his neck as he breathed. The muscles in his abdomen rolled gently. He was a powerful boy, with white skin and a wave of golden hair upon his body. He had pulled his bed directly beneath a dormer window. The sun bronzed his head. The clear, soft strength of his face came out in this sleepy light. David dozed and prodded his senses into getting up. He was strong and refreshed in the morning. He thought of work as a contest and knew he would win. The hell of labor was upstairs where the men sweated in open shirts, rolling cigars, and he had seen the women fold back their waists till the tawny dust grimed the skin of their breasts. He was in this world's purgatory, in the quiet offices beyond, the inner ones bound by invisible threads of gold to the eaves of high houses in the winter, and the distant smile of the mountains was paradise and was the goal. David thought that he had given up the free fields of his home, and that now already he was set on winning them back. This, it seemed to him, was droll. He wondered why he had thrown the fields away, when so evidently the promise of the city was to be able to revisit them. He wondered why he had done so. He thought of Anne, who perhaps was forgetting the scent of the clover. He recalled that if he hurried with his bath, he would have more time at breakfast, more time to be with Anne. His long legs were out of the bed. It was hard to pierce to Anne. Both he and she were embarrassed with their desire to speak freely. They were shy. One morning she said to him, "Mr. David, if you would want to, why don't you come back and I'll cook you your dinner?" He thanked her and refused. "You've worked enough, I think." "Oh, I don't mind." She had not pressed her offer. He had commanded his pleasure, so it must be her pleasure. She was that sort of woman. "What do you do in the evenings?" he asked her. "Oh, not much. I'm always to bed early. It's too hot for dancing, ain't it?" She hurried through her answer. David suddenly knew that when his sickened will and stinging senses came to the house at night, she was there also. While he lay awake in his bed, a wall was between his nakedness and hers. It was both painful and sweet to think of this. The black heat rolled with enforcement through the city. Life was wet fire. A murmur of anguish was the breath of the night. He lay wide-eyed, dreaming. The air was a prison. His senses yearned toward the quiet of death as release from this breath of the world, from these fumes of a dead sun. He was under surprise when it knocked at the door. "Mr. David, I've brought you a cool drink. May I come in?" He did not move. He did not reach for his sheet. Anne came through the blackness and gave him a glass. He gulped, wet, cool. "Thank you, Anne." She took the glass. She bent down. Her hair was a wonder over his eyes, a wonder since her hair was hot, and still it was good. He felt her moist lips on his chest. There was the constant spirit of the house, the forbidding intrusion of knowing that he was a guest and she a servant, that this was evil. Anne was gone. No word at breakfast that night. David found he was awaiting her, and she came. His she was over him. He took the glass she offered and placed it on the chair. His arm drew her down till she sat beside him on the bed. He felt her body burning under her cool gown. All the world was distant, so that the house was distant too, and for once the Deans were in the mountains. "No, Mr. David." He laughed. He was scornful. The Deans were in the mountains. A hot, black sea was the world rolling away. His bed rolled upon it. Only his bed was above the sea. It was haven. It was haven for him and his woman. He drew her down, and his mouth sought her lips, her neck. His mouth felt the wide loveliness of her body. It was distant still. There was a gown between them. The gown was wide as a world. Her body was growing great until it was another sea that would cool him. It was a sea of fire, but the fire was white and would cool him. It was needful so. She struggled. Sudden she came of her own broken and sick will. Their wills were healing each other. She was wilfuller now than he. She held his head in her arms. Her flesh was all about him. Her gown was gone. He found that she was lying beside him, crumpled, holding herself away. He found she was a little bruised woman, with bruised little breasts and hair tangled, knotted in heat. He found he was moving away from her. He found that the night was coming back. It was scornful and triumphant. It waved onward, and upon its bitter burning waves came the Deans who were no longer in the mountains. There they were in the room, a vast, febrile room, filled with the city and its desolate shadows, filled with the Deans, huddling, diminished in a corner, a guest and a servant. He spoke to her. "Anne." She answered, "Yes, Mr. David." So he knew she knew this also. At breakfast, the sweet silence of restraint, a Puritan's vow, in the withdrawn eyes of each other. But the heat did not stop, nor the wearing away of will and the rebellion of nerves. Anne came again. It had nothing to do with the wide remainder of their lives. It was somnambular. She was the soul of the heat, the gladness of it. So they got to be happy together, and not to mind very much. They got to laughing and to forgetting. There were never many words. Breakfast was the break from a dream. David deciphered her silence. "I'm wiser than you believe. I'm wiser than you," it said. "I'm thankful for you. You need not worry. Oh, I'm very thankful." All 1 week, Anne's step on the threshold of his room was gone. David fumbled in bare feet along the tunneled hall. His flat palm felt her door. It was locked. The end. Sweet end of unreplenishment. No word further, no glance toward the past to open it once more. They were really there, the Deans. A cool, bright night with stars crushed above the crude wave of the city streets. They had traveled through that night and those stars for this city. They were there in the early morning. They came in discussiveness and noise, as a luxurious gift comes wrapped in crackling paper. Once unbundled, they were rather silent. David sensed an unease and discomfort in their coming, a token of what happened in souls of their kind when they were taken even for a day from the rounds of their habits. David observed with what swift recuperation they merged into the imprint of their house, how their house seemed to sigh and settle with the recapture of its soul. Sudden, there was David, completely strange, dizzily away, with the memory of his amour, an unbelievable, discreditable dream. He watched Anne with the other servants that had come sink swiftly into the cloud of servience, lose her charm and her sex, dwindle in an instant to be an appendage of her mistresses, an inflection of the wishes of these reigning women. By the shock of this, a sort of osmosis went on in David. He found himself partly identified with Anne. Had they not been one together, and so diminished, humbled? Another part of him flung her off and merged with his cousins, his flesh and blood, become Anne's remote and indifferent master. He stood there awkward while the process shredded and dazed him. Between these warring halves of himself he fell away from the sharp social trial of the moment, the need of fronting these women. His aunt took note of a vacancy about him. "Well, David, it's been a long time waiting to know you," she added to herself. "He's stupid." Her second daughter, Lois, supplemented her aunt as one generation should another. "I think he's dear." She looked at him keenly. "But what's bewildering him so?" She came very close to him and held out her hand. "I'm awfully glad to know you, David." He took her hand so patiently that she held up her lips. "We are cousins," she explained, and she laughed. With great seriousness he kissed her and liked her. Muriel, who was 19 and 3 years older and wiser than Lois, watched the little challenge of acquaintance, smiled sourly, busied herself with her bags. "Well," she said, searching for a powder puff, "I suppose it has been frightfully hot." Mr. Dean had been quarrelling with the coachman about the fare. His own carriage was not yet in service. He puffed into the room. David saw and at length realized how changed he was in the true setting of his wife and daughters. He scarcely noticed David. "Got everything?" he asked excitedly. "Nothing lost? My, it's hot. That robber robbed me. Loretta, you have the keys. I must run along. Where's breakfast?" He mopped his brow. He paced, and David wondered whether the executive task of shipping his family to New York or some obscure disturbance was the thing too much for him. David stood quietly apart. He unstrapped bags, untied boxes, stacked rugs and tennis rackets into obtrusive corners. They let him work for them quite as they let Anne work. He found himself dwindling from them. He wondered why he minded performing these casual tasks. He found he did not care for this identity with Anne, although a part of him knew it existed only in himself. He looked at her, not even in her. She was very moist and humble and unattractive in her black skirt and her white apron tucked high in her corsage. He could not separate her body from that apron, chiefly from that attitude of serving. He wanted to say to himself, well, she served me. He wanted to be high-handed, cynical, indifferent. He managed to lose all sense of this toiling, nodding girl as one with the sweet woman he had held in his arms and held with all his body. There he was, scrutinizing Lois, her smart slimness, the perfect abandon of her body, not to him but to her own position. His cousin wore a bright blue satin dress, simple and short and trim. Her corsage was caught up in white lace. The scheme was near enough to the livery of Anne to make the difference crying. Her half-bare arms were white, strangely white. David guessed what pains she must have been to keep them. She had taken off her hat. Her golden hair fell daintily, unmoist, immaculate upon her forehead and in crisp ringlets down her neck. She had a tender smile that seemed to take one in and laugh one out. Her features were smiling, soft and round, and were yet tinged with an astute concern that contradicted their benevolence. The white slippered feet and the white stockinged legs were an increased, offsetting flirt of humor to her serious brown eyes. The attentive quality in Lois was her grace, her tender aloofness, her 16 years full of pride. David found himself quite willing to deny his amour with a servant. Anne needed to come up to him and ask him, "Will you be going downtown today, Mr. David, or will you be here to lunch?" "I'm going downtown," he said sharply. He looked in her face and found the soft, intimate sense of her offensive, a too cloying sweetness for his stomach. On the heels of his discovery, a great remorse and disgust at himself. It drove him toward a demonstration of bravado. He needed almost to make clear to this searing presence of the Deans that he owed Anne much, was more like Anne than like them, and was aware of it. This, too, was checked, left him dangling. Lois caught him looking her through and came over to where he worked at a stubborn bag. She said, "Let me help you, David." "No need," he said with a tone studiedly similar to the one he had addressed to Anne. There was balm in that. It seemed, however, not to disturb Lois, and Anne was out of the room. His cousin helped to the extent of loosing one strap. She sat on the Gladstone and was suddenly languid and forgot. With Lois cornering his eye, David found he had the whole group in his mind. Mr. Dean was still at paces on the floor, calling for breakfast. David was amazed at his insignificance in this concise room. His wife paid him no attention. Twice she brushed against him, crossing the room. Twice also she brushed against a bag. Her reactions were one. Muriel went up to him and said, "Father, let me have about $20 more, will you?" Mr. Dean's pacing slowed against this new ordinance. He stopped, snapped the bills from his wallet, and handed them to his daughter. Muriel was at the moment looking over her shoulder, giving an order to Anne. She did not stop. Her eyes did not go with her receiving hand. Mr. Dean resumed his pacing. His wife said, half in the air, "In a moment, Anthony, we shall be able to spare Anne." Lois, musing in her corner, suddenly flared forth. "Father, you are making me nervous with your walking like a lion in his cage." But at once her face went soft. She forgot what she had said. Then her father had left the room, following the bright discovery that Anne had left before him. David felt it was time to be off for downtown. He went to his aunt. "Goodbye. I hope, David, you don't squander your money at those expensive lunch places." David said he did not. He did not add he was afraid of them. He went to Lois. "Goodbye, goodbye," she smiled. "Come back soon." He went to Muriel. She looked up surprised. "Oh," she said. "Oh, goodbye." And the revelation came to David. These four persons were not a group. In no true sense were they a group. The families that he had known were strictly groups, even his own, though in his father's days the rhyme of it was pain. Some single rhythm, some common color composed them. Here were four persons. Their spirits had nothing to do one with another. He was quite sure their spirits were not aware one of another. They spent one man's money. They obeyed one woman's orders. They lived at the behest of a sort of mutual complacency together, sharing the pleasures that were in need of union for support, but they were not united. David felt it touching their fingers as he said goodbye. It gave him a strange, even a sick feeling, as if he had seen a man devouring his own hands. End of chapter 3. Section 4 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 1. It was voluptuous for Tom Renard, after the trees and the birds, to give himself once more into the bond of his profession. Through the free woods he walked in manacled anarchy. Through the city's thraldom he walked free. He plunged into work. He touched the tasks of the approaching season, knew it would be his best, measured his dominion above success, and was glad like a bird perched on top of its cage. He prepared a brief for a case months away from trial. He played with the strategy of an appeal in a suit not yet argued. In the brash nights of the refilling city, he sat in hotel lobbies and let his mind cut clear through the flaccid provincial crowds. He journeyed uptown to a baseball game, drank in the rawness of the joy of others in a ball swiftly caught and clouded, let his heart fill with the tang of the game's intricate and lissome grace against the sprawling pleasure of the mindless. Once more New York and atmosphere lay swirled, clouded, and shone around him. Then he shut his desk in early afternoon and went to see his sister. Her studio was unfashionable in location. It was the top floor of a crumbling red-brick house in the moiled Middle East side of the city. It was east Murray Hill, west of Stuyvesant Square. The elevated train snorted their cinders not far from her flowered window. Cornelia began to make money, and her habitation blossomed. Persian shawls appeared in appropriate corners. New rash adventures in color out of Paris gladdened the white walls. Slender vases came from exile in Chatham Square. Tom called the place his refuge from the city. "Hello," she said. "I'm glad you came. I'm lazy this afternoon." Tom folded his coat away in the little bedroom. It had the air of a cell. The white walls were bare. The white iron bed was narrow. A small pack of books stood in the corner of the floor. "You take it easy," he said, already at the task, "and I'll prepare you some Turkish coffee. Have you any of that orange essence left?" He was adept, and he needed to ask no further questions. They settled and sipped and talked. Cornelia was on the couch. Tom squatted on the floor. Both of them had lighted cigarettes. "Well, what adventure?" she asked. She looked more than the 3 years older that she was. She wore an unembroidered smock, a dull muslin drab. Her feet were sandaled. Her hair was drawn tight back over her head, where it could not interfere with work. Her eyes were soft in the harsh angles of her face. "I was on a vacation, Cornelia. You know that means that I took care nothing should happen to me." She laughed. "That efficient you're not, dear boy." "Well, there was no semblance of adventure. I tramped and drank a lot of glorious milk and slept 9 hours a night." And swam and paddled." Tom wagged his head with the catalogue. "You met somebody interesting?" He stopped. "How do you know?" "You always do, don't you? Who was it? The girl, at last?" "No, not the girl, and you're wrong, really. I had a deliciously dull time." She did not press the matter. "Dayton says I ought to move now I've won that prize. He says no one will visit a studio so near 3rd Avenue. Are you going to?" "I am not." "I am glad, Cornelia. Just because you have begun to have money is no reason for spending it all on rents." "That's just what most New Yorkers do, is it not?" They both laughed and were silent. "What you said has a lot of truth in it," Tom spoke at last. And his sister knew he had pounced on her observation as a text. He was comfortable now. He had been just a bit uneasy. questioned about his trip. There was the sign of a release from nervousness in the brightening of his eyes and the slower puff of his cigarette, the way he curled up his legs, limbered his arms, and began to talk. Cornelia watched him with a vague amusement and a subtle reservation. She would let him have his speech, then she would pin him back to his trip and the thing in it which made him nervous. In this mood she listened. "Really," he said, "the true inwardness of New York's rising skyline has been the passion of New Yorkers for high rents. Have you ever thought of that? What a handy substitute for other remoter standards they have found in the price of housing. Of course, the gullible talk of the fact that New York is a crowded island. They forget the miles of dilapidated and discarded masonry within hail of their stylish towers. Some day the historian will understand. He will say this: money was so deep their worship that they misprized all treasures of life which did not blatantly announce it. They left their walls empty of beauty, their larders empty of health, their houses empty of grace, in order to pay high rents to the lords of land. These fabulous sums were the pride and the decoration of their lives. The height of New York rentals and the high buildings that were their symbols became the chief expression of metropolitan art." He laughed. Cornelia kept silent. The historian will finish in this tone: "Surely these were a foolish people, ripe for destruction. Give me another cigarette, Tom." She was resolved not to help him along. Tom came to silence. He felt her mood. "Well, what is it?" he asked. "You'd better look out, brother mine. You could easily get to be a typical New Yorker. I hate talk." "What I said wasn't true." "Yes, but it was talk." "Oh, boo, don't be so serious." "Weren't you?" "Of course not. I was speaking the truth. Even I was prophesying. To be serious at such a game is to risk being a fool." "Most of your talk, Tom, is a sidestepping of something in you you want to hide. I have noticed that." Cornelia was half up on her couch, facing him straight. Now she was ready to pin him. "It's a bad convenience, dear," she went on, putting up all these brittle outer observations. "When someone threatens to get under your skin, you do it so well." She smiled. Tom straightened his legs and met her gaze. He knew her direction. "You wouldn't understand," he said. "Why? Just because you don't?" This was a true shot. He acknowledged it. "Very well," he spoke dryly. "There was a boy, a mere boy, up there, from New England. For some curious reason he upset me. I don't like to talk about him. I do want to see him again. It's all rather odd, because he was really quite dull. We had damn little to say." In a flash, Cornelia's mood changed. Her perceptions had controlled her. The acute and angular and severe in her. Now she was seated toward him on the couch. It was as if dominion had passed over to her eyes that were large on her brother. She spoke tenderly. "It's not a girl yet, is it, Tom? You know it never is. Girls can't disturb me. I can master women. I'm cool and sure before them. But so I was with this fellow. Yet it seems, as I look back, quite irrationally, mind you, it seems as if we had had a contest and he had won." He paused. "You probably talked to him. Flaming revolutionary talk." Tom shrugged. "And he was shocked." "Precisely," Tom burst in. "He was the shocked one, the dominated one, the silenced. Then why this foolish desire to see him again and throw him on his back?" "It has been troubling you?" "I have imaginary conversations with him. I walk up and down Broadway with him and say, 'See what a Gehenna this country's greatest city is.' I take him to theaters and gloat and declare, 'Trash, eh? They call it art in New York.' Even at my office, I show him through my papers, all chicanery. I announce, 'That's what you want to enter, is it?' I shame myself before him." Think it over, Tom. Cornelia followed his silence. You should be able to find out the thing that is troubling you. Tom sat a bit diminished on the floor. Sedulously, he flicked the ash from his cigarette, each vestige of the ash, his fingers close to the hot red tip. He looked up. This chap has something I lack and want, a sort of pure sincerity. He'll go far and be miserable as the devil. Look out, aren't you the one who is afraid of misery? True, I want him to give me the saving treasure. I want to give him the saving moderation. Then we could both be saved. Cornelia laughed. What are you talking about now? But Tom was very sober. He is all wings. He has no eyes. He'll dash himself against the sun. I am all eyes. I see everything, but where are my wings? I'll freeze to death from far away seeing the sun. He got up. He paced the room. Oh, this is nonsense. You're right. I liked him because he was a naive country lad. I was afraid I'd hurt his innocence. You are dying to kill it. Tom stopped and faced his sister. That's not quite fair, Cornelia. Not kill it. Steal some of it, perhaps. So they played through the afternoon, and they went arm in arm to dinner. They spent an hour in a terrace with liqueurs before them. He was talked out of his mood. He was light-hearted and full of interest for 1,000 things. It was a trifle, after all. So they played through the afternoon. They went arm in arm to dinner. They spent an hour in a terrace with liqueurs before them. They talked of her work and her triumphs and the quaint jealousies of artists. All this because it was his greatest pride. And several times Tom broke out in admiration of New York, in praise of her vast largesses. He was confident and proud. Cornelia smiled again, her angular, critical self. Before her door, he kissed her good night. We've made a pretty good start from Dalton, Ohio, haven't we, sister? Pretty good, pretty fair. She changed once more to the tender part of her nature. She ignored his mood. Good night. And Tom, that country boy, bring him up some late afternoon. Her eyes alone smiled. Tom startled imperceptibly. Surely, he hurried to say, surely, if I see him. Nature cellared its profusion. The sap of life was sucked to the roots of things. As the year died, the house of the Deans came to life. Chests gave forth finery and color. Curtains were up, barring the archaic sun. Dun colors were away from the florid chairs. The safe vaults let go their silver plate and their gold, and from the hothouses came flowers. Streets were chill, skies were mournful. In the narrow, endless purlieus of the disinherited of the 9 tenths began the hunger for coal. But it was summer in the city. The position of David was straddling, but not too insecure. He was part of the Dean household. How goodly a part devolved on his own discretion. If he made himself liked, there was no comfortable share he might not win. He was part of the Dean company, the Dean machine of subsistence, a small and trivial part with a distinction. This he did not feel until his fellow menials later had ceased feeling it for him. In his low place there was always the seed of future sharing. He was the boss's nephew. In the low places of the others there was always the seed of permanence. These were the boss's victims. The boss would keep them victims if he could. He would have all the pretty terms of a century of special pleading to hallow his act. But surely the world was a smiling place for David Markand. "My boy," said Mr. Dean, "you are on probation. If you prove your worth, as you may well imagine, I will be glad. American enterprise is the home of the free, the contest of character and brains. The true man wins the prize. And, of course, I don't forget who you are, that you are the only child of my dear sister. Nor must you, my boy. I have no sons of my own." Uptown he was still somewhat the stranger, but he was the friend of Lois, and he grew confident. They liked each other. Different dispensations from far separate sources had thrust them close. Now both of them stood together at the gate of the brilliant world Muriel went to evening after evening. They saw Muriel return full of tokens of its splendor, full of weariness and hidden joy, full of pride and hidden knowledge. David meant to enter the gates with Lois. In the waiting, it was natural that they talk, hold hands. She would have said that she found him interesting. There was her own life, which in her mind lacked quality. It was an empty atmosphere occasionally pierced by suns and falling stars. The light of these was her sustenance and was rare. So Lois starved. She would have said that he was easy to talk to. In the conventional sense, he understood nothing. In the sense in which life was a ruled open page for Muriel and her mother. But in the outlaw sense, where these two were blind, he understood miraculously well. She could skip the roaded things of the world in talk with him, dwell on the stirring and uncharted. They met in a sort of reticence about the obvious, not deliberately, but because he could not otherwise have understood. Two persons speaking different tongues could live on elemental planes. They could convey and satisfy the sense of hunger. They could fight. They could make love. The difficulty might come when they attempted to dine together, to quarrel civilly, or to get married. Here a common set of words was needed. So between these two, social engagements, family traditions, judgments of the technique and manner of existence, she could not broach with him. She did not need to. Her school, her friends, her family webbed her in such subjects. The wider ranges that Muriel would have cut through as vague became their meeting place. They talked about life and beauty and the future. She was 16 and David 20. In these vast fields, they were one fledgling age. They were often alone together. The room on the third floor that faced the street was the living room of the sisters, and Muriel was usually out, and the parents stayed in their own quarters below. Dinner's end was release. David sat there uncomfortable, and Lois sat there indifferent. Mr. Dean had few words. He was weary at night. What energy he had poured into the business of eating. Mrs. Dean was voluble enough, but she needed no attentive ears, and she had none. She talked. Her husband ate. Her daughters spoke low together. David made his shoulders narrow and occasionally straightened with a shock when his aunt's eyes turned on him. The last sip of coffee meant the last moment at the table for the girls, whether their mother was in the middle of a sentence or their father was asking them a question. In this case, the question could be curtly answered in the process of exit. "Come, David," from Lois. "You're finished, aren't you?" If at first David was reluctant to leave so suddenly, he learned that nothing different was expected of him. Mr. Dean lighted a cigar. Often he was left alone to smoke it. He sat, his body folded and heavy in his chair, his eyes folded and heavy behind smoke. Anne came and went, clearing the table. He was unperturbed. His soft mouth wreathed and pouted. Occasionally he smacked his lips. He was the picture of attainment. In his empty gaze, in the reflex slumber of his muscles, in the dim movements of the heavy smoke, there was a gross Buddhistic character. It was clear that attainment in his American faith tended not toward heaven, but toward a sort of flatulent nirvana. Meantime, Mrs. Dean was upstairs under a lamp, reading a novel, and when her husband did not eventually shake himself with a slow and sleepy evolution to his club, he was in bed before she closed her book. Often members of the plenteous family of Mrs. Dean came to dine, but the atmosphere of the table was ample enough to embrace them. There was the same dull air, charged with the vocal passion of Mrs. Dean and the sharp reserves of her two daughters. Only one sister, a Miss Dykes, could match the commanding Loretta. They were profoundly sisters. When she was at table, the currents of air were shifted rather than changed. Always Lois and David were willingly excused after dinner, and Muriel managed often to be out when her relatives were there. Her mother scolded and occasionally wept at this disloyalty in her child, but the child was already stronger than the mother. Muriel seldom quarreled back. She sneered, and her eyes flashed. When she spoke, it told. Upstairs, David reached for a book. "You have your homework to do, I suppose?" Lois smiled and nodded. "Oh, yes, but I'm not going to do it. You'll not get your certificate if you don't watch out. And what good would it do me if I did? We're going to talk." She snatched his book. "Unless, of course, you are more interested in the banking system of the United States." "Lord, no," David laughed. They sat together on the broad cushioned couch, whose gay blue and dull gold were a telling contrast to the dull blue and bright gold of the mother's room below. "What are you going to do when you become rich?" she asked him. He looked at her. She asked him this as once before he had said to her, "When are you going to get married?" She had answered, "I'm not going to get married, perhaps." He had laughed her denial away. So now, "I'm not going to get rich, perhaps." And there was she, scoffing at him, holding back her head and saying, "Please do be serious, David." He was. He began to think aloud. Not everybody gets rich. This had no effect on her. As his silence marked his words as her answer, she shook her head with a faint impatience. "I know, but what's that to do with us? You're my cousin, aren't you? You're our sort. You're in Daddy's business. What sort don't get rich, Lois?" "Oh, I don't know." She looked at him as if he were stupid. "You ought to know better than I. You see 'em all around you at Daddy's business." She also had been set to thinking. "How are they different from us?" she asked. Then, "Father says they simply aren't as clever. Most of them drink too much and have packs of children and don't bathe very often. I guess it's all these things." "It must be, but you can't really see much difference. Of course, you're different. Why, you'd die. You couldn't have been born anywhere else. But I work with 5 other chaps in the shipping office, and they're just like me." Lois laughed. "What nonsense! They're not. You're much nicer." She was giggling in foretaste of the wicked truth she was about to utter. I'm sure you're much, much cleaner." She was like a pricking rose under his face, laughing there on the couch. David resolved to be angry. "That's rotten of you, Lo. You're no Democrat." "Of course I'm not. I'm a Republican." David, enjoying his indignation and unconsciously aware of the excuse he gave him, reached for her wrists. "Don't," he commanded. "You are." He pulled her to him and put his arms around her waist. He said, "Stop making fun of people." Then he kissed her. Lois stopped laughing. She was very still. Her eyes glistened. "Do you think if you hadn't been nicer and cleaner and everything, I'd let you kiss me?" She jumped up and away. He liked her intimacy. It flattered him. He did not wish to tell her of his work at Mr. Devitt's, and how easily he might have stayed there long and forever, and she liked his reticence, feeling its power. She liked the veiled promise of pleasure and strength that he suffused from all of his big being. It frightened her. She was seated as far away from him as she could manage. Her bare elbows were on her knees, and her chin was cupped in her hands. The pressure upward faintly distorted her soft mouth. One corner was open, and 2 teeth bit white and hard against the lip. Her throat tremored with amusement. The rose mesh of her waist fell forward in suggestion of the warm swell of her girlish bosom. David believed that she was purring. He saw her teeth biting their hardness into the blush of her lips. He saw how smooth and round her arm was. He said, "You let me kiss you because I've a right to." He was aware of the retreat in his words, "because we're cousins." She merely lifted her face a bit as if he were stirring away. "All right. We're going to play now that we are not cousins. We are just you and me, do you hear? So you mayn't kiss me any more." Already he was forward. The game started. The goal was implicit with them both. In a fortnight's time David had won his kiss. He was very sure that Lois was very lovely. He was almost sure that she did not return his kisses because he was unworthy. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Section 5 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter Part 2. David sat at his long table in the office, lost in a maze of figures which gave a different answer each time he questioned them. He was languidly certain the figures were laughing at him, held him in contempt. About him yellow pine, hard human bustle. He looked up through the mist of his discomfort. He saw above him a slender and sleek young man with a smile on thick lips. "My name is Duer Tibbets. You're Markand, aren't you?" David was not sure whether to keep his seat. He was twisted in indecision. "I'm a cousin of your aunt. I work over there under Mr. Herding in the cashier's office. I've just come back from 2 weeks in Virginia. I was told to look you up and make you feel at home." For the pause he stood there a bit ill at ease himself. "I'll come round at noon, and we'll go to lunch." He was gone. David had the sense walking through the streets of a young man marvellously sure and hard and clever for his years. He gave forth the slightest word as a pronouncement. "The very hottest weather's over," he declared. "Grybeck's is a great cafe. You must go there often." "I discovered it last year one day. I was lunching with Mr. Farnham, H.L. Farnham of the Liberty Trust. Always go downstairs. There are women upstairs. Downstairs is the place for talking business." Duer Tibbets thrust the long printed card under his nose and then told him what to eat. He ordered as if he were in a great hurry. He drank beer with his meat. "Don't you want anything to drink?" he asked, as if unwilling to believe in any organic deficiency in his new friend. He called the waiter by his Christian name, but never looked at him. "We must get to be friends," he announced. "Don't bother about the boys in your office. They're not our sort. Stick to work, and stick to your uncle. He's a prince, he chanted with emotion. "I've been here 3 years, since I was 16. No college nonsense for me. I'm assistant cashier. You'll find the old man is hard, but he is just. Yes, he is that, but he has his silent little ways of pushing you along." For the first time he raised his eyes, and David met them. He liked him better. So this Duer Tibbets was to be his friend. As soon as he began again to talk with his eyes once more down, David examined him. He seemed engrossed in his own words. He paid them out as if they were coin. He talked with a certain muscular emphasis of his lips, a periodic pointing of his left forefinger. His forefinger always was detached from the others. The rest of him remained immobile. A gold chain fell straight from his lapel to his coat pocket. His hair was so blond that near the temples and behind the ears it imperceptibly faded into the color of his skin. His fingers were whiter at the tips than at their base. His voice was high-pitched, coarse-grained, mostly a monotone. David met his eyes and liked him again. Tibbets' gaze clenched his firmly, almost too fixedly, as if his eyes lacked the pain of encounter. They were lashless blue. Tibbets had the soft eyes of a boy, the shallow eyes of a man who has not ventured where the boy's eyes yearned. David turned his own deep, uncertain gaze on him in the retreat of his glance and the veil of warmth that suffused from the contact. It was altogether clear which was in truth the older of these two. But neither David felt this nor Duer Tibbets, steadfast and staring. What came from their encounter was David's sense of respect and wonderment for Duer Tibbets, and Duer Tibbets' thrill of respect and wonderment for himself. To this end he talked. A gentleman can boast only before an equal, and Tibbets was a gentleman, if for no other reason, because he felt the quality of David. "A smart chap, you know, the sort who get on in the end," he reported to his father. The young protégé and the powerful attorney of Dean and Company discussed the new arrival. They said many things. The paramount detailed that this was the nephew of Mr. Dean. They had no words for, but this was what they were keenly thinking. The suppressed thought came out in the rhythmic beat of Mr. Tibbets' thumb against the desk, in the overemphasis of his son when he said such common words as these: "I like him. He is slow. But what is slowness? You never can tell what's underneath. The fact that he don't know much now shows merely that he has lived in a little town. Lots of good stuff has come from little towns. Now he talked lavishly and with diligence to impress David, who sat passive, trying to learn, telling himself that he was learning. He talked of projects and profits, of Mr. Dean's subtle aggressiveness, and of the company's prosperity. He spoke of the great lawsuit which his father had won for the firm from the Fettlesby people. He spoke of a swinging figure that had gone from Dean and Company to help elect McKinley. Measure it with our payroll if you want to feel how much it was to give. He did not divulge the payroll. He said we when he meant David and himself, we when he meant the company, we when he meant America. There was a deep philosophy in this confusion, but David was still far from grappling with it, and Tibbets did not dwell in the sphere of definition and reflection. Yes, sir, he pointed and flushed with this prophecy. We'll be in Cuba in less than a year. Don't you forget it. We've got to kick the Spaniards out and go in ourselves. Then we'll earn enough from our dormant Las Haciendas plantations to buy up every relic factory in Key West. It's a coup, that's certain. All this puzzled David. He was not sure whether the we who must kick Spain out of the West Indies was the payroll of Dean and Company, or whether the we that was to grow subsequently rich in Las Haciendas was the citizenry of America. It was all a bewilderment of lines. The weeks of his residence in New York he had been sedulously reading the papers that came daily to his uncle's house. He knew that America's interest in Cuba was a humane one, grudgingly forced on her. Her wrath at Spain and her forming resolution to have Spain out from her backyard were due to her Christian worry for starving natives. The impulse of brotherhood was quite clear in the papers, yet the effect upon business seemed equally clear in the mind of doer Tibbets. Brought together in David's mind, these two clarities precipitated fog. He went away, respecting the more this young man who saw the light while he walked in darkness. Relief of Cuban sufferers and relief of ravaged tobacco plantations, America's crusade for love, and a great company's contribution to the coffers of the Republican Party. The free lists of business and the advantage of being a nephew, it was too much for David's untrained mind. For David needed to conform, and David needed to admire. It was a Sunday afternoon. The room where David sat, the room of his talks with Lois, lay in the languor of a refracted sun. It faced north. David could see the full rays beat in the flaming brick, and the warm brownstone of across the street be absorbed. Here was a low vibrancy, strayed residues of sunlight that had lost their incandescence. The room had its compensation. Lois' gay hand was over it. The couch had a dabbled welcome in its cushions, outrageous, her mother called them. A strip of Japanese brocade left on the wall, and Lois' desk, with its bright brass knobs and its jolly fluted legs, hinted the tempo of the occasional letters and the desultory homework of its owner. David had emerged from Sunday dinner. Rather feebly he wrestled with a Sunday paper. He was alone with it, and it was winning. The article was discursive and plethoric. It dealt with Tammany Hall and the imminent municipal election. The city had just become the greater city. Manhattan had swallowed Brooklyn and Staten Island. Once more it served as the shining symbol of the age, for it had gone through a merger, and it was superlative in size. Now Tammany was attempting to recapture the swollen booty. It was, according to the writer, hopeless. Richard Croker is back from Ireland, and his horse races, but he will find only a ruin and a name where stood the corrupt organization that netted him his millions. Later, Mayor Strong is beloved of the rank and file of the people. Under him, under such of his competent servants as Street Commissioner Colonel Waring, the people have learned the blessings of a reform administration. They will never go back to Tammany. They have had high wages and clean streets, better conditions in their tenements, less disease, and a low death rate. They have understood. Tammany means misery and vice. Tammany means the seduction of their daughters into the gutters of sin. Tammany means all that crime and corruption mean. Leave it to the people of the greater city to choose a successor or an undoer of our reform administration. This was all clear, but the general terms of the article bewildered David. Why, in the face of the obvious conclusion, this note of frenzied worry, of desperate pleading? The people surely could be left to choose between happiness and squalor, between life and death. And why these paid announcements of the Tammany candidates, these arguments in their favor alongside indictments, which made it probable to David that Tammany would poll no single vote? The article was full of contradictions of the sort that had twisted it this last month of his life into a question mark. Mr. Croker, breathlessly returned from England, found his Tammany a ruin and a dream, yet efforts will be made to elect a citizens' union ticket such as has never been attempted in the century-old fight against Tammany, the city's incubus. The people had enjoyed 3 years of almost paradisal amelioration. Yet it must not be believed that Tammany's old tricks of getting the people, appealing to their hearts and stomachs, have been forgotten. Mayor Strong was the idol of the poor, yet the old cry of corporate control and a rich men's ticket has been raised. The puzzles spread out into the past. The article concluded with a brief historic sketch of this Tammany monster that in ways so foul brooded upon the people. The study of Tammany makes it clear. One sentence went, that it can never be reformed. The tiger cannot change his stripes. Tammany means and has ever meant a single evil thing. Yet, to David's dumb amazement, several of the old crusaders who had ousted Tweed and killed Tammany in the 60s were a year later officers in Tammany Hall. Here was a great reform governor and presidential nominee in Tammany Hall, and the present presiding financial genius of the city's projected subway system. While there, in a corner of that very page, heading a committee of social knights who had pledged body and bank to hold Tammany at bay, was the man, yes, the very same name of the man, who had been Tweed's lawyer, who had defended Tweed when he was caught rifling the city. David sat struggling with all this as well as the spirit of Sunday dinner permitted him to do so. In his town he had heard disparagements of Tammany. He had always confounded it with the National Democratic Party. He remembered how they had heckled Joe Cleary, the machinist in the shop, who was a Democrat. Well, what if Tammany is Democratic? Do you think your bunch of silk-stocking Republicans is any better? They are both of 'em crooks. Here's the difference. If you are broke, you can get $10 through the front door of Tammany, and you can get a boot through the back door of the other party. David recalled that there had been silence after this reply. He was in no mood for thinking it all out. He knew only that Joe Cleary had straight, sharp eyes, and that he had always trusted him, found reason in more immediate matters to believe him. Cleary was full of strangeness. He wanted Ireland to be independent. He got drunk with telling regularity each Saturday night. When he was drunk, he was jolly. He would sing pathetic minor songs of suffering, with laughter in his voice and wild, flourishing arms. "Do you see?" he'd shout. "This is how we keeps 'em down. Down, down with the pigs, ha-ha." When he was sober, Cleary was morose and a good workman. David knew enough to feel the pathos in his drunken jollity. It was a thing unlike all these about him. He instinctively understood. It was a thing, among others, that made him mark Cleary's sober words and give them credence. So David stirred against the Sunday paper. He was glad when Lois stood there in the door to take him away from the vice of thinking. "There's some people downstairs, David, just dying to meet you. Will you come?" Well, he looked up at her. She was still. She felt the flattery of his warm eyes. She was slender and sweet, with her bent body leaning against the jamb. She seemed to David a glowing creature, a product so desirable that the world which brought her forth must be perfect also. And Lois saw him clouting in his chair, trying to rouse himself to the business below. She liked the brash vividness of his clumsy body, the naive confession in his face of all that spoke in his heart. She half realized that This freshness did not grow in the sheltered rooms of the city. She regretted it. David followed her downstairs. He felt as he stepped in that they were looking at him, and that they must have stopped abrupt from talking of him. It was as if one voice had spoken and were now cut off. Yet David had heard no word. He was being introduced. He saw that his business friend Dewar Tibbets was in the group. He gathered that these were his parents and his sister. They and the Deans were all knit together. He was outside. He had the sense of an aperture laboriously open, slowly sucking him in. He felt himself resisting. There were words he answered enough, he presumed. Mr. Tibbets told him that his uncle was already hopeful of his success. Mrs. Tibbets invited him to dinner. The young girl was beside Lois. They were faintly apart, a mere quarter note out of harmony. This introduced a tremor into the heavy rhythm of the room. David liked it. Instinctively he moved toward the two girls. In the dissonance of their atmosphere he found himself. The group receded into its individual components. He observed in Mr. Tibbets an air of aloofness, of studied condescension that was half nature and half inspired by David. Dewar imitated him. He saw now that Dewar always imitated his father. He was a depleted pattern of Mr. Tibbets. Mrs. Tibbets talked most easily. "I'm Cousin Laura," she announced with a confidence that showed how fully her habit was command, "and this is Cousin John." She was a very thin lady with a bobbing Adam's apple. She was clad in glimmering blue satin, and her feet were slippered not so slenderly as to conceal their astounding inharmonious width. David saw the height of her cheekbones and the scoop boniness between her nose and her mouth. She was a type familiar to him in New England. In all the families he had yet come to know, the women were spokesmen. The men burst on occasion from brooding silence into cantankerous volubility. David was not surprised when Mr. Tibbets began a speech. It was different, however. It came from between thin lips. It left the broad, complacent countenance unmoved. It had none of the weight and breadth and clarity of this man's wide, open collar and of his wide, white vest. It seemed very little to come forth from so voluminous a frock-coat. Mr. Tibbets talked. David could not altogether keep his eyes from the cylindrical cuffs and the crinkly patent leather shoes. These seemed the proper focus of attention, as in other cases the speaker's eyes. Mr. Tibbets was saying that it was a great joy to have a new young member of the family. He said this several times. He seemed to be talking down to David, to be choosing emphatic monosyllabic words, to be repeating his welcome for each bright button on his waistcoat. David knew that Mr. Tibbets could have spoken better. He recalled now that this was his uncle's lawyer, was a great lawyer, had his portrait occasionally in the papers. "Dewar tells me you are already friends. I'm glad. He will help you downtown. You must help each other. I'll tell you how. Have a race. See who can do the best work. Who can work hardest. That's not a bad idea, eh? You two having a race, spurring each other on to new efforts, racing each other to the goal of hard and successful work. Do you understand what I mean? All life is a race. Ever thought of that? All life is a race. You two men must help each other in the spirit of friendly competition." It was plain that Mr. Tibbets loved this conception of his. He caressed it. He rubbed it up and down. He could not let it go. David, standing there, counted the buttons on his waistcoat. Mrs. Dean spoke. "Why don't you young people run along upstairs?" Automatically, Lois, Miss Tibbets, and the two boys rose from their chairs. It was as if they were being thrust away by a sated creature. David could feel the swift rushing of the current of attention from him. The single eye was turned away. The single word knew him not. He was nothing. He saw these men and women, sure, satisfied. He felt a certain cruelty in their assurance and in their satisfaction. He was closer to the girls. Muriel had not budged from her seat. In Dewar was a certain mingling of movement and of motive. Dewar was changing his status. Muriel had changed already. She had qualified and been absorbed. She was one of the possessors, one with this generation which had achieved. Dewar was on the way. David saw something like a royal whim in the intensity of the brief interest of these elders. They had looked at him as possible food, as a possible new adhesion to their body. They had not remotely thought of him as a separate human being with heart and mind and soul of his own. In a way poignant, however vague, David felt further the meaning of their swift disposal after the appeasement of interest. Here at last he discerned a group. He knew that in its elemental consciousness he must be either a good thing for its increase or a bad thing altogether. Upstairs, another sudden shift in mood and stress. Dewar, all at once, was middle-aged and weightily silent. He looked on the two girls with a forbearing reticence. He had left a part of himself, a longing part, downstairs. A part of the group downstairs, the complacent part, he was trying sturdily to carry on. Lois and his sister were hard to impress. Their bright indifference outshone his drab and manufactured ease. A certain sublime comfort lay beneath Dewar's manifest disapproval of their gaiety. It said, "Time is with me. Wait until you are women, as I am a man. My way wins." Lois placed Miss Tibbets before him with a ceremonial air. "Fay is my very best friend, so you two must be friends, too, for my sake. Kiss." He obeyed joyously. He liked the spirit of this. He felt its unregeneracy. Already, though he knew it not, he was arrayed against the informing tide of this life about him. And when he was near a girl whom he liked, much of David's inhibitions melted away. Dewar made his advance. He needed an ally against the flippancy of these girls about whom he would have said, "They know nothing about life. They know nothing about business." "Well, how go things?" he swaggered, throwing up his head with a nonchalance that was belied by the keen worry of his eyes. "Satisfied with McGill?" David retreated. "Sure." He avoided an answer. Dewar knew that in such gatherings as now downstairs, men must talk politics and business, while the mentally segregated ladies discussed servants and dress. Dewar had the passion of conforming. Life to him was an exclusive club to which he yearned to belong. Service was a means toward being voted in. He had all the fervor of a medieval page grasping for spurs. But David was miserable in this intruding sense of fitness. He liked the anarchy of Lois more. He was curious about this girl whom Lois loved. He had nothing to say to Dewar. So the four joined a circle from which Dewar spiritually retired. David did not know how to skate. Lois and Fay already lived the delight of teaching him. The rink would be open soon. They argued the kind of skates he should buy. "And if you fall," said Lois forbiddingly. "Oh, he will fall. Beginners always do. Well, never you mind. We'll pick you up. Won't we, Fay? We'll take care of you." She seemed almost tender. Then her hard giggle. "No one shall laugh at you either," Fay declared. "No one except us," said Lois. The thought came to David that he would have preferred her saying, "No one except me." But it was plain these two hunted together. David found it hard to understand their likeness. "Children, children, come now, we're going." The voice of Mrs. Tibbets strode through the house. Dewar was the quickest to respond. David and Lois were alone. The brief, packed hour had stirred the early world of David, had made it glow again. Their spirits had been high together. Now, somehow, they sat in gloom. They realized that in their lightness there had been combat. Looking at each other, they felt the burden of those below advancing heavily upon them. "Why do you love Fay so much?" "Because she's a dear." Lois was not on the defensive because of Fay. She had more intelligence than her answer. She deemed the question worthy of no better. She sought the solace of a different subject. David kept silent and looked at Lois and thought of Fay. He saw Fay quite clearly. Fay was dark, regular of feature, beautiful even. Her face was hard. It had none of the free loveliness of 16 years. It roused in David passion more nearly than affection, the need to dominate rather than to help. David saw her straight mouth, her veiled eyes, the squareness of her forehead. He tried to remember that she had laughed and joked with Lois, was delightful, snubbing her solemn brother. Her lively brightness seemed strange to her immobile face. Besides, Lois is her chum, and look at Lois. He argued with himself, and he looked. He knew that her tenderness was like an early yellow violet. He set aside his first forbidding instinct about Fay. He forgot it altogether. In contemplation of each other, these two were like two worlds, each with its atmosphere and its teeming life and its fires, each with its intense exclusive consciousness thrust suddenly close out of the silences of space. They felt the indefeasible past that summed their difference, its involute progression of separate thought and deed reaching from the mist of their beginnings. They were separate. Nothing was between them, yet they were being drawn together. When Lois came down to breakfast, David was gone. There was just time to kiss her father as he trudged back into the dining room, hatted and overcoated, smoking hard at the day's first cigar. Mr. Dean's true genius for system was at work even at 8:30. When he reached his train at 50th Street, his cigar was done. It was a smaller cigar than he smoked later in the day. Well, goodbye. He stood in the doorway. Lois jumped from her chair and threw her arms about his neck and kissed him. She loved her father. It was somewhat a maternal love. She knew that he was rather the defensive and serviceable member of the household. One day she visited her father at his offices downtown. She walked a bit fastidiously through the murky sales department on the ground floor, where the bright yellow oak and the beveled glass and the shadows under long tables depressed her. She saw men moving about in shirt-sleeves, grimy boys that ambled in and out of doors, whose jaws seemed busier with gum than their slack minds with business. They led her to a spiral iron stair through whose slatted steps she could see the bowed heads below of men at desks and women bent over papers. It had appeared to her first that this was a hostile world. She was frightened to have come upon it. On the narrow steps she gave way to a girl, not much older than herself in years, but very old, as if she lived in a harder world than Lois, a world that wore one more away, that sapped the flower of cheeks and the laughter of eyes and parched the bloom of a girl's hair. She noticed all this, stepping aside so that the girl might pass. She moved, apologetic, fearful, strangely ashamed. She saw the hard paper cylinders serving this girl as sleeves. In the lifeless golden hair she saw that a pencil was stuck. She felt guilt, but Lois had no power to plumb her impulse. It went. She was in her father's private office, and a new pride swiftly scurried away the mist of that strange encounter. Here she felt it at once. Here her father was master, a new light by which to see him. At home her mother ruled him. Muriel flouted him when he obtruded upon the most idle of her ways. He seemed glad as of a privilege to hold Lois on his knees after Sunday breakfast and spoil her with promises of trinkets, bribing her for kisses and smiles. Also at home he was weary, a depleted man. He had little ways of confessing his weakness, and although Lois was not so analytic as to gauge them consciously, their accumulation brought its impress to her mind. He lost his temper. He bore treading on, was silent, then suddenly lost his temper. He cried aloud about his power, that his will was final. He was the head of the household. Not Muriel, not Muriel, he. Lois felt a whisper against these over-protestations. Here was a party to which a not too well-established youth had invited Muriel. The youth was calling for her in a carriage himself had hired. "You aren't going in that carriage," said Mr. Dean. Muriel was struck silent. She retreated before the sudden quiet of his authority. Slowly gathering herself, she matched him. "And why not, please?" Her voice was compressed in her throat. "Why not?" her father burst forth. "Because I don't want you to. I don't allow any young whipper-snapper who wants to take my daughter in a hired carriage. We have a carriage of our own, haven't we? Isn't it good enough? Send your young man a message to countermand his rig, and you may go." Muriel stood there, swaying a bit, lowering on him. "I'll do no such thing. Make him think I'm a child who can't go out in any carriage but my papa's. The whole thing is too silly." "Very well, then stay at home." Muriel broke into tears. "I won't," she cried. "I'll go. I never heard of such a thing. It's stupid. What have you got all of a sudden against Alfred? Why should you ask me to insult him so if he prefers to order his own cab?" She stood there and wept and moved not at all, save for the stamping of her feet. Her father paced the room, far less contained. "I have said what I meant." Stopping short, he joined the issue. "And you will obey, so long as you are in my house. I am to be obeyed. Do you hear? You ain't married yet." He left the room. Muriel went to the dance in her father's carriage, but Lois knew how clearly, in the light of the ensuing days, the victory was with her sister. Muriel kept aloof, frigid. She waged a perpetual guerrilla on her father. Soon he began to bribe and to cajole for a return to favour. He bought her an armlet she had several months ago expressed the wish for. He had said it was too expensive. Out of the question. He took her to theatre with a strained gusto of goodwill, and to supper after. He spoke to her with a nervous smile that exclaimed his suppliance, and Muriel accepted all, gave nothing. She swore his armlet, and in no way acknowledged the life and feeling of the harried man who waited for thanks as for a reprieve. On his return each evening to his house, she managed some little way to hold him frozen in discomfort. On the occasion of another dance, he said, "Muriel, my dear, I just wanted to know, are you using the carriage tonight, or is your escort taking care of that? I just wanted to know, you see, because if so, I might use Henry myself. There's a conference. I've made no other arrangements." "Oh, well, that is all right, my dear. I can get a cab. I just wanted to know, you see." Having completely and ignominiously surrendered, he beamed at his daughter. Muriel smiled back. Here Lois was ensconced in a deep armchair of bronze leather. She was examining her little feet that lay in a rich Turkish rug. A knock at the door. "Come in," said her father without looking up. A young man, the symbol of subservience, stepped in. He placed a group of papers before Mr. Dean, who did not look at him. He stepped back, threw up his head, and waited. Mr. Dean raced through the papers. He marked annotations. He grunted. "You'll have to see Mr. McGill about this." The young man agilely stepped forward to ascertain which paper it was, and agilely subsided. "All right. Let Mr. Martin attend to the tax." He returned the papers to the young man for the first time, saw him. "Here," he smiled. "Why don't you two greet each other?" Dewar Tibbets moved jerkily forward and took his cousin's hand, but the bondage of the room's authority was strong on him. He seemed weighed down by this sense of special dispensation. Social talk was impossible in the august presence. He was soon gone. Another 5 minutes of chat, another knock. This time a girl appeared with papers. The same subdued alertness, the same gingerly respect. Mr. Dean pressed a button. A boy bobbed in. "Take Miss Dean to her carriage." The boy fell back as if to flatten himself into the wall. While she passed him, her father got up. "Well, my dear, I'm afraid I am too busy now." In the splendid, easy manner he dismissed her. This transfiguration of her father into a man of power was a sharp new knowledge, but in the more persuasive colour of her home its lines grew faint. It soon withdrew into the limbo of things remote, scarce real, hence scarce remembered. It had little application to her world uptown. In consequence, it had no effect. Lois left school in time for lunch. It was to be her last year at school. The lunches would go on. Seated at the wide round table with Muriel and her mother, she instinctively inquired into her own future freedom, and in this mood studied them. She studied their dress. She studied their activities. She absorbed their judgments and their pleasures. She was 16. A spirit of gaiety and candour danced in her heart, but she had no knowledge to build a mansion for it, to train and cherish it, to give it weapons wherewith to confront the world. It was dancing, this unblemished spirit, dancing itself to death, for it was daughter of the sun, and it breathed no fresh air. It had been born careless and frail, and all about it walls of convention. It was starved and forced to feed upon itself. "I promised to go and have tea with poor Mrs. Dent." "Since when," asked Muriel, "is Mrs. Dent poor?" "Don't you remember? She has just lost her husband." "Oh, yes." Muriel remembers. Her mother goes on. "Do you think, dear, you can drop me there on your way to the Selbys?" "I don't really see how I'll have time, mamma. I must take a rest after lunch. I promised to call for Aline King." "Can't Aline get there without you?" "I promised her, mamma." "Mrs. Dean will take the streetcar. She does not like to squander money on cabs." "You haven't forgotten that you are going shopping with me tomorrow morning. You promised me." "I saw just the loveliest hat just to-day, mamma, at Bertrand's. I am having it sent home to you. I'm sure it will suit you. Then we needn't go shopping. I must write to Clarice sometime. I thought I'd sleep late tomorrow and write before lunch. She is getting a divorce, you know." Lois knew already the inwardness of marriage. There was much talk of this at the luncheon table. She had the right contempt for the girls who married unmoneyed men for love, for the men who risked their future, their finances, in alliance with unmoneyed girls, and for the novels she read where love was extolled and the sentimental match defended. These books were, well, for reading. Novels and stories were indulgences like red and emerald peppermints after dessert. They lied. And Lois knew already the inwardness of friendship. Muriel and her mother had friends. They kissed them and flattered them and entertained them. At the luncheon table they discussed them. No one but was a tissue of deceptions, of selfishness, of deceit. Their morals were largely obstacles they were forever dodging. They flirted with fops or fools. They angled for goldfish. They were miserable at home. One was none too anxious to have children. One was none too faithful to her husband. All of them were none too good at all. End of chapter 4, part 2. Section 6 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 3. Immediately after lunch, Florence was to call for Muriel and take her for a walk. Florence was violently trying to win the King boy, whose father had nearly $1 million, but it was hopeless because Mabel, mutual friend, had told Muriel all about it, and she was secretly engaged to Clifford King. Oh, Aline wouldn't know. Clifford was bored by Aline. Muriel and Mabel had had a good laugh over Florence. Poor child, such antics. She really loves him, you know. Muriel smiles complacently. This is an interesting, if somewhat superfluous, detail in her wish to wed him. Mrs. Dean nods, mildly concerned. Later, hello, Florence, dearest. I was so afraid you'd be late. Indeed, Lois knew already the inwardness of life. Life was, in the patriarchal term, a business proposition. Out of the arcana of the past, her intellect could summon the picture of a free land peopled by striving men and women. This land was America. Its freedom meant the opportunity of all to get along, to become rich. Men achieved this in business, women in marriage. The sublime distinction of America was that no castes interfered with business and no classes with marriage. Sharply there emerged from this hallowed field one man and one woman. The man was her father. He had grown rich by being quick and clever. The woman was her mother. She had grown rich by being sensible, by seizing her chance. Romance in their lives was a hidden function, if it existed at all. It was bound up with the mysteries of birth and sex. These things took care of themselves. The important thing for Lois, since she was a woman, lay in the need of being sensible. Lois knew what this meant. She knew as well the proportional insignificance of her own girlish impulses. Lois loved to play, loved to be loyal to a friend, would have loved to love a man. But these were part of her childhood, and childhood was a special state. Its need were indulgences one must outgrow. Childhood was of the same dim category as art and stories. It wasn't true. It was make-believe. It lied. Muriel had already cast it aside like her short dresses. Lois was aware she was carrying it a bit too far and too long. She was 16, and in ankle skirts, and her braids were already gathered on her head. She deemed herself brave and a trifle foolish to be so frolicsome at 16. She was unswervingly confident of knowing how to change at the needed moment. Meanwhile, she felt herself slightly inferior in the things that held her and in the moods she loved. The rule of life was to harden the present into a mold for the future, yet Lois could not resist pouring herself still into immediate and short-lived moments, giving herself to emotions that must have no future. The gay spirit still danced fast, inexorably from without. The things she learned bore inward, seeped downward, stifled the things she had merely always felt. Her acquired consciousness was a slow, acid mist that would eat away the stir and laughter of her birth. The gay spirit danced fast, though it was dancing to death. All this was Lois, all this was drawing, with her and in her, near to David. With David, the stalwart muteness of the years that enclosed him with his mother, the sting and the song of his father, the drowsy stir of the town not yet awakened to its death in the crash of the industrial age. Two little teeming worlds spying each other, craving each other across the nothing. David and Thomas Renard had agreed on an evening by letter. They were going to dine together and then to theater. Tom waited in the lights of a Broadway chop house. He would not know the man he met. This he knew. He stood quite still and gauged the crowds. The heavy strokes of their passing fell against his measured life. They separated him as he stood there from the thoughts and fruits of his growing. Tom stood graceful and free as few men do. His weight was equal on both feet. His arms were unpropped. His back curved subtly in rhythm with his head. Only in the faint peer of his eyes was there defect. Tom was nearsighted. He did not admit this. He wore no glasses, despite the advice of doctors. His best friends had no inkling that when he recognized them distant on the street, it was not by sight of their features, but by knowledge of the accents of their walk. The crowds flayed him with dull black strokes, and Tom was separate from his first months in the city. He twined this with thoughts of David. It was different, of course. David must have found a ready welcome in the house of his uncle. Tom knew of Anthony Dean. His name was that of a big-hearted, well-liked merchant. Tom had come with no reception, no one to remake and to keep him. He thought of a stone fallen in a wind-shattered sea, how it sank with no slightest added tremor of wave and no sign from the swinging heavens. He knew what the city had done upon him. The terracing steel had riveted his eyes and writhed him. The clamour of this world had soon enticed him from the call of his old thoughts. Old dreams were outrun by the fairy of the city. He stood naked there and emptied among millions. Cornelia was distant with her cold hand in his, but he was more alive than he had been. He knew this because his nudity was not stark. He was encased in a great trembling. It was cold with a great hunger for warmth. A fire of will stirred in him, darted from him out, and became vision among the millions. He had seen. He saw that these millions also were naked and forlorn from themselves. No one was at home in the city. No one was himself in the city. Tom had found himself smiling, known himself strong. He was naked no longer. He was clothed in the knowledge of the nakedness of others. At once he had looked at his hands and found money. He prospered. But Tom knew that this light from within himself, which played about among the darkness of men and brought him the strength of knowledge, could not go forth from him and stay in him as well. When it was away outside doing his work, success, he was unlit himself. Would he find David still shivering in his new nakedness? Tom remembered the distinction between them. No, he said aloud, he'll be thinking there's darkness and confusion all about in the blinding blare of his own light, and blaming it all on himself. He winced, suddenly finding it cold. The dark pupils of his eyes distended, the mouth drew downward over the lower lip, the skin was taut on his cheekbones. Then a recovering spark in his eyes illumined their warm particles of bistre. The defiant smile of his mouth pointed upward. The lamps of the restaurant façade fell over Tom and bathed him. He had the sudden pain of feeling himself a black spot in warm blaze. He moved aside to shadow. He stepped out and grasped David's hand. A coachman stood at the corner beside his horse. Idly he flapped his arms, a habit caught from the cold winters against the musty broadcloth of his coat. He saw the two young men in the light. Their profiles were sharp. An eager, alert young man and a drowsy one, passive before him. A clear laugh and a muffled laugh that followed always. The coachman turned to his horse. "Well, young feller, have some oats." He prodded his soft nose. The other two were gone. 3 houses stood far separate in the city. The house of the Deans, where the old world of David dissolved into a frantic chaos. The house of the company in whose gathered fires his new world formed from the running welter. The house on whose top floor lived Thomas Renard. These houses threw a vivid stirring like the glow of lamps. The spheres of their activity converged. As they burned and moved, A myriad other burnings rose and met them, intermingled and transfused them. A single light drenching the city, it fell like an eye upon these two talking. It fell with the same singleness upon each spot where men and women were, where men and women loved. From each spot came a glow. From the myriad glows rose back again the transfusing fire, deeper than consciousness, more real than the separate lives which fueled it, as the glow of coal is deeper and more real than the black coal itself. But through the brightness was a vibrancy, and where David and Tom sat, had they been wise enough to follow its receding lines, their vision must have reached back to the three houses. From other spots the grain of the light traced back to other sources, from these sources forth again to farther ones, to a white cottage in the eastern village, to the leaning plains of Ohio, thence again away to beneath the hearts of two dead women stirring there, quiet, still, once more outward, perhaps to find each other behind the sun, close there, and here at the chop-house table seeking to be close. David and Tom together were not on Broadway, but at Cornelia's studio. The studio had swung to place under their feet. Broadway lurched on the footing of others. Cornelia had not mentioned again her wish to meet Tom's new friend. It was not necessary. The relation between them was too intimate for that. Tom knew when she was thinking of this. Cornelia knew when Tom had understood her. "Well, how was the dinner, brother? Are you busy next Sunday afternoon?" "No. I told Markand you were anxious to meet him. He is in a state of perturbation. I hope won't interfere with his royal job of clerking." "Oh, I'm glad. But how was the dinner?" "You are the first artist he will have met. I've told him about us. Cornelia, you must wear something brighter than that Russian thing, will you? The sandals will do, stockings under them, however. A little more air in the meshes of your hair." "Yes. Why not that green silk blouse with the orange smocking? I want him to see you're an artist in some outward visible sign." "And the work?" Cornelia looked at her clays. "I'm afraid he is not quite up to these." "Oh, nonsense, Tom." His sister turned on her couch, her favorite seat. She tucked a foot beneath her and laughed. "To hear you talk, one would think the boy was dull, or that my art was inscrutably profound." "He's not dull. I was amazed last night." "At last, the dinner?" "I was amazed at the bright muddle he's in. I tell you, he's inquiring and inquiring. It's glorious. He told me the Spanish-Cuban question was not a mere matter of relief for the reconcentrados. There's something else beside principle, he announced. Whereupon, I'm sure you added, the same's true of the Monroe Doctrine. If I had, it would have shocked him. I did not. His new searching eye has not yet reached that sacrosanct past. I was in no mood to startle him, Cornelia. I felt different. I like David Markand. I respect him. What if he has the usual illusions? In his soul they are no longer the smug, knock-kneed lies I hate. They become true, at least beautiful. My facts seem shoddy and ugly, and lying in the warm glow of his faith. They were silent both. Tom did not often speak so tenderly. "Wait and see," he concluded. "I see already," said his sister. So David came. He was to leave at once after the Sunday dinner, push his way through the depleted Sabbath city. He was to ring the bell on the brass plate marked Renard, come up 3 dusty stairs and find them waiting through the door that made 2 worlds of the black hall and the bright room. "I'm so glad to see you." Cornelia had him at once in hand. He looked very tall beside her sharp slightness. She took his hat and his coat. "Do sit down." David was anxious to look everywhere about him, to touch all these mysteries with the warmth of his eyes, so that they might be cold and strange no longer. He did not quite dare. He kept looking near Cornelia, then with still greater ease toward Tom. In this his sensitivity was clear. A glance was an intimate gesture, a visit to David. He could not comfortably look at what he did not already comfortably know. "Tom has told me not half enough about you, just enough," she smiled, "to make me know it was not half enough." Tom apprehensively tested his new friend. His gladness at seeing David understand Cornelia released his worry into laughter. "Oh," said David, "it is just the same in my case with what Mr. Renard has said about you." He looked at the little cast between the windows and blushed. He folded his hands and looked at them. Tom remained silent. There was no need of talking, and although he talked much, it was deeply true that Tom talked only when he had need of talking. He was comfortable now. He lit a cigarette and lay prone, propped by his arms, on the window seat. He let the conversation of the two go over him and smoked. "You know," Cornelia said, "we are not New Yorkers either." David met her eyes. "Your brother told me about how you ran away." Cornelia was silent. What could she say to swell the room's slow freedom? "My case," David went on, "I am so different. I always lived with my mother, and then she died, and then my uncle took me really in charge. That is why I came. I have never done anything because I wanted to, really, that I can remember, except perhaps work in the bicycle shop. Mother wanted me to stay longer at school, but—" He looked at his hands again and stopped, then met Cornelia squarely with a smile. "The truth is, Mother said to me, 'Do as you please, son.' And I was bored by school. My best friend, J. Leamy, he worked at Mr. Devitt's also." "You never told me that," said Tom. "He didn't stay my best friend. I guess that's why. I guess I was a better friend than he." "What makes you say that?" asked Cornelia. "Well, it was natural. He was 10 years older than I. He got married. He got a better job at the arms factory just outside town. We didn't see each other so much after that. He sort of lost interest." Cornelia laughed. "I think that's a little hard." She did not want this word. She was sure hard was an ultimate wrong word for David Markand. She was vague in her misgiving. Probably his wife and he had children. Well, they must have left him far less time. "It is not a question of time." "Is friendship?" David asked. "Well, left him far less." Why did Cornelia find this difficult? Less emotion, perhaps. "I can understand that, with a wife and children." "It would not have made any difference with me," said David simply. Tom was leaning over. "Perhaps you don't know what it means to have a wife and children." "I know what it ought to mean to have a friend." "Are you sure?" said Tom. After we had shared so many thoughts, "Don't you see? You must be capable of deep friendship," Cornelia thought aloud. Tom was somehow crossed by her remark. He lagged back once more, brooding. The talk was easy now between the other two, so easy that even silence did not disquiet them. Tom seemed far away. Out of a silence, David asked, "Is that sort of friendship rare?" Cornelia, not knowing, did not answer. "If it is rare," said Tom, "there must be something wrong with it." "What do you mean?" "The good things in the world are common. Sunlight, moonlight." "Mother and I were that sort of friends," said David. "I hope Tom and I are also," laughed Cornelia. David looked at her close. She was a woman who made beautiful things. That was her life. It seemed to David she was not so very different from many women he had known who were nothing but mothers. She was not pretty. It never occurred to David that she could be less than beautiful, so he accepted her. A vague questioning flew through his mind like a scarf of cloud. Were things in the world that had different names so different after all? Artists and mothers, friends and mothers, sunlight and mothers. The questioning faded. It was good in this room. Cornelia felt the trace of his mood on her flesh, found a warm pleasure in talk with this earnest boy whose mind could touch truth without the stiff proddings of the clever. It seemed to Cornelia that David was steadfastly strong like a tree. Tom jumped out of his smoky silence and brewed coffee. They threw cushions on the floor. They laughed a bit at David's awkwardness at squatting. These shadows in the room were good. Tom came forward now. The ease of his reverie and of his listening had distilled some new disquiet. He needed to get at David. He would have said, "How little this boy knows himself. What passion lies behind this dream of friendship? What will the world do when he goes asking impossible treasures?" The thought gave him worry. He would have said, "The city will not make him. Thanks for that. But break him perhaps." The fear made him urgent. David must be flexible with his terrible strength. His spoken words were, "I am reminded of a story." There was a man. Tom did not know what he was going to say. His head swam. He was suddenly tired and full of power. He wanted not sleep but dream. Who loved his friend? This man loved his friend, and a woman came into his life whom he loved also. He asked for her in marriage. She gave her promise. So he went to his friend and told him. And the friend cried, "Do not wed her. Remain with me." And the man said, "I love this woman, but you are my friend. I remained with you." He dismissed the woman whom he loved. Now thereafter all was sorrow in the home of the man and his friend. One night, as the man slept, an angel came to him. The angel said, "Thou who art so loyal to thy friend, name a wish, and it is granted." The man, half unknown to himself, cried out, "Make a miracle. Make one my friend and my lover. Then I may be loyal and yet be happy." The angel smiled. "So it is already." The angel disappeared. Tom paused. A sudden discomfort came upon his face. He pushed back to his tail as to haven. At once the man awoke. He found himself in his bed. He remembered the angel's visitation. He believed it. He ran to the sleeping chamber of his friend, expecting to behold a miracle. It was his friend, his unchanged friend, who slept there. The man cursed and smote his breast. Then a great light came to him. He understood. He returned, both loyal and happy. David sat there. This Cornelia understood. Tom was on one of his moody jaunts and away. She had sat there watching as a girl on a fence might watch a horseman gallop past in dust and hoof thud. She recoiled as he swung in too near. Tom laughed. "Come, you need some more coffee." To David, "You are half asleep. I can't get along without coffee. Can you? The world is so much a dream. One's sense of fitness makes one go to sleep beholding it. I find I can do endless work with endless cups of coffee. I wonder who invented coffee. A shame, isn't it, that the true benefactors of the human race are nameless? The gods tied Prometheus to a rock and set a vulture on him for giving us fire. The other saviors of life they have made nameless." He skipped nimbly from parable to fun, from apostrophe to laughter. David found himself loving the mere exercise of following his new friend. It was like a cross-country run with an agile pathman. Over brook and rock he tried to leap with him. No time to look and to consider. The way was nothing, the leaping everything. The story was forgotten. It was shivered away in the pelt of Tom's succeeding words. Cornelia was silent. She was pensive. She had stopped listening to Tom. When he went galloping like this, he was running away from something deep in himself. She knew he would take this thing within him. He needed to escape and toss it far and rush after it. Let him rush. There was David laughing. Tom no longer needed to smoke cigarettes. David was glowing near his fingertips. Coffee was gone. Night had come up from the street like incense of incantation. It curled its way into the room. It subdued the flame of the room to a warm ash. Tom lighted a lamp. No one spoke. A golden ray filtered about the table. It left them in shadows. David got up to leave. "I was so happy to be here," he said. Cornelia clasped his hand deeply in her own. It was warm. She found it hard to speak. "Boy," her heart sang to him. She managed to say, "You must come soon again," and again and again. Her heart had the last word. Tom took David down through the dark halls where gas jets shivered like imprisoned birds. He was not happy with this last silence of Cornelia. It was as if she had said, "Why do you bring a guest here and then insult him and not let him even know that this is what you have done?" His eyes were hot. The hand that took David's was cold. "Goodbye," he said. "I hope we are going to be friends." "Oh, yes," exclaimed David. David walked under swaying houses. They were aburst with broken flame. He walked among scattered men and women, driven with unbelieving will and eyes unseeing toward these fires, toward fires that meant love to them and warmth. It was the evening before work, the breach in the dull circle of toil. Hearts were released. Blood surged in vain encouragement through the habit-hardened lives of the workers. Men and women were floods of longing torrenting the streets. David walked under the spread wings of his own sweet mood. Life was full of the play of voices and of bodies, full of adventure. Life was the mystery of finding. No one else was at home that evening. Anne brought early tea to Lois and to David. "It is our house tonight." Lois was playful. A strange exhilaration still sang and worked in him. He looked at the girl who had shared those sweltering nights. He looked at Lois, flattering his new ease. It all seemed right to David. It was right that Anne had been there to take. He smiled on her masterfully. The girl was fearful lest the young miss understood, but we can bring to our minds through intuition only such thoughts our minds have words for. The remote amour was an unthought of, an impossible thing to Lois. Anne's own senses feeling this as they groped forward again came to rest. She waited on them with a sweet dignity. It was so plain she was a woman. A woman was a creature whose life was nourished by herself, a creature free of the world. David felt this as they sat munching at table. It was the quiet serving girl who made him think of woman. With her blood she nurtured, in her womb, at her breast, with her hands, forever her own mute spirit giving men food. Woman was the true master of life, the sourceless God. David looked at Lois. A faint chill went through him. It seemed to him that Lois was not quite woman. She was less herself than this waiting servant. He felt her need of sustenance, her lack in this of godhood. Anne helped her to cake. There she was cutting the cake simply, sublimely. Lois was above the table like a flower. He thought of the strength of Anne's abandon, of the wise strength of her withdrawal, wisdom and strength for him. Cornelia came also. She, too, was more woman. Already there was lodged the seed of dissolution in his heart for Lois, before the climax of his caring. Upstairs he went far toward it. Lois' arm was about him. The air of her body stabbed his blood. He forgot his comparisons. He was quite sure he loved Lois. They sat so close together, and often she placed her cheek against his lips. He saw the fine tautness of her body hiding beneath the flimsy frock it wore. He desired her body. He desired to break its tautness. "Is it wrong, Lois, dear, to love one's cousin? Because I love you very much. It is extremely proper." A fire had been fanned in him that afternoon. Fanned by Cornelia, it burned for Lois. He viced her shoulders in his hands and looked at her as one stiffens before a leap. His hand slipped upward to her head. The thrill of her skin and her flesh flowed through his hands like blood. He held her face. He wanted to tell her how he loved her. His own face came nearer. It was like a death and a birth, a frenzy of change. She thrust her head downward. His mouth sank in the mesh of her hair behind her ear. He was panting. "Why don't you let me kiss you, as I must?" Lois withdrew her body. Her mood was not changed. "Don't be silly, David. I can't let you kiss me that way." He was silent. He did not gainsay her. He wanted to hide his face. Something started up in his breast and beat against his breathing, hurt him. Not the denial of the kiss. It was the sudden pierce of her insensitiveness. She had not cared to understand how he cared for her, and when he had longed for her mouth, her mood had not changed. If only it had. If only she had been moved, though it was in denial. He had at times believed he saw her little body stir with passion when he was near her, but so faintly, so containedly, never a doubt of her control. Something she tasted in exquisite moderation and enjoyed. In her denial she was cool. It was as if her hunger for a closer kiss were a question answered in her catechism, one she knew all about, one she had learned the answer of by rote. There she was, smiling, chatting. She had already forgotten. He looked away and heard the mutterings of his pain, that she could be smiling, chatting. With dull head, David went to his work. He loved Lois and rebelled against his love. She gave him no ground on which to hate her. Always his love was watching for a pause in which to whisper, "See, you do her injustice. She is not hard and flippant. She is young and unknowing. She does not feel a deeper love. How much sun can a bud hold in its tight petals?" She was not different. She sought him out. She allowed him no escape. One day she said, "Why don't you kiss me any more?" David took her hand and kissed that, tenderly, hopelessly. Lois laughed. She thought he was teasing her. She fell in with his little game. Work was already a tune David knew by heart, fortunately, since his head was dull. The year approached its scintillant climax, and David's head was dull and his heart was heavy. One bitter cold day he stepped out for his lunch. When he could, he lunched alone. It was a problem of avoiding dour Tibbets, whom he emphatically did not like, but who went on blandly liking David. It surprised David how little his own attitude and his inner mood affected his relations with that blossoming gentleman of affairs. It was almost as if in the reality of their business and family connections, so slight a thing as personal taste must fade away did not count. He had often lunched with other boys in the office, the sort who Dewar said were not their sort. He liked them, until he began in this very approach to have discomfort in their friendship. Since the bursting of his wound with Lois, he sought to be alone. He was equally surprised by the sensitive response of these others. They felt his aloofness in the office. They honored it. They were different indeed from Dewar. He walked toward the cluttered foot-pen where the waitresses sweated visibly at the armpits. Here lunch cost him only 20 cents. The place was at least clean and the food good. The eggs, for instance, and the butter, details that meant much for David. He sat huddled at a long porcelain board. From whirling waitresses in white, the dishes fell with clamorous approximation near his place. In the rear was an endless catatonic beat of crockery and voices. The whole place roared like the shatter of a mighty loom that wove the calls of women into the brittle shower of china, the glint of knives into the shuffle of feet. David sat and took his food and held his big arms tight to his body. The fresh air as he left gave him the accumulated picture. This day he heard a clear voice at his side speak his name in the cold street. He turned. There was Miss Lord. Caroline Lord held a higher place in Dean and Company than any other woman. These were days before the spread of advertising agents. Miss Lord was in charge of the correspondence department. She had a little office of her own and a male assistant and a stenographer. She was known as a remarkable woman. "How do you do, Mr. Markand?" She had evidently overtaken David, and now they were walking together. He saw her casually in and out of the long, packed room where David fumbled figures and papers. She was a remote business detail of this still strange world. One day Tibbets dragged him into her little office and introduced him. He remembered the way she sat on her desk and chatted cannily and bit at a pencil. The smile of her white teeth was beyond the reach of David's comfort. He was glad to get away. Here she was being affable again. "I presume you were going to lunch, Mr. Markand?" He noticed that she kept step with him. She was a big and capable woman. Yes," he admitted. "Do you like your work? Perhaps you are tired at night. Am I right?" "Oh, never worry about that. When you get more used to it, it will take less out of you." They had passed his eating place. What should he do? He began cursing himself. It was so wide in him that he did not want to invite her to lunch. In her, that this was precisely what she expected. He was a reed before her silent pressure. There she was talking as if they had an hour to be together. "We were up on the Palisades last Sunday. You must really have some of your friends take you." David fumbled in his pocket. His fare downtown that morning had broken his last dollar. He had a way of not keeping much of his money with him. It seemed a risky thing to do in a wild city. His pocket held 95 cents. Lunch for two at a decent restaurant was a catastrophe that simply could not be. She was trudging along, suddenly pushing him toward Broadway. The lunch places of the rich were near. "Doubtless you have a lunch engagement." "No, but—" He stopped. She stopped. He blushed, and she smiled. "No? Well, then, we might have a bite together." Why could he never lie? How he despised himself. I can't, Miss Lord. I've only 95 cents. He felt naked before her. A lady should blush and go away when one stood naked before her. There was Miss Lord laughing, swinging her weight back joyously on one heel, the better to observe him. "Oh, isn't it always a joke when we find ourselves short? I understand so well. Won't you be my guest, Mr. Markand?" She tilted her head back. David noticed how small her bonnet was above the mass of her hair. "You know," she went on, "it was really my invitation after all." "Oh, Her light mood was an added weight. She was quick to understand and to redispose her forces. "Then you must permit me to lend you $5. There now. I'll be offended if you don't." She dug in her bag and held out a bill. "Why should you discriminate against a fellow?" David paused long enough to try to see with what he thought her generous eyes the foolish panic he was in. He gathered himself. They both laughed. He took the bill. "It is good of you," he said. "And of you," she answered. She was silent and meek while the waiter took the order. He was gone. She began. She talked methodically. She chose her specific subject and cribbed him in it. It was plain that Caroline Lord detested vagueness and abhorred disorder. No wide fields to roam and to be lost in. Miss Lord was managing this lunch. Before long she bored him. In the emptiness of this he could retreat a bit and see her. She was a handsome woman. Her age was beyond David's knowing. He would have called her new rather than young. She was well kept. I saw a play last night, and I'm sure would have interested you, The Blue Daisy. Have you seen it? He said no. Do you go to the theatre much? He said no again. Miss Lord followed her plan. She had a catalogue of non-essential subjects, art, politics, life, the sort to be served at amicable luncheons. She had already done books. Why, it's the story of two brothers. Let me see. What is their name? Desplings, Gaston, and Rouault Desplings. There's the eldest, who has a beautiful estate in Normandy. The young one is sort of a poet, a dreamer, wanders about, mostly with his brother's wife, while David knew he was going to hear the entire story. She was a handsome woman. There were no curves in her face. Her chin was square and her mouth was straight. The poise of her forehead was straight and the look of her eyes was square. Well, you can imagine what happened then, but it didn't. The idea was there. That is bad enough. The husband was quite right, I think. Miss Lord was a pattern of symmetry, a study in balance and rule. Her body was not angular. She sat very straight in her chair. Then the curtain falls. She was tall, and sitting she topped David. The way it was acted had a good deal to do. She came forward a little. Her hands were half shut and flanked her head. Her arms were two columns propping some splendid official building. Of course, she was saying, that sort of thing seems to be common in France. They're a decadent race, clever, though. Yes, her body was indeed not angular like her face. Her arms were ample. David could see the suggestion of flesh bursting the plain white sleeves. Her bosom was voluptuously full. Were these not feminine curves, these suave, rounded masses? He felt the solidity of Miss Lord more, somehow, than her sex. Sex is an aura, not a form. Women understand this best, but a certain lack puzzled David. It was strange for him to sit so close to this lovely woman and not feel her lovely, to see her flawless and be unwarmed. Oh, the Irishman pointed. She's an Irish bull. He should have laughed at this joke. He was full of the pain of Lois. Suddenly he was thinking of Lois. And what do you say? It was the first question she had asked him in many minutes. To Tammany's victory, after 3 years of splendid reconstruction. It was part of Miss Lord's program to discuss politics. Miss Lord was no crank on women's rights, as she put it. That was too serious a view of the thing. Above all, or under all, she wanted you to know that she was a woman. She wanted you to treat her as a woman, but a strong, wise woman, one who could, unblushing, talk of adultery in a French play or the degradation of a Tammany campaign. Why, David answered, I don't know. I can't understand. If all these things were true about Tammany Hall, there must be something else behind it all, some reason why Van Wyck was elected. Miss Lord smiled. This was his opinion. Of fledglings she could take with indulgence. She wanted no more of it. Now she could deliver her own. She started. David was thinking of Lois, little lovely Lois. Why must his mind fill so compellingly with Lois when he lunched with Miss Lord? The thing is, you see, the people do not think. Catchwords and Sunday picnics win them over. Really popular government. This woman, that girl, could two creatures be more different? Why then the idea of a comparison? Did they have something? Did they lack something in common? So far, at least, a failure. Their ideas were one. Here was Miss Lord trying to conceal the impression that she earned her living, trying with might and main to be like Lois, an older, more settled, equally virginal Lois. He half closed his eyes. It did not matter. Such subtle things as eyes half closed were beyond Miss Lord, beyond Lois. He heard her voice. The city had to pay 10 cents apiece for coat hooks. A piece, when you can buy them anywhere retail for a nickel. He heard her voice. It was so unlike her stalwart, strapping body that he had not noticed it until now, when his half-shut eyes saw less. Miss Lord's voice, beside, was girlish. It, too, had that ring which, though David knew no such rule, goes with an emotionally empty life. Wise, cool Miss Lord. Did she have really more of the wine of feeling than pampered Lois? Was she more alive, after all? She was earning her living, while Lois lolled at teas and waited for her debut. Earning one's bread, David knew what that meant. In the world it meant the heights and the depths. It meant nobility. The man who earned his bread was a man. The man who did not was less than a woman. Did it really mean these things? He had earned his living since he was 15 years old. For 5 years done this, for 5 years thought nothing about it, thought nothing about the world. That was strange. He had loafed 3 weeks near an idle lake, and a world was born, was earning one's bread, perhaps a trick of the hand, like placing the spokes in a wheel. What had the droning hours in the shop brought to him? Did he not go out into the breathing fields and watch his mind stir to expand? Until there had been 3 weeks of this, and his mind had expanded. He liked work. Was it perhaps a trifle like a drug that one gets used to, that eases one off from the world? Here he was juggling with steamship deliveries and tinkering accounts, brainier work than welding handlebars. Life could not be this. Perhaps this wise woman who earned her living did not know life after all. At least she did not know him. She had bored him. She was boring him now. David felt he knew her somewhat. He was not boring her. It has been such fun, Mr. Markand. After all, we can't get along, can we, without fresh points of view? They mean success in business. Not plotting counts, you will find. Always the fresh point of view. Her judgments were clearer cut than his. A rubber stamp is dear. What lay in truth behind the patter of her phrases? France is corrupt but clever. People vote according to picnics and catchwords. After all, there is something clean, something big, which America stands for, that no other country can rival. Lois also had her occupation. She received no salary for it. She was apprenticed to it still. She would get her place in the world if she pursued it well. It, too, would mean money and ease and position. She, too, was going through a trick that was far from the free winds of living. Did not both these women belong to Dean and Company? He loved Lois. He said to himself he loved her. This woman he did not love, so he saw her clearly. Let him swing this clear seeing back into the dim place of his heart that hurt. It was impossible. He could not diminish Lois after all. The result of his effort was to dispose him more pleasantly toward Miss Lord. Here he was smiling at her with a new attention that a less wise woman might have been wise enough to mistrust. He came away with a gnawing sense of doubt. He was heart-sick more deeply than ever. Miss Lord and his cousin were creatures of a single world. They performed different parts of a single service. Both of them were supposed to uphold the prestige of this system that made money and spent it, to submit to its standards of deed and thought, to further its dominions. For this Miss Lord had her wages, Lois her keep. He too had been taken in for service rendered. He too would receive the means of sustaining life. David had seen a coat of arms heralding a strange device on the facade of a great commercial building. It had puzzled him. He had forgotten it. Now he recalled it and understood it. He marveled at its telling word. It had said, "Spend me and defend me." A great fright was being born in David. End of Chapter 4, Part 3. Section 7 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Tom Renard and his sister stood under a house with a high, straight stoop like a dozen alongside it. They looked up. Behind them, they're passing through Stuyvesant Square. The sky was very deep and warm on the mouldering house-tops beyond the cool clouds. These skimmed their shadows across the park's shut green. They threw small puffs of gray on the gleaming creepers of the church. They dropped to the squat red meeting house of the Friends and lightened its brick with their dark. They went westering over the bleak, dense city. "This is the number." They mounted the stoop. Each had a hand on the iron rail that rusted under crumbling paint. A piercing rumble lay in the park, jangle of horse cars, stir and laughter of children, the dry gasp of life hot over the park from 4 dense sides as over a cool well. And the square merging with these, the distances it caught on its church steeple. Hoot of rivercraft, gashes of dull speed echoing into sharpness as an elevated train passed through muffled houses. All of it funneled down the narrow eastward street that fell from the square to the river, rose above the shoulders of these two, flattened back against the reticence of brownstone walls. "Not a bad house," said Tom. "Relic of Knickerbocker glory. Some less brilliant Stuyvesant cousin may have lived in it once." He pulled a bell handle. Its call pierced and lingered in the old mansion's depths. The house stood unmoved like a ventriloquist. He turned. The sun was aflame in the eastern windows. He faced the park, slow swarms of men and women crawling and scattering like bugs. These drew away his thoughts from the house and Cornelia. She stood laughing at the ornamented vestibule, its floored crimson plaster. "Strange, isn't it?" she said. "When they tried to add beauty to their houses, they made them hideous. Why is it?" Tom's new partner, Gilbert Lomney, who was a cousin of the president of the Fidelity Bank, who was a nephew of the general manager of a great railroad system, who was among the loyal stags of Mrs. Astor's balls, who was a fellow with no moral and no professional sense. He wondered how he was going to get along with him. He brought in business well enough, but Tom had misgivings. He thought about them now. Lomney's most brilliant feature was his glasses. His best achievement was his neckties. His glasses had a way of catching the sun whenever there was any sun around. His neckties were striped and of 3 colors. Without his glasses, Lomney was dull. Without his neckties, he would be naked. His eyes were flat. His complexion was habitually gray. About his mouth were the heavy lines, the puffing pucker that denote a sluggish kinetic system. One thing to be sure, Lomney's head was long. What Tom knew to be a generous head, but he was not sure of the brows that seemed dissociate from his eyes. Well, this was his partner. That day there had been a rub in the office. Lomney came in smiling in the morning. "Renard," he said, "is there no way of getting out of this contract cheaper than by paying the indemnity? Why doesn't Murchison pay it? Good God, it's scarcely a mutual document at that." "Well, if he has to, he'll have less respect for us." Both of them knew that Murchison could afford to be fair, that Sampson could not afford to be cheated. "But it's not a question of that," said Lomney. "It's a question of how we are going to stand at 79 Broadway." "Let's have all the facts since the contract." Tom easily devised a plan. He had taken it to Lomney, who rejoiced. "Come out to lunch." "Oh, Daniel," he flourished a silver-headed cane. "No, I've an engagement." "Very well, ta-ta. I'll not be back today." Tom sulked at his lonely lunch. He did not mind the trick he had played for Lomney's client, but the unctuous pleasure of his partner was an ill thing to accept. It made him clear away his desk that afternoon with a fresh disgust, and be improperly amiable to Ladd, their abject clerk, and smile at Lomney's fizzle of a brief to be argued in the morning. Let him lose the damned motion. I'll win it back on appeal for him. More glory, more money. Standing on the stoop, Tom saw and added, more satisfaction in having Lomney lose. He went on while his body waited. Why should I be doing these clever things for the half-benefit of Gilbert Lomney? Don't I know? I have the brains, but he has the pull and the people. Face it, man, it's the game. He knew he would have to. There was little use in being clever at the law, save one could sell one's cleverness. There was little use in treasuring, even in some mute corner of his soul, the dream that ability, unorganized, was profitable. It could only spoil his humor, perhaps his chances. Some day Lomney might find him lunching alone and think it queer. This, above all, must be avoided. Lomney had his class's phobia for queerness. He would not have trusted Solomon in an outlandish cut of vest. Coming this late afternoon to see his friend, Tom found the check on his tangents of mood abominably hard. He must take Lomney to his bosom and cherish him as a man should another who was to multiply his power. Waiting made them pensive, forgetful. The doors of the vestibule sucked suddenly in. Cornelia and Tom gathered themselves with an alacrity determined by their recovery from its opposite. A woman was there. Her bare arms were folded, a gray apron spread across her body like a sooty mist over a fertile field. As they stepped in, they left the day. They entered another time. In the transition, they were quick to both. It was September and hot. Beyond the bricks and the pavements, Indian summer made the world glad. Trees waved in their new bright colors like flowers sprung up overnight. Earth was a dance with insects, was leaping drunk from sharp liquors. Air trilled with seeds for the next spring. In New York, heat was empty. Tom and Cornelia thought this. David also. He sat upstairs in his room, looking over the square. Tom and Cornelia were out of the day and into the hall. About them the odor of endless passions, innumerable steps. The acerb, sad odor of the lodging-house. More lasting and more real it was than the lives of the creatures who came and who went. Here in this breath of the dark halls, there one permanence. David had but recently moved in. The room was still somewhat strange to him. It was hard to rest in it, to rest asleep in it. Being with it stirred his nerves. The need of repose sent him to sitting in the park. Also, he was still weary in the change from his vacation spent in the mountains with the Deans. The first days of return had been dense, ringing blows on the slumber of his nerves that were once more glad as never before, in the free welcome of the woods. This was gone, echoing as David refitted to the city. He was pensive, waiting for his friends to see his new room and take him to dinner. He sat with his elbows on the base of the open window and was glad when the breeze touched his face. Also, he was a little irritated when it fingered upward and threw his hair in his eyes. He had to move his hand to move his hair. Unwelcome. His mood was the immobile one in which the past alone may move. The wind was the stir of the outer world, the world in which was his future and from whose moving he was momently a part. It had been hard to leave the comfortable Deans because they were so good to him and made him welcome and made him feel that he was theirs. It was a little easier to go because of Lois. She held him, suffering near to her, with her lips turned away. But the real reason of his going was a hidden spring that David could not name. He knew vaguely his going had to do with this same comfort which made his going hard. One quality held him, drove him. There was much to ponder in this, since, had he but known it, there was much of David in this. He needed to move on. He found reasons for his impulse, worthy reasons that his aunt and uncle were the first to admire. One morning in the mountains, sudden, he listened to his words. "Aunt and uncle," he said, "don't you think I will be training better for an independent life if I learn to do without your dear hospitality?" A ponderous sentence. It emptied David, whose native tongue was rounded, poetic, simple. He stood ponderous and awkward like it, above his uncle. Mr. Dean was in white flannels and a blazer coat that was almost unheard of in America, and had come blushing from London. It was red and yellow and purple, striped it was, and flaring in front so as to leave way for the hospitable stomach. Mr. Dean sat curling his legs and peacefully tasting his cigar. One difference in Mr. Dean on a vacation was his less unnerved way with his cigars. In the city he chewed them, in the country he smoked them. Mr. Dean was altogether a more delightful and more generous person. His little blue eyes looked larger, as if they were more alive. His cheeks hung less heavy. His sparse hair was less awry. In particular, his voice was different, what he said. It came in less hectic bursts, less flurries of sudden release. His voice was almost an easy monotone. He could speak more on a single subject without wandering or strutting away. He could find more subjects on which to speak. In the city, any family discussion left him somehow outside. though he himself had started it. His eyes stared away. He were tired. He became abstracted. Soon he was forgotten. He sat there at the table, chewing his cigar, glassily looking inward. His brow furrowed moistly. His cheek jowls had pleats like an old dog's, but this Mr. Dean was alert and full of jests. Each afternoon he trudged forth with Lois and David, grunting along a tree-swooned road to a distant woody place where he might ply them with candies and tea. He appeared in the morning, a racket in hand. "Well, young man, are you ready to be beaten?" And since David was a beginner at tennis, his uncle whipped him. He twisted his body into intricate designs. He served a high slow ball, surged forward with racket en couche, like a spear, or en garde, like a shield. He laughed when Lois laughed from her bench, was happy in his 6-4 victory over David, far more happy, it seemed to David, than any business success had made him in the city. The brief time her father was with her in the country, Lois escaped her friends. The pair played and chatted together. Occasionally she read him a story from one of the magazines, or faced him over a card table. And these activities, in which David joined on his own brief sojourn from work, went on without the interest, almost without the notice, of Muriel and Mrs. Dean. Summer to them meant merely a transfer from the city of the business and paraphernalia of city life. A change of air was what they said, and what they actually meant. They were sure to go where the greatest number of their friends went also. Such activities and such relations as the summer brought of itself they disqualified before the more serious continuance of city social life. Of course, Lois could not be spared, but she was far less tolerant with the free toss of the green land and the glint of a lake to formulate her appetite for somewhat else. There seemed less excuse for her dapper friends and the conventions of pleasure under the stars and out in the open breezes. Lois could not know that these enhanced her feeling for herself, that it was against this feeling the world so painfully grated. The indifference of Muriel and Mrs. Dean was a delicious pretext for defiance. Not the least charm for Mr. Dean's spirited revival was this half-sheepish, half-crude flaunting of revolt into the proper faces of his wife and daughter. It was as if he said, "I have my own way of taking a vacation. You think it foolish. Doubtless it is, but it is a vacation." Now, in this climax of ease and pleasure, something spiteful had to commence to stir in David to spoil it all, something that came with a new burst of feeling for Lois, with a new glow of comfort in this family that was so glad to have him. There was no doubt of that. His aunt's note of a year ago had invited him to the house until you find a comfortable and proper place for yourself in the city. By spring he knew that they had put aside all thoughts of his leaving, and that his uncle had no doubts of his being able to do downtown. The Spanish War burst, half frolic, half business upon the country. In February the battleship Maine went down in Havana harbor. In March the Inquiry Commission backed the voices of papers and politicians shrilling for war by its dubious decision that an outside mind had done the damage. Congress turned its trick of political revolution. President McKinley was swept from the saddle. His reservations were set at naught. His reluctances were negated to weakness. In April came the call for volunteers. The crisis caught David in a tender mood. Stirrings of doubt concerning business and politics had died. This energy was being poured as fuel into the flame of Lois. As his energy bubbled up, there it went. There grew indifference for other things, for all things. Something in the casual technique of Lois kept the flame from spreading, sealed it in a tight place where it danced by itself, rather merrily than tragically, smartingly rather than to a sear. David went on with his affairs. His weekly salary had been raised $5. He left off going to food pens for luncheon. The spirit of earning more made him careless about spending. He came to find Miss Lord less noxious and took to asking her to an occasional meal. He went to theatre, read novels, liked his Aunt Loretta. He tried to keep clear of Lois, but after all the pleasure of her company was far more real than the pain. He saw the Renards frequently, but their opinions stayed apart. They did not merge with him. His emotions and his nerves were a blind swirl within a rigid life. Now the call for volunteers. He was young and strong. Was it not his move to answer? He did not want to go. He was comfortable in his new indifference. Doubtless the Cubans were not comfortable, but they were very far away. He brought his problem to Tom. He did not know what he wanted of his question. "Lord, man, don't be a fool." David had never seen his friend so moved, so angry, so tenderly savage. Tom jumped from his seat and paced the room. His hands were fists. "David," he stopped before him and spoke with a hot restraint, "I'm ashamed of you. Why the devil should you want to go to war?" David was sprawling in a wide Morris chair. He curled up a little under this onslaught, like a furry caterpillar. "Who is to go if unmarried fellows like myself are not?" "Who is to go?" Tom blazed at him. "Who is to go? I'll tell you. Loafers who have nothing better to do. Men who are so miserable in their jobs they'd die for a chance to get away. Men who are so miserable in their homes they'll die if they can't get away. Unmarried, healthy men, the very last, I tell you. Let the sick of heart and the sick of life go first. They'll find the Cuban fever far more like a pleasant change." "This is no time to be flippant." "I am not flippant." "Then you're wrong. This is an unselfish war, if ever there was one." Tom's smile choked him. "Well, darn it, we're in it. We've got to see it through, however you may look at it." David was sensitive enough to feel the deep concern which Tom's cynicisms covered. This was why he stopped his words of protestation. Strange unease came to him with the feeling. Tom wanted him to stay, to live. Why should he stir against his friend because of that? Tom stormed, making his friendship clearer, showing his affection warmer. David grew colder, less convinced, almost spitefully set against him. He stood up. "Well," as if to make an end of an unbearable thing, "I think I'm going to enlist." A cloud went over Tom Renard's face. It was gray, feverish. His hands fell out as if a current had crumpled them and gone. "It is up to you," he said. David left. How unfair, how like a woman he had been. Why did this brilliant, warm-hearted comrade lead him into moods that were womanish and unfair? He had left Tom as if Tom had insulted him. Could he have left otherwise if Tom had said, "By all means go, you're not worth saving"? It was strange. It brooded in David for several inactive days. Tom sat long, fingering his hurt with a cold smile wavering away. His mind reached back to the first afternoon of the 3 at Cornelia's studio, to the parable he had thrown off and that had had no sequel. Was this hostility of David's perhaps its sequel? He stopped, smiling. God send at any rate he doesn't go. And Tom did not believe in God. He believed in himself. The very following day he saw Mr. Dean in the latter's office. Mr. Dean beamed on him. "I've heard a great deal of you, Mr. Renard, from my nephew. What can I do for you?" "Mr. Dean," Tom leaned forward in his chair, "you can't do anything material for me. I hope you will forgive what may seem the impertinence of this visit. You know what interest I have in David. I'm eager to know how he is getting on, what you think of his prospects. I've long wanted a few words with you on this subject." Mr. Dean looked at the young lawyer quizzically, then in assurance. "This won't give back to my nephew." Tom waved his hand in deprecation. "You see, Mr. Renard, I'm afraid of conceit. Conceit spoils more careers than drink. My long experience has taught me that bright young men are what you might call perishable goods. I encourage them only so much. But in your confidence I'm glad to tell you that I have great hopes of David Markand." Tom nodded seriously and held his silence. He knew this type of gentleman. Mr. Dean would presently go on. As he wandered further into the happy ways of his own conceits, He would be easier to manage. David has a good mind. He can work. He can apply himself. At first he was a little bewildered. He had a strange habit of asking my office manager a lot of foolish questions. I was afraid his mind was too much the wandering sort. But that's over. That was mere strangeness here. I knew that. I could afford to smile at my manager's worry. You see, Mr. Renard, this is a personal organization. It's a family. I know how my men are, and the women also. They don't get into trouble in this business. We satisfy them. Our kind hands are forever on them. No inducement to discontent or worry, and it pays. It's a way of keeping your machinery in good repair. Why, just the other day, one of our warehouse truckmen, he forgot Tom. He prattled on. Tom saw he would have to stem him back at some convenient crossing. The war was broached. I think David has some idea of volunteering. He said this casually and peered sharp at Mr. Dean, saw the shock on his face, and was relieved. Has he? Mr. Dean's flow of words belonged to a distant mood. Yes, you know David's generous instincts. Mr. Dean sat abruptly straight. He grasped a pencil, tapped the desk with it. When he reads the general language of the call, he thinks it means him. I shouldn't be a bit surprised if he tells you some fine morning that his business career is ended. Well, and yet you know, Mr. Dean, there's absolutely no such hurry. Hurry? The older man exploded. Straightway he held himself down and was still. Tom went on. If the war lasts, why then of course. Of course, if the war lasts, but it won't. America can't squeeze all herself into Cuba. Our own affairs. Precisely. A silence. Mr. Dean was thinking. Tom jumped up. Well, sir, he thrust out his hand. I hope I am pardoned for taking your time in this outrageous way. It naturally meant a great deal to me to have the mature judgment of someone like yourself on a boy whom I consider my friend. I'm glad to find that you confirm my confidence in David's real business ability. I needed your corroboration. To tell you the truth, Mr. Dean, David's impetuosity worries me at times, that quality of giving without thought, without proportion. I was a bit afraid. You have reassured me. Thank you very much. He was gone. That afternoon, Mr. Dean devised a plan. Dean and Company must render its quota of service to the national cause. Dean and Company was a single unit in the zeal of its officers and employees to enlist. Some restraint must be placed upon such vast enthusiasm. The country could admit to its armies only the merest fraction of those champing with the eagerness to serve. Meantime, the land must not be dislocated. Business must go on. Another course, even if due to an heroic response, would virtually be to lend comfort to the enemy. Wherefore, in order to save its employees the embarrassment of individual choice, Dean and Company suggested that enlistments be confined to unmarried men between the ages of 21 and 30. To such, their positions would be found open on their return from service. David was 20. This suggestion was printed and posted. David sought out his uncle. Uncle, I want to enlist. It was his office. Mr. Dean was contained and strong with all the prestige and strategy of place. He did not want his nephew to enlist. This was to be a hot and nasty war. America had no need of his particular kin beyond his own chosen service for him in the house of Dean. Of course, my boy, of course, I don't dissuade you. Although you have seen the ruling of the directors, it leaves you out. Your flying in the face of that regulation might well cause a stampede in the office. But never mind, Mr. Dean hastened to add. He was not sure enough of that stampede. Never mind, I'm thinking it over. I want you to promise me you will do nothing until I have made certain inquiries regarding service. I will let you know. David came again. Again his uncle put him off. He was expecting word from Washington about commissions. How would David like to go as a full-fledged lieutenant? Worth waiting a short while for, my boy? Lieutenant Colonel Roosevelt has advised us to wait. They are turning ordinary soldiers away. How would you like to defeat your own chances by being in such a childish hurry? If you really want to serve, he looked sharply at his nephew, you must wait. So David waited. He was not anxious to fight. His talk with Tom was a strange reason, a feeble one for turning into a soldier. David knew dimly that his resolve had sprung contrariwise from a host of impulses and moods having no true connection with the war. The public clamor overcrowded the camps. Manila Bay was one. There was small need of men. David, in the pause, began to create pictures of what battle meant. He did not like it. He was no coward. Simply he thought death to so young and fortunate a man must be a pity. He was a little sorry for those he would leave behind if he did die. Nor did he wish to insist on losing a leg or an eye. He would have to bear the brunt of that, and it seemed a matter of insisting. True, if he were killed, Lois might lose her flippant bloom. That was an inducement, but there was no hurry even about hurting Lois. He could afford to postpone her anguish for a brief while he could in the meantime enjoy it actually by telling her about it. "Lois," he came to say to her one evening, "I'm going to enlist and go to Cuba." They were sitting in their customary room. Nothing had greatly changed. If David's love for Lois had become an easier burden, the reason was that he no longer drew so near to her. He did not sit so close and hold her hand and let the song of her hair attune his nerves. She whipped his blood less, and all of his love was the mere increased turmoil of his youth when her youth flowed upon it. The added leap of two dancing streams made one. She also had learned the need of forbearance, but his aloofness spurred her. There was that one time when she placed her cheek against his, nestled her sharp shoulder in his breast. "You don't like your old cousin a bit any more, do you?" David held himself very still and apart. Then what bound him to himself broke loose. What he did was splintering from his willed reserve so fast that soon all of his reserve was flown from him in action. His arms held her. All her body measured its panting frailty against him. His mouth hurt her lips. The rest of her was molten and not hurt half enough. Lois struggled for 5 minutes. She played a painful game of coolness. Then she was composed. David dared not speak. Whatever it was that had happened must be nothing, since Lois denied it. Whatever it was must be for the last time. So now David was childish to have forgotten, but it was hard always to remember against one's senses. The year was so intricate a thing for David. Hoping again, he said, "I'm going to enlist and go to Cuba." Lois, beaming and clapping her hands, "David, how wonderful! You're going to be a soldier. Oh, I am glad." She jumped up. She embraced him. She sprang quickly away before her lips on his cheek had left their taste. "When are you going?" This dancing, elate girl was not the prostrate figure he had imagined fondly for this scene. The need of service in the tropics shriveled in an icy blast. Lois accepted him as part of the parade they had applauded together through the open window. She was quite willing to have him offer his life, lose it, perhaps, for her cold delectation. Well, she had gone too far. "None of your business." He stamped away. "Leave me alone now. I'm reading." America fought Spain. Santiago fell. Puerto Rico was prostrate. August brought peace. David had stayed in New York. His energy swirled back upon himself. Their bloom toward Lois was chilled. Their bloom in war and adventure had been nipped. For the rest of the year he was in silent and hidden turmoil. Young love could not live with comfort upon Lois. Comfort, the comfort of hot pleasure or hot pain, was what it craved. David withdrew fast. He had high-sounding names for the faults he found in his cousin. She was heartless, selfish, cold. She bruised his tenderness and misprized his service. The truth was she offended his pride. She had shown that she could deny herself the delight of his kisses, that she could survive even the picture of his death. Looking upon Lois for himself, the Narcissus of David's love found a shrunken ego. It was a mere question of time when he would accept this failure and look elsewhere. But before he could redispose his forces for their new excursion, David must gather them in. He returned to himself as a traveler comes home. Like the traveler, he found how the magic of change and of adventure worked not only upon the highway. Once more in the familiar place whence he had gone, he found it strange and full of undiscovered things. He found that he was lonely. He found that he was afraid. He found that for these reasons he wished to leave the Deans, that they made him lonely, and that they made him fear. He had been sweetly at home in himself, sweetly one with what his mother had left him. Since his coming to New York, this place where his heart dwelt was empty. His heart had not even been abroad with him. It had been away. Without his heart he had gone to work, worked hard, lived with the family of his uncle, and been glad, come so to Lois, and come to love her, a strange ghost of David. The year ripened and softened into summer, the season of relaxation, the season of decision and creation. David grew aware of a rolling fullness outside him and of an emptiness within. He wanted to be himself. He felt all manner of hands upon him, save his own, gentle hands, good hands, not his. The idea of solitude came and grew. It filled him. He did not know. He felt what solitude would bring him. Had he not somehow known it, after all? He would go thinking of his mother. Was that not solitude? Perhaps to be alone would be to find her. To find her, he knew, would be to be alone no more. Dim, inexorable forces these, which he could not resist the more fatefully since he could not understand. David was an animal that sought the healing of stillness. Who shall say how close his longing was to the creeping away of the brute? Perhaps the therapy of silence is no other than this return of longing to the source of longing, to union with the limitless well of life in which lies our world, like a fleck in a limitless cup. In the philosopher seeking the word, in the dumb creature seeking rest from his hurt, the lure is one, the way back sure, since it is retracing of steps to the beginning. The sage and the brute only can go the way of spiritual homing without the folly of explanations. They are naked and submissive before the primordial voice. David, like most humans, was somewhat between these two. He was full of reasons. He could say, "It is not good for me to see so much of Lois." He could say, "It is not right to impose further on the Deans." After all, go back a year, and he had not seen them. They had not bothered or been bothered with him. Let him blaze his own trail, if he wished to be free, to live his own life. Was that not natural also? He had his own key at the Deans, but there was a certain unavoidable restraint. Suppose he had wanted some night to stay out till morning. This had never been. It might. He was approaching 21. What would his aunt say? What would Muriel and Lois think? Manhood needs room. It was awkward to bring friends to the big house. He seldom did so. What if some day he should want to bring a girl, bring her somewheres? A thrilling reason this, to have a place that was his, where he could be with a girl. The hospitable house of the Deans was not hospitable to such conceptions. In the air of these daughters even the thought of adventure seemed strained. The presence of Muriel and Lois fretted his nerves, spiced them, taunted them. But if their lives, their thoughts, the gay deckings of their bodies called forth sex, also they stifled it. David wondered if it would be always so, even when they were married. For a reason he could not name, he decided he would not want to be a husband to Lois. There was a curious contradiction in these girls, something counterfeit, perhaps something thwarted. David once saw a great red flower, Muriel's, in a vase on her table. Thinking of other things, he smelt it. His mind went rushing toward it, finding it odorless. He crushed it. He had never felt the least impulse to crush a fragrant flower. Muriel and Lois were roses, but they had no perfume. He thought if he held such a lover, he should want to crumple her. It might mysteriously be a way of having satisfaction, of having a substitute for satisfaction. Living in the house with Muriel and Lois, he found they sharpened his senses, yet blunted his will, heightened his needs, yet dwarfed his power to get them. And David knew it was Muriel and Lois who filled this house of the Deans. It was the house of Muriel and Lois, not the house of his uncle and aunt. Why should he keep on living with two exacerbating cousins? There were reasons aplenty, but this fading day was a day that drifted beyond the world of reasons. He was alone. He had been tired. He had managed to leave the office early to be alone. He sat there gazing away at the hot park with eyes that were truly looking inward. Something stirred in him, not the movement of unrest, rather a deep vibration as when coals kindle, the quickening from inert heat to glow. What was he? What was he doing? A fear in this that was somehow sweet, for it impelled him to a sweet direction. He was nothing. What he did mattered not at all. What of it? He was going to die some day, and that was sure. He had a haven there, and also he had a haven in the past. Perhaps he should have died when his mother died. How he loved her now, with what new fragrance. Let him fear and be cold. He had a way in his real life from these. Some day he would die and see his mother. This dwelling back, this yearning forward were one. She had eyes, too, knowing ever to need to look. eyes that felt him. He sat there holding the skein of yarn that her long, soft hands unraveled silently. Her arms moved in rhythm, and her body, and her mouth that was smiling. He was caught up. They dwelt together in a song whose cadence her busy hands were marking. The yarn that went from his own hands to hers, it bound them. It was not yarn at all. It was red. Sweetly, unendingly, the music went that enclosed them. Sweet, unending were the changes of its mood. The cord no longer flowed from him to her. Within it was life running from her heart to her dear hands, and thence to his and to his thirsting heart. His mother fed him. Always his mother smiled, and he could see the breathing of her breast. She smiled, and her breast rose. Her breast rose and touched him. The touch was naked, naked mother flesh to his lips. He was an open mouth, drinking the touch of her breast, drinking his mother, swinging, rocking, swooning, drinking his mother. Footsteps in the hall. David lurched from his reverie. Shreds of it clung to him, spinning back to earth. He was still red and moist with it. What did it matter if he was lonely? He would find loves. He was young and strong. His hands were not idle. The city embosomed him. His hands were not idle, seeking. A knock at the door. There was comfort every way. Backward, forward, comfort of rest, comfort of adventure. "Come in," he said. He was surprised at the laughter in his voice. Tom and Cornelia, a little hushed, looking about, taking in his new walls and roof. He was on them, unbridled, pouring. "Big enough to hold my bones as I sleep. Don't look so shocked. Are you going to disown me?" His words poured fast, slowly. Behind his words he seemed to face them. He was leaving the world of his family, the cloying and sweet drag of it. Here was the coming. These friends, tissues of thought and passion that were not his. What was his measure? What did he look like here? Through the door had come with them the city, chaos of steel and stone in which swung numberless worlds of flesh, lacteries of blood. Suddenly he was in it. He heard its throb in his room. He felt its hand weave of a million separate forces, loom on him, fall on him, test him. His voice in a maze of roars, his eyes in a maze of suns, transfiguration. Silence out of the roaring worlds, his own voice unafraid. They listened to him. "Let's enjoy ourselves tonight. Let's eat on Broadway and go to a theater. My treat. I insist. Look, I'm rich." He took a silver dollar. He tossed it through the window. "I'm ready. Come." He was throbbing. He took Cornelia and swung her waist and kissed her. "Dear, sweet Cornelia," he laughed. "I swear I've not been drinking a drop. It's you made me drunk. Don't you believe it? I swear it." She was glowing with pleasure. After all, David seemed part her boy. Let him carry on. And he, pacing about the room. I swear it is Cornelia. By my—" He stopped. He was sober. David was sober, looking with a new discovered tenderness at Cornelia. "Excuse me," he blushed. He sank into a chair. Cornelia's cool hand was on his brow. "Nonsense, David. We're all in the same mood for fun. Thank you for that. Let's chat a moment, and then we'll go." She wanted him to rest. He was perspiring. It was just the sort of sudden weather to catch cold in. Tom lighted a cigarette. He saw Cornelia smoothing David's hair. He saw David, unknowing, unseeing, smile into his sister's face, relax to her sweetness. He did not like this. He looked hard at them, puffing his cigarette, until his gaze made them self-conscious, made Cornelia take away her hand, made David look at him. This was what he wanted. End of chapter 5. Section 8 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 1. Deeply the luminous, complex stir that came to him as he stood straining in the hall and gave up his hat and gave up his coat to the silent butler that came through barring tapestries of blue upon mist of laughter and words, of feminine silks and smoke, of tinkle of frail china, made Tom afraid. He parted the swerving draperies as one cuts a wave, plunging into a sea. At once he was bound with this new terse element. Fragments of Ohio still clung to him. He would have reeled in this dazzlement had there been space, but the room's brittle density upheld him, pushed him slowly in the sense of its scarce visible grain. Tom was submerged, smiling. Already a force worked in him, digesting this dense life, making it a function of his own, making its subtle fumes a stimulant for the force, making it a function. Tom's mind groped, as he walked lightly, for an old-time hurt. He had been badly cut in the wrist by a fall through a rocky road. For a month his cut wrist was bound close. When the bandage was off and the air let in, his wrist had seemed to possess a power of flight out of all proportion with his other wrist, with the remainder of his body. This had made for dissonance. It was as if only by good attention he held the soaring wrist in place. So now his suddenly liberated will, as compared to all his body. Tom relaxed on the balls of his feet and had the adroitness to look about him. His field, this. In his two prematurely aged hands could he not toss this world? He felt power, he felt grace. His eyes gleamed. He laughed. Words, polished and caparisoned, flew from his mouth as if the design fitting them to him were absolute, were mystic. Tom's body was taut now. His mind had gathered in this reeling quality. But his body held to his will as an artist sways to his violin. Meantime, still the brittle density along whose imperceptible grain Tom flowed. Ladies with subtle ways of calling attention to their bosoms by suppressing them. Their arms came angularly forth from their compressed and mysterious domain like spouts of energy, like escapes of self. So their arms, so their voices, at arms' end a teacup, at voices' end a word, neither important. Sip tea, sip words, but the attention was engrossed in a deeper quaffing. These spouting shreds of self could be joined, could create a circuit, could release a current heart to heart, from loin to loin. Tom felt this. He felt the suffused emotion of this splintering welter. He saw in the words, in the arms of ladies, sparks of invitation, fuses coruscating back to mute stores of combustible sensation. All of the afternoon seemed a disguisement, a limitless deferring of the reality of all the wills there massed. Tom wondered by what constant guard the fuses never burned to their full length, the explosives never went off, how they kept sheathed from this glitter of temptation. He perceived that the flames were cold and lightless. He perceived that the fires shot off into air, were free of substance, were in some careful way remote from the pent inflammables in every breast. And Tom had suddenly the vision of fireworks blazing in a night above a score of hands that flashed white and calm in the broken darkness. Men and women displaying fire only outside themselves, perhaps at the most some inner rim of char. He saw the goal of the grain-word course he had been flowing. There was the hostess. Her vibrancy was freer. She had space about her, in her true light at last, a certain glow that was warm, since this energy was not, as in the others, so instantly splintered off by the packed impingement. She was insulated, but Tom could touch her. Her glow came forth. He found a glow of his own. He liked this Mrs. Laura Duffield. He had the sense of her subduedness as of a charm weighty enough to sink in this pandemonium of flicker. He bowed to pick it up. "I have fought my way through to you, Mrs. Duffield. Congratulate me." She held back her head. He saw the fading of her golden hair, the age of her throat, the indomitable blue of her eyes. This must be Mr. Renard. She threw back her head still further, as if to send her laughter upward, and boyishly thrust out her hand. Taking it, Tom added to his vision the full ripe crowding of her breast, no longer firm to stand up alone, and the delicacy of her wrist. She shunted him off almost at once, introducing him here and there, squandering the charm of her attention as one tosses showers of coin out of reach. He had no more of her. But as Tom, having reached this goal of his progression, was now silted aimlessly away in wide, flat spurts of movement. He observed the crowd thrust together, into a unit, into a reason. It was so he carried it with him back into the hall, into the street. The crowd's form turned crass as he seemed to understand the will that had brought it into being. It was her house. She had created this turmoil. Why? Why, each Wednesday afternoon, to make no mention of doubtless other times, did this glowing woman need to congregate such spill of life, pack it into her rooms, feed it, coax it to place its stamp upon her? What joy could there be in what must largely stultify her individual world? Tom pondered. Was this greedy crowd somehow a vessel in which Mrs. Duffield poured herself, that it might carry her off, leave in the stir of her curtains, in the perfumed mist on her bibelots, a substitute for her own marks which should have quickened these? And if so, why? Tom's casual yet forever determined mind associated these impressions widely until he knew that such habits were a deep part of the city's nature. He groped with his light. If I understand her, I hold her, and all she holds. I'll go again. I'll see that this promiscuous call makes for a more intimate occasion. The occasion came, but already Tom had learned to like the gatherings he was pleased to call promiscuous. Their fumes curled into his nerves, made them willing for more, a hint of his new appetite in his condemnation to Cornelia. Business, my dear sis, business, and of the lowest degree of horridness. I can see where it must help your connections. Let us hope so, Lord. Tom paced up and down before Cornelia's latest cast. If I don't get something out of these parties, I shall have bartered my soul for nothing. Satan will have cheated me. He never does, answered Cornelia. Tom looked up as if stung. What do you mean? Oh, nothing extraordinary, Tom. I'm convinced that folks who strike a bargain with the devil do so not for specific gain, but because they like his company. Tom glowed at her with a cold smile of admiration. Splendid. What does it mean? Cornelia's sharp shoulders shrugged. I suppose I like Mrs. Duffield's parties. I'm sure of it, she snapped. Then quietly, like a mother to her son, so stop protesting like a dear man. Yes? It was true. Tom knew it, however, as well as his wise sister. She understood with a great clarity only a part of Tom. She did not know how, in these protestations, he pleaded against himself, not with her. There was a depth in Tom more cold to these mundane blandishments than the surface was warm to them. Tom's conflict was deeper than the desire to conceal from himself and from his sister this worldliness which guided him about. It was a conflict rooted in his nature. There was a part of Tom that despised his conduct, hated his success, rose forever like a gaunt, uninvited guest to spoil his banquet, a ghost in Tom that was very much alive. It was born perhaps near the hour of Tom's birth in Dalton. A very looming part of the world of Tom was this father whom his mother loved. His father was there. He needed to be taken. He needed to be taken as his mother took him. At the beginning, the bar between the mother and her child has no reality to the child. Mother and child are one to the child's rapt omniscience. The tall, gray-faced man had nervous, hard hands which were strong. Often his hands viced the woman's arms till she screamed. They screwed her to a chair while his words lashed her. They turned her about to the door she was ordered to pass through. Then, in that dawn of the world, those hands left the mother, who was cowed. They took the passionate, sprawling flesh of Tom and thrust him to his crib. They turned him about so that Tom's eyes gazed at a blank wall whose denial of sight was terror. Mrs. Renard loved Tom's father. Her senses had mostly pain of him, but passion also. Since her senses loved him, they needed to love what her husband gave them. Tom, feeling in these dim, passionate days the aching presence of his father upon his world, upon his mother, and upon himself, the visitation of his cruelty upon them, took him as did his mother. He shared his mother's sensuous satisfaction in abject pain. Like her, he made joy of anguish. Like her, molded himself to love and to depend upon this man as the pain-giver, since such was the form of his love, such the burden of his support. Mrs. Renard loved her husband. Her senses took him. Tom looked upon his father with his mother's senses. His mother died. Curtin Renard went to the child. He lifted him in his arms. "Thomas," he said, "you are to be a motherless child. Your mother is dead. I want you to pray with me to God, to thank him for the cruel thing that he has brought upon us." Tom repeated his father's words as his father spoke them. "My mother is gone. I bless you and thank you, God. She is gone, and I'm alone without a mother. God, I thank you. She is gone to join the chosen in your presence. God, I thank you. My mother is gone, perhaps, to be damned in hell. God, I bless you and thank you." Curtin Renard took the child high in his arms, gazed into his frightened eyes, seemed pleased thereat, for he embraced him. Tom was happy then. He did not miss his mother. He never missed her. All his will was fixed on the pain-dealing, passionate parent. His rival self, his mother, was no more there. He was more free to love, to suffer, to rebel, now that the great sick lover, the great sufferer, the unsucceeding rebel, with her wide skirts and her clear, wan forehead, was gone from their world. A deep and subtle relationship grew between the tremorous child and the thwarted, powerful man, his father. A relationship unmeasured and unnamed in the peripheral vicissitudes of their ages and their minds, an eye unchecked by surfaces with the color of habit, drawn to the womb of life, must have found Tom's love for his father in those days deeply attuned with the love of his father's wife who was dead, must have seen the bereaved love of Curtin Renard, a stir for a new replenishment in all his children. So deep a dream could not grow unchallenged in one as quick with reality as Tom. He rebelled, his nature munitioned itself for rebellion. There was Cornelia. She saved herself from her father by making into an ideal her dim devotion to her mother. Tom took her as ally. Cornelia imaged her saving devotion in maternal deeds. She imaged it in clay. Her mother was sanctuary from the common danger. In Tom grew great love for his protecting sister, above all tense self-abandonment to his father's greatest rival, the real world. Here lay freedom for Tom. His blood knew that the hidden love must scorch and shrivel in the sun. He courted the sun. He was in perpetual revolt against his father's hold on his emotions, against his father's closeted ideals, against the source of his father's hold, his own deep identity with his mother. Hence Tom's distrust of women, his devotion to Cornelia, the frenzied scatter of his forces in objective life. During Tom's boyhood, he was almost a woman in his attitude towards women. In each of them he fought his mother, fought her betrayal of him as of herself to his dominant father. His love of Cornelia was at once a way station for his self-freeing will and a substitute for the parental yokes from which he needed freedom. Directly through her, indirectly against his father, Tom grew in love with imagery, with color, with the symbol. The artist in Tom grew. From his passionate seeking of the outer world, there rose his power of success in society and in law. For the world loves the lavish spender of himself. It will run to the largesse of his ruin as wolves to their meat. Yet as Tom saw his practice swell, saw the doors behind which stood butlers open to him, the silent music of his blood went on. All these talents and emotions were reactions. Behind them stood the image of a man, hating art, hating social intercourse, hating life, of a man beckoning Tom back to an ecstatic, fabular peace. For that man's hatreds also were reactions behind them. All that ancient lure was now resistance to the life Tom flung himself upon, even as all this life was his resistance to that hidden lure. He would consecrate his talent. He would build him his church, success. But his mind ran against it, weakened the rock on which he builded. Cornelia was knowing. Here were depths beyond her vision. She saw chiefly the young man so soaked in his Puritan upbringing that he was loath to face the joys he had of his worldly undertakings. A very usual hypocrisy, and of no importance, but one she hated since she was full of it also. "I don't see," she said, "why you should be ashamed of enjoying Mrs. Duffield's parties. Heaven knows we had lonely enough years here first. You go with artists, with intelligent people. You have too much kindness to imagine how dull the rich and the successful are." "Nonsense! Their success speaks continual wise words. Their gold is brilliant." So they swayed back and forth, these two. They were equals. They had never become rivals before David. Laura Duffield invited her new friend to dine. "Come early," she said. "I want you to meet my son before he goes to his usual party." He entered the drawing-room. A young girl and a young man were there. "Farge and Marcia, this is Mr. Renard." Their polite greeting was sauced in an expectant languor and a very harmless resentment. It was as if they were resigned to a bad habit of their mother. Marcia, looking at Tom's trimly rhythmic body, thought, "It is lucky mamma is getting a divorce and must behave." Forage was too dull to syllogize, but he twinged with a sort of envy and almost pondered out, "My friends are not freakish enough for ma." Tom was seated, and Mrs. Duffield was already in full talk. He found it hard, listening to her, to take in these two. As she talked, she insisted on holding his eyes. It was as if she talked for no greater purpose. Marcia and Forage sat on a lounge just outside his range. They were looking at him. Forage smoked a cigarette. He had offered none to Tom. Marcia leaned far back. Her legs were outstretched straight. She threw one ankle over the other. Mrs. Duffield made good the deficiency of her son. She never smoked, but she had full provisions for her friends. Tom felt how from ankle to neck this girl was firm and spare, and full of a voluptuous relaxation. Only her eyes were taut, perhaps from poisoning him. She did not listen to her mother's words. She hummed a tune very faintly. Her upward foot marked time. She got up. She jerked her shoulders as if the gown that clung to them were an obtrusion. Perhaps an obtrusion was elsewhere in the room. "It must be late, Forge." The boy gave a limp hand. Marcia nodded sharply. Tom felt that Forge had not wanted to shake hands, and that Marcia would not have minded. He noticed that this girl was built very like a boy, and that Forge, with his pudgy, rongered body and pink cheeks, was rather like a girl. Alone with Mrs. Duffield, he found that he had been attracted by her daughter. He was not sorry. This charm upon him made it easier to be charming. He told an anecdote of that day in court. He had been in court 17 days before, but instinct made him say today. Talking, it came to him how far more naive and fresh this oldening, troubled mother was than her young daughter. Tom did not understand this. He felt it would not have been safe to tell white lies to Marcia. He wondered why the strange weariness and slackness of the girl came to him as pleasure. "Why, Mrs. Duffield is the younger generation prematurely old." She laughed with her liquid laughter. She did not guess beneath his question. "Why, do you mean yourself? You are not prematurely old." "Oh, I am sure not. You are mature. You have been forced so early to play a man's part in the world." "That can't be it. I see it most in young folk that do not work at all." "Well, not working at all is the part of the very old." "I'm still not satisfied. I almost think that the shrewd parents of competitive America have learned to palm off their own weariness on their children. Just like them, it would be a trick of the trade." "It is nothing but sophistication, dear Mr. Renard. We old folks have the naivete of savages. Our children are civilized. That is all." She examined him. "Does this weariness repel you?" Tom watched sharply without heightening the look of his eyes. She had no idea whence had come his thoughts. "No," he ventured, "that is proof, I suppose, that I am touched myself. It attracts me rather. Of course, not weariness alone." Mrs. Duffield was weary, endlessly weary. Often she flung herself to bed with a horror of the needs of her toilet. Often she awoke in the morning with the demands of getting up a mountain in her path. She took Tom's words to herself. She would not have to grimace her weariness away. It would be pleasure to be with him. Soon they were friends. When he came in to her, she thrust out an arm in greeting and did not budge from her lounge. "Make yourself nice and at home, or I'll have to get up and do it for you. I'm so comfy." Her weariness went before her admission of it with him. He stood over her. She was aware that his eyes could see within the negligent folds of her flimsy house gown. What did it matter? They were friends. Once she said, "Make believe this is an evening dress. Then the décolleté won't shock you." "Then also it won't interest me," said Tom. She needed to know everything about him, that she might help him. "I've made up my mind on that." She told him of herself more and more easily. She told herself that she could not otherwise gain his confidence, and she needed that really to help him, really to be friends. In truth, she craved his help. She was glad to purchase it with whatever aid her place and her connections might afford. "It is hard to speak of such things," she said, half sitting up on her lounge, with a bare arm falling straight toward the floor. At once it was easy, the ease of her lying there before him, and the glow of his eyes taking her in were a lubricant to her words. She could never have spoken so at first in a tailor-made suit. She would have laughed with the freedom of sincere denial at a friend who ventured to link the exhibition of her soul with the exhibition of her body. It was through Laura Duffield that Tom came to his real establishment in practice. Gilbert Lomney was her cousin. For him, Laura was a brilliant woman who somehow had managed also to be good. He had great admiration for her, not a little fear. It was by her strategy that Lomney and Renard was brought about. The city had welcomed its own stuff in Tom and Cornelia. The city had come from the same sort of place. At the beginning, Tom felt this not at all. He was frightened by the city. He did not understand when its heights bent down and touched him. Each suppliant before New York goes through the same amaze. As the unfriendly town proves lewdly hospitable, few dare to admit her wantonness, since the avowal would take from the measure of their prowess. In the early bewilderment of being taken in, of finding a naked mistress in place of a shrouded goddess, the critical faculties are struck to sleep. The years of the preparing of success in Tom were like the growth of love, in their delirious simplicity, the sort of wild progression that one finds best revealed in mathematics. A true tumescence. Tom found someone who liked his humor and his freedom. He introduced him to a strategic hostess. There was opened a breach in the trenched city. There was more than one of these amiable friends. Each multiplied opportunity at a geometric rate. Tom was soon in a position to choose, and from choice comes judgment. He was soon surfeited with chances, and from surfeit comes disillusion. To be alone in the city requires a technique that only the child born in the city or the genius may possess. On all sides of Tom were people ready to be amused, ready to use him, ready to use him up. No bright young man without the taint of an uncomfortable message need go to waste in New York. Each clever little thing he does or says will echo until, if he does not take care, he may be deafened by its rebounding clamor. He may drop like a pebble. He may sink straight to the oblivious bottom of the lake. But not before myriad breathings forth have made him the hour's center of a rippling world. If he step forward, he will step on someone's heels, and that someone's friends will, for this chance beneficence, cherish and advertise him. If he step back, the same thing will occur. If he stands still, he will obstruct the one behind him who is moving forward, and this too will net him a sincere appreciation. He must be a genius or a willful man to escape acceptance by the city. Tom Renard was neither. He found that the man in whose law offices he learned far better than in law school appreciated him, and when he was admitted to the bar, sent him work. He found arguing a trivial motion, that he was eyed with interest by nonchalant attorneys as he stepped back to the counsel table. He found that his brain could be sold if at first he were willing to sell it cheap. Lawyers too busy drumming business thought they were exploiting Tom when they employed him to be of counsel in some tort case and let him do the work. Several dull fellows with gratuitous patronage stuck to him regularly until they found themselves with fees in their pockets and with their sinecures entailed. Tom had a way of making a judge smile that the men of the bar respected as they would not in a lifetime respect justice. He was quick to see that the able counsel acts before the bench not as a lawyer but as a man, that the tricks of erudition and the flourishes of oratory gleaned from law school had best be packed away. His average judge was a shrewd politician who above all must not be made to feel his juridic ignorance. What he required from counsel was a mirror in which he might see his power reflected. And his power consisted not at all in judicial learning. Display of that was an embarrassment, but in a canny sense of men and use of means. Tom talked to the bench, man to man, asking man to man who hath with a candour most attorneys needed 20 years to strip to. His attitude brought reward. Judges leaned comfortably back and talked things over with him. When he reappeared before them, he was remembered. But do you think, Mr. Renard, that this point is pertinent? Yes, Your Honor, I do. And I'm sure if you will just recall to mind the case of Larson versus Mann, the question is one that has long interested me, and I looked it up. Who was this Mr. Renard, this young and unknown Mr. Renard, who had a way of warming the air of a courtroom to his own purposes? The question was asked. The questioners answered it. They gave him respect before he had clients. They gave him the beginnings of repute at a time when he had nothing else. Hating and fearing each other, they wanted Renard on their side. Tom's advance in the social world was synchronous. The ladies who give teas are the sort who care for unattached young men. They are unhappily married, or at least unsatisfyingly so. If they have children, they wish to get free of loving them too much. Grown sons can be admired safely in a surrogate. Grown daughters can be restrained from mastery in a fierce competition. The smart young man may be a weapon and a drug for the woman nearing 40 with social honors to defend. He serves to protect her from life and to supply her with it. The relation has its hazards. It must run the course of the golden mean. The man must not really love, not really win his lady, for her sake as for his. If she gives herself consciously to him, she will begin at once to bully him like a son, or to use him up like a husband. He will become both son and husband instead of the escape from them. She will simply repeat her family failures concentratedly upon him. He will no longer provide a cure for her life. He will stand on the brink of disaster or dismissal. Through no prescience and no conscious cunning, rather by the balance of his nature, Tom was made for such a role, and Laura Duffield needed him. Meantime had come the climax of her troubles. Mrs. Duffield was getting a divorce. It was being borne in on her that her husband was nearly bankrupt, and that her alimony would be in ironic contrast to the demands of her position. Her way of living was no small part of her morality. It was menaced. Deems Duffield was a broker. For 15 years he had made a debauch of his life, and won from it a rare measure of content. When at last Mrs. Duffield decided on divorce, his fortune, his last fortune, had gone the way of his self-respect. It was plain that there would be difficulty in keeping Farge at college. Fortunately, Marcia had no educational conceits. She was at ease with a few lovely gowns. She was informed with a spirit of shrewd economy that amazed her improvident mother. Duffield seldom saw his children, which Marcia considered rather silly. Why not? He's delightful company. She had the wit to enjoy him, perhaps potentially, the depravity not to be concerned with his. But Farge was dully loyal and not on speaking terms with his prodigal father. Duffield's ruinous irresponsibility had broken his son's spirit. In the example of his father's evil charm, Farge lost that brusque approach to the demands of life which mark off certain men from the hordes of the mediocre. His cynicism was inept, his anger impotent, his confidence was gone. Adversely, her father's nature went toward the making of Marcia. It taught her to swim nimbly between rocks, love danger, understand the world. Her cynicism became a deadly intuition of the channels of success. Her anger was a sheath preventing the incisions of sentiment and pity. Her break with childish faith marked the emergence of a design based on that faith's falsity. It seemed to her a trait far too emotional in her mother to be angry at the man who had ruined them all. Leave him be. You know he's amusing to talk to. Never worry, Mamma. Soon as I'm tired of this, I'll get married and fix you for life." There was no slightest doubt in Mrs. Duffield's of Marcia's capacity to keep her promise. From her confidence in part came the inspiration to bear up, to borrow dangerous sums of money. For years the Duffields had been spending twice what came in, he on his Broadway favourites, she on her social equipage. But even after Duffield's strike against paying for his wife's affairs, even after the first skirmishes of the divorce, with their cold proof that the clever broker would be able to escape with a scant alimony, her social functions remained brilliant, her head remained high. Laura Duffield was playing the role, her faith, her one faith sanctified. She needed the confession of youth for the strength to do so. One last time her husband called on her, a smooth, stout, suave man, smartly groomed, full of sweet words, twinkling of eye. "Laura," he said, "it would be bad business for us both if you insist on this divorce, and the worst goes to you. I can weigh in to a mighty small income, of which half, dear, will be yours. Most of my winnings are of a sort, my dear, that it would make justice blush to have to rule on. So considerate gentleman that I am, I must hide from the judge what might prove embarrassing. Hand in hand, you and I can bear up and have no fear, for all that is mine is thine. But, dear, if you insist on this legal separation, you must be satisfied with what will turn out to be your legal separation from my money. You would faint, beloved, if I told you what you may expect." Mrs. Duffield saw the very grim reality in his threat, knew, as alone the social officer knows, what misery of deceit and sordidness the want of funds must bring to the fulfillment of the one life she could live. She answered, "I can't stand any longer the thought that you are my husband. I must be free of that. I'm unclean, and I'm taking a bath." Duffield smiled. "The bath, my dear, you took some years ago. Why repeat it in public?" She winced. "I've no wish to resume relations with you, Laura. All I object to is this exhibition. Unfortunately, it has to be. I relish it no more than you. I deserve it less. Our marriage was public. My cleaning my hands of you must be public also. If you were so considerate and scrupulous as you pretended, you could save us much by not defending the suit." "I may be considerate, but if I am hit, I hit back. I've not objected to your virtual quarantine of me. These past 10 years I have behaved and kept up front. I have shown in at your parties and paid your debts when they grew troublesome. The only time, my dear, ever to pay a debt. But if you insist on placarding my love affairs, I'll fight." "Very well, go and do your worst. I shall, of course, get the dirty end of this. I have all my life. But don't expect I'll make peace with you." "Laura, you are a fool." Duffield stood up. "I know I am. I am sort of glad that you think I am a fool. It puts me miles out of reach of your kind of wisdom. I know I am a fool. You had your share in making me one, but even you shan't succeed in making me a coward." Deems Duffield sighed and drew on his fawn-hued gloves and sent a little whistling note through his shut teeth. Coming up to his wife, he looked at her and slowly shook his head. He placed his hands on her thin shoulders. Their eyes met. "It's a fight, then, my dear." He said this pleasantly. "I'm sorry, Deems, you have made such a ruin of our lives." "I'm sorry also, Laura." He drew her quickly to him. He kissed her forehead and stepped back. "Good-bye. You are the best thing I've ever had, and I hate to see that I have lost you. But it's not the best things we need most, my dear. It's the ordinary things. Often in life we have to get along without the best in order to have the common." She stood breathing deeply, white and strained from his words. In her mind was a racing kaleidoscope. How he first had kissed her and taught her love, how fearful she had somehow been, and how he had fallen away. In her soul was a sense of guilt. She said nothing. He was gone. She rang the bell. "Delia," she said to the entering maid, "I've changed my mind. If anyone calls this afternoon, I am in." She threw herself on the chaise lounge and picked up her novel, The Egoist of Meredith. Its crystalline obscurity distressed her. It seemed so far removed from life, so frigidly in diapason between the sun and the North Pole. She threw the book away and scribbled a sentence on the edge of a newspaper that lay near her hand. All marriages that turn out monstrously begin as idols. Indifference at the start is the one defense against horror at the end. "How I wish I could express myself," she sighed. She tore off the edge of paper. crumpled it, thrust it in her corsage. Marcia was there. I met father in the street. Marcia made no further greeting to her mother. He seemed in fine fettle. Speaking, she crossed to her own room. She shut the door. Her thought ran, Papa hasn't Mamma's family, but he makes up for it in liveliness. She examined herself in the mirror and took off her hat. I wonder whether it is a wise thing to confuse marriage and love. I wonder whether the woman must always get the worst of it like Mamma. Perhaps not. Mamma is the so-called innocent one. Perhaps the rule is that the innocent one, of whatever sex, should get the worst of it. I'll remember that. She had dropped her suit on the floor and slipped into a blue crepe de chine gown that hung straight and square from her shoulders. Within it her body moved like a still, sure mechanism. Oh, well, she said, half aloud, throwing herself on her couch and taking a book, the sins of the parent shall educate the children unto the third and fourth generation. She remembered her unopened letters on the table near the lamp beside her. She reached for an ivory paper cutter and began to open them, one of them from an unknown hand. Dear Miss Duffield, I have something of interest I wish to tell you, and I must see you alone to do so. Will you have tea with me, say at the Orange Teapot next Wednesday at 5? You will catch the reason and the caution implied in the rather unfrequented place. It is not bad, though. I hope to see you, and am yours most sincerely, Thomas Renard. Marcia read the remaining notes, placed them all back in their envelopes upon the table, took her book. She read for an hour. She called the maid, ordered a bath, undressed. She stood for a moment before her cheval glass, hesitant to throw her bath robe over her nakedness. With a free delight she watched the bright strength of her body. Her hips were slight and firm. Her breasts were two swift standing rongeurs. Her abdomen drew tautly drawn into the straight and narrowly set legs. Marcia knew from statues she had seen that this faint triangle of strain, tracing and pointing downward at her thighs, was almost masculine. There was voluptuousness in this, and in the dear black hair falling about her body, making its whiteness burn. Marcia hated that flabbiness of mind and form which she called feminine. Coquettishly, as if to bar another's pleasure, she threw a robe across her shoulders. She seemed to be outside, desiring to be in. With a check to her nibbling sense, her mind went free, and she began to think of Thomas Renard. How was he able to be sure she would not take his presuming letter to the lady he was assiduously courting and exploiting? Marcia caught herself so forming her question. She tried to change it. How does he know I won't? Well, I will. She wondered if she would. Imperceptibly she had returned to the first form of her question. She resented Tom. Her mother was working for him with far greater will than any of the other friends had been able to inspire. It was dear already that this young flesher from Ohio was going to have the dull but golden Lumley for a partner. A bit dangerous, thought Marcia. What if next year her mother tired of him? What if he proved too false? Marcia smiled. There seemed small doubt of that. There he would be, deep in their group, inextricable. Matters must not go so fast. Marcia must delay them. She pictured the pair, lost in their confidences, and was troubled. How? End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Section 9 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 2. She came back to the note. What had heartened him to send it? Was Mr. Renard, after all, a rash, importunate, one easily ruined? Marcia did not doubt the true purpose of the note. He wanted her to tea. He could not pay attention to her here. That was enough. Did he truly desire this enough to risk his hold on her mother? A dangerous compliment. She went over the always chance occasions she had seen him, never alone. She had felt the pointedness of his glances toward her, caught him talking to her mother with a strained interest in her own mood. She had tested this by changing her mood and watching his rapid awareness. He was a curious man, bright, lithe in all senses, unbelievably hard, yet fraught with a glow that she was sure impact might turn to fire. She wandered over his personality. She felt he was too clever and too sensible to be sincere. yet his standards seemed too directly those of his intelligence and strength to lend reason to insincerity. She did not know she would have tea with him and say nothing to her mother. It was easily reasoned. I'll control him myself. If he goes too far or too fast, I'll have the weapon of a word to mamma. What a brazen, simple country boy it is. She went. She was right at least in this, that Tom had nothing to impart to her of interest, beyond that he liked her and, of course, couldn't see her really at her mother's. In all else she was wrong. She could not understand this sudden, cold, passionate man. In writing to Marcia Duffield he had not understood himself. Perhaps I'll know better when I have talked to her across the table. She came with a spur of adventure. She was trapping her foe. While he revelled in his success, letting his pleasure out, she would enmesh him. Thereafter, should he ever move in a direction she did not like, Marcia would soon show him in whose hands he was. Marcia was so astir with her scheme that she thought herself cool and collected. She had a dogged affection for her mother, a sort of animal loyalty in which was properly admixed a very human loyalty to herself. Here she was quite sure there was question only of her mother. Tom, meantime, waited and went over in his mind the impressions in confidence of which he had dared write his letter. A girl absolutely incapable of carrying an altruistic act to an end, and yet a Christian. If she resolved to serve her mother by telling her I was flirting with her daughter, and she is convinced that this would serve her mother, she must be hostile instinctively to her mother's friend. She would have to be sure first she did not care for me. She is coming today to find out. It all depends on today. If she does not like me, she will betray me with a sense of serving her mother. If she does like me, she will take secret delight in making her mother a fool. Dear little fool herself, if she knew how much I love her black straight hair and her white straight body, how little I care in contrast for her mother's interest in my future. If she knew, well, she must know. He went forward, seeing her at the door, seeing the shrewd determination in her face as she came forward to him. Miss Duffield, he said, you are not going to make the mistake of so many make of thinking what I do a deliberate thing. If you will examine my note with care, you will find in it all the silly guile of sudden inspiration. I am a creature of moods. He looked at her as he had wanted to across the table. So are you, Miss Duffield. How do you know? Why else did you come? She was not so foolish as to say there might be other reasons. She was not so willing as to admit his statement. She was silent. Tom began to laugh, a clear, long laughter. When he was done, they both knew he had laughed something away. The rest was easy. Marcia was certain that Tom was the contrary of canny and deliberate. He liked her. He had done a direct thing to see her. He was unworldly, as ever a man must be who understands a woman. And she liked him. She liked the respectful way he spoke of her mother. Somehow it gave her a sense that he was trustworthy, although she had no thought of why this quality should particularly interest her. She liked the assumption in his words of her superior perspective. Of course, Mrs. Duffield would not understand our coming down here to have tea together. Dear lady, does not a tinge of deception have to go into a sincere relation? Every mother must forget her daughter if she would live. It is the duty not alone of her friends, of her daughter also, to see she may. For her to know the truth of you and me would be not to know the truth from the standpoint of her and me, but an irrelevant, damaging lie. He said these words not pleadingly, not in argument, but as two co-religionists perhaps might mention an unmooted point, or as two students might discuss a lesson they had learned together. Tom had not an enemy in the house of Duffield, but another ally, a subtle and amazing one. Far from having been delivered into Marcia's hands, the hastening events laid her at least equally in his. They balanced the accounts. Marcia was wine for Tom. Never before had he been so held by the body of a woman. Never had he dreamed a woman could so swing with both reserves and desires, so without effort, without stint. She filled his room with miracles. She filled his life with the ease of power. How did this come about, this wonder he had in touching her cold skin, in meeting the hardness of her teeth, her soft lips? What was this Marcia? Madness, insanity as wine in a cool cup. She came to his warm room. She did not kiss him. She did not speak. She did not stir. She was there. She felt the flame rise near her. He would soon catch her clothes, burn them up. Her it would temper, make mellow. She stood looking at the flame, this subtle man who held back his hands and whose eyes were on her. What should she do? Why did he not come forward? He burned straight there across the room, like a flame in a windless world. Always his hands held back. Her clothes sagged to a dulling weight. Marcia stood swaying with the need of burning. Would he not help? Then she would help herself. Delicious fool that he was. He was perfume and flame. Each pore of her was big with him. Tom watched the firm, still whiteness of herself emerge from the lie of her clothes. No woman. She was a god. She was a pillar of purity and strength. No lascivious rongers and flauntings of flesh. No softnesses. A human form stripped to essential grace, an instrument of living, spare and direct like a command, flaying like a rod, swift like his passion. They loved. They gave no thought to the shadow, the long, intricate life-way of which the passion of woman and man is the mere flaming threshold. Both of them knew this. Each drank in the other a secret satisfaction whose mystery and timelessness thrilled them. They did not understand themselves or each other. Their love's dissidence from the plodding and gluttonous way of husband and wife was a brew, sharp, sweet, wild. They were drunk in it together. No more they had in common than their intoxication, themselves, each other, the nature of their love. All was unknown and secret. They scarce spoke of it. They drank and were glad and were never content. Out of the silence of each they came again. The subtle liquor worked its miracle. They were one into a flame whose leaping walled about them, disappeared as a song stops, leaving them their silences. These carried them off, each to a far deliberate world. No memory, no reason, absence of desire, until such time as a rising murmur in their separate silences swerved them, flung their silences once more together. All this, merely the spill of Tom's full life, prelude in hers. His work prospered. Tom had the genius of diligence. He poured himself no more into his affairs downtown than into some unremunerative affair at a friend's, where the price of applause was exhaustion. With Tom, exhaustion was breathing space till the next passion. So he prospered in work and in play. Laura Duffield was his devoted friend. Gilbert Lomney was his partner. To both as to Marcia, he was satisfying in the measure that was wise. Upon this heyday of his success, David now blundered, as a dull boy stumbles over another's floor full of tin soldiers. There seemed no cease to the miracle of Marcia, to the delight of the insatiety between them. Laura Duffield was divorced, and more than ever with her new gallant friend. In her family and in her world, he was a secret champion, a strong prop. His relations had wreathed out. He was welcome in many houses. He was a chord of many circles. His partner had come to worship him with a canine fidelity. Lomney was so dully at home in his desirable set that he no longer felt its desirability. He was convinced that in introducing Tom he did the set a favor. Tom did not disillusion him. He laughed about it with Cornelia, and made her partner of his pleasures in order to keep her partner of his reserves. With her to see on the morrow, Tom took to the gilded foyers, the gilded youth of the city, with a cool grace that lissomely assured his comfort and his usage. Laura Duffield gave him a gesture of confidence. Marcia, the glow of triumph, his law affairs, the agility to move forth and back, with telling unconcern. Cornelia gave him what he needed of a home. He was a splendid product of the city. Now David Markand, with his dear clumsiness, to clog and clutter it all. Marcia felt it first, felt it before he did. She sat on his bed. She looked at him where he smoldered in a corner, smoking intemperate cigarettes. It was a mood, she thought. She said nothing. She put on her clothes. Goodbye. He tore apart his reverie. Goodbye. But the edge of his love was dulling. Always now he was likely to leave her aside and sit away from her and look away and smoke, while she lay aching with blinded desire, watching him, pressing her breast with angry hands till its pain stopped the pain of her heart. She sat up suddenly, so he was forced to look. His eyes were upon her, whom he loved, yet they were distant. They were lost in a mist. They did not see her. In her beauty she stood up to him, all her clear, straight, agile body, calling him close. He bit his lips, and his eyes were looking beyond her. Then she said, "There's someone else. Is there not, Tom?" He did not look at her eagerness. He shook his head. "There's another woman." He was angry. "It's not so." More force spilling away that her body yearned for. This urged her on. "There's another woman." She needed his focusing upon her, even if it were but in wrath. She stood over him now. She knew he loved her so, with the lines of her body shrill and clarified in standing. Tom was white with anger. He grasped her and broke her in anger. She laughed in love. He loved her as never before that afternoon, because he loved her as never again. The year that David lived alone was the year of Tom's struggle with him. It was not a question of changing his life. It was a question of capturing the subjective opposition as it came forward in the nearness of his new friend. Tom knew a way. This inner inhibition stood objectified in David. Let him capture David. David was his old love of giving instead of constantly taking, of being calm and passive instead of constantly pursuing. In him Tom saw the restful cleanliness of despising this race he was running hotly, the futility of spending one's dreams upon a contest that was never done and whose prize was death. He would not give up his entry. He needed the mundane sense of power, the badge of success. He was too sensual to forego the liquor of attention. But he needed also to still the voice that kept saying, "Fool." By the old process of projection, he now saw these words in the eyes of David. If he could have David, he could have silence. He watched him with a growing steadfastness and a dwindling clarity. He knew at last that he wanted to win him. He knew that the affection between David and Cornelia stood most in his way. All that year he studied David. He came to understand his habits and his moods. He inserted himself upon his groping friend with the deliberate reserve of a chemist applying weighed ingredients to a solution. The measuring was no easy task. David was within himself. He was hidden. It was plain he showed more of his mind and spirit to Cornelia than to her brother. They spent evenings, late afternoons together. Walks on Sundays became almost a custom. Tom was frequently along. There was no slightest wish to bar him. But Cornelia encouraged those very traits in David that must keep him intractable, secure to himself. And the world? Tom argued. You are living in the world. It touches you on every side at every instant. You are wrong to try to ignore or to despise it. Usually Cornelia answered for her friend, "We are the world, if we choose to have it so. What you mean by the world is only the gross and the impure. Why alloy yourself with that?" Tom laughed. He knew this was David working upon his sister. Her life and her work were essentially conformist. She was no hermit, no rebel. She had had her great revolt. She had settled. She was not so very different from him, but Tom was too wise to say these things before their friend. To humiliate Cornelia before David would have the effect of estranging him. David would judge him and not understand. The idea that he could influence Cornelia was beyond David's belief. All this behind Tom's laughing. He kept silent, above all kept pleasant. He saw Cornelia's motherhood once more, hunting and hungry. She was going to preserve David from a hostile world, though it be with her own body. He watched her passion and David's dispassionate compliance. He worked his own will when they were alone. Cornelia has a habit I can well enough understand of wishing to make my friends into what she would have liked to be herself. Isn't she what she would like to be herself? Asked David. Tom smiled and was serious. To succeed for most of us means breaking through an iron barrier. Even those of us who do so cannot escape a little maiming. You are so violent in your statements, Tom. The idea of Cornelia maimed was nonsense to him. They went on talking of her new season's work. There were a number of unfortunate little changes she had to submit to in her exhibit. I was heartbroken, but thank the Lord, Cornelia is sensible. Else she might be a good artist, but she'd be broke. Why won't they let people alone when they have beautiful things to say? Oh, they will, quick enough, strictly alone. They'll not pester them with orders. You mustn't take Cornelia's art too seriously, David. It is chiefly her art of living. If you think her very pretty statues great, you'll be taking to heart every word she tells you. All subtly merged with his love for her and his loyalty and knowledge of the years when he had slaved for her and given her her chance. David could not bring himself to the consciousness of an objection. He said to himself, Tom is simply honest, beyond any honesty I have ever imagined. He was right, Tom was. He was not disloyal to his sister. He said no word of untruth. He was as kind and as loving as he had ever been. As 10 years before, he would have sacrificed much for her welfare, but she was playing a game against him, and he answered. David came to believe the hot and cold of talk with Tom and Cornelia Renard, an atmosphere implied in friendship with such clever, exceptional folk. He began to feel that Tom's candor was to be prized, even if it was not always easy to interpret, and that Cornelia's warm encouragement was to be discounted, since it meant escape from the ungenerous reality Tom told him he must soon or late confront. Because of and in spite of her sweet charm, Cornelia somehow must be discounted. He was sure he cared no less for her. He was a man. He was understanding a woman's natively circumscribed philosophy, her natural taste for a reserved and personal world. Cornelia stood already artist, though she was an rebel at least in one gesture of her life for family. Tom was the world of affairs and of adventure. Oh, yes, David began to see all that, so of course he could understand the little flares of strain between the two. When Cornelia's attitude implied a rebuke of her brother's ways, he must listen sweetly to her words, as true to herself and her world, and not too seriously apply them. Pure Tom, all this, but only Cornelia knew it. What on earth are you trying to do with him? She asked her brother. My dear Cornelia, how you talk. Listen. There were similarities enough between them. She also could drive full force toward a single point, whip her intensity till it became almost a deterrent to the average dull person. But Tom could meet her at any pitch. He had one talent which she lacked, and he knew this and would ruthlessly exploit it. He had a ready sense of the ridiculous, a light riding mood with which to damper her flame. Cornelia swung upon him and thrust out her hand. Her eyes blazed. Listen. Tom on the couch curled his legs under him. He straightened like a schoolboy before his teacher and threw a mock serious frown across his face. Cornelia's onslaught could not resist. It turned into argument gradually stiffer, less alive, against his mocking. David is not fit, Tom. He never could be for your sort of life. He was still. What he needs, it seems to me, is a training that will permit him to develop what is deepest and truest in him. His sense of reserve, his great purity of heart. The finest thing about David is his nature's implicit criticism of the life about him. Tom still listened. If he is flung into a sophisticated life, his own incorrigible innocence will merely thwart whatever he does. While that life goes on thwarting his nature, he will be nothing, arrive nowhere. She stopped. You women have a genius for simplifying reality. thumbed through this out in order to gain time. He knew it would goad Cornelia into eloquence. Any disparaging generalization on her sex did always. Indeed, will you men have a genius for complicating reality till it's as false and absurd as a wired and painted and lace-draped lily? A fine botch you've made of your reality. Every step of the world is so cluttered with barbed wire rules and pitfall standards that only an acrobat can keep his feet. Why don't you answer me? David is no man to go to the top, tricking and beating everyone else down, is he? No. He is a simple, gentle boy. That's what he must remain. Tom smiled. Cornelia answered his smile. Fortunately, he has an excellent place at his uncle's. There is design in that. At least there is luck. It means something. It means the pure and the brave in Davy may have a chance to grow in peace. We need that. We've enough of your acrobats. No, now Tom was ready. David's lovely sense of right will be as useful, unless it comes in touch with the real world, as a violet under a hedge. A violet growing under a hedge is sweeter than a violet crushed in the road. Tom knew he had talked nonsense. He always did when he would not face the sincere part of him that wished to speak. There was no time to lose. He must tell the truth. I'm not trying to corrupt him. I like him, Cornelia. I want him where I can be with him. So long as he stays in his ivory tower of dreams, I cannot have as much of him as I want. But, sister, I am no prince of darkness. If I plunged into chaos, it is because that is where the money is. I am lonely there, as a good angel would be in hell. I won't be with David. I tell you, one can be lonely and untouched even at a reception. One can be guileless even in a courtroom. I am. These things pass over me like sticks and stones, smarting my skin. I do not want to change David. I want him near me. I want him to change me. Your mistake is the horror you have for surroundings that you know nothing about. A usual result of ignorance, my dearest. David will be as unchanged, certainly, as I. Why do you want to drag him into your noisy world? I can't have a friend by long distance. There's something more in it than that. Tom looked, not to deny, but to learn. His face was open, sincerely in search. I don't understand, she went on. If you really wanted him to change you, were willing at all to be like him, you'd meet him halfway. I've seen how you ply him with your cynicisms, heckle him with your invitations to begin to live. If I met him halfway, I'd come back with half a practice. Nonsense. You could live your professional life without him. Social demands don't go into one's intimate hours. There is something else. You really want to take David about with you into the thick of the scrimmage. Every word you say to him is a sort of preparation for his entrance. Why? Tom was silent. He loved his sister's trenchancy too well not to admit her points. His doubts brewed energy. He got up and paced the floor to slough it off. I don't know, he repeated. He stopped. Cornelia, I may be queer. I guess I am a man of action. What else is there to do with him? She looked at her brother soberly. She knew he had touched a deep chord. He went on. My muscles seem to be very near my nerves. My muscles must move as soon as my nerves feel. Do you understand? If I'm glad, I dance. If I'm hurt, even now, I'm liable to cry. You know that. Don't you remember, Cornelia, at the farm, when I'd made a particularly perfect mud pie, how I brought it into the house and placed it intact on your table? Even though it meant a mess and a licking, it was mine. I had to bring it in to you. Well, David can teach me dreams and truth, but I've made a mud pie of the world. He must share it. He had his days of offensive against Cornelia. You want to make a child of him. You want to keep him a child, mother. He is a child. Aren't you glad? Well, if I am, mayn't one be happy with something that one finds? What of David? He can't have you for a mother all his life. Some day he will be compelled to sally out. Sally out where? He can have me always as much as he has me now. We don't need to outgrow our friends. Really, Tom, you have a vision of the world that compares with Don Quixote's, giants and windmills. Very good, dear, incorrigible motherer. He came close, and his arms enlaced her waist. Their cheeks touched. You shall always have your 2 boys to make behave and keep at your breast, so long as you live. Cornelia swayed with him, smiling. But between feed times you shall let them play in the streets. She struggled away. You're horrid. You're cruel. There were tears as she pushed him off. Or his days of strategy. I'm doing my best, he said, to undermine you with him. There'll not be a shred of you left in his heart, dear sis, when I've done picking you to pieces. Which was precisely what he was about, and whose telling disarmed Cornelia altogether. Surely, if he were in truth betraying her, he would not be telling her about it. So she reckoned, while David argued that Tom's often disquieting reflections on Cornelia must in some deep way be related with the real love he knew he bore her. With this true, there could not be betrayal. The 2 young men were together more and more. They sat in Tom's warm room. Their words were of high things. They knew that these were things that were not. Tom knew these things would never be. David, that they must. They met in the present of life, as 2 might take hands down an echoing corridor, close, though the one thought at the passage end was life, the other death. From these talks came the sense of his emptiness to Tom as he began to feed. He knew it only in the yearn he carried with him more and more for somewhat he lacked, in that nausea for the present which was dooming his love for Marcia Duffield, and making of his professional affairs a clear, cold, removed design that he learned to trace with tips of his calm fingers. The mood helped him with Cornelia. He went to her morose, and said kind things, angry things that in their conveyance of his troubled spirit stressed his apartness from David. I've been at it again, Cornelia. He sat abject on her couch, laid his hands on his feet with a gesture of humility in which alone a Hindu could have seen the pride. His eyes dwelt on his sister's cast of a pretty boy, a boy with laughing hair and a face that was a flower. Tom's lips were still. It seemed his eyes that spoke. He loved when he came to Cornelia's place to cast off his coat and flare his collar wide from his tense neck. The muscles in his throat seemed overstressed for the low tone and the small volume of his words. Clay is a happy medium, he said. That boy is nearly enough, your boy, to make you nearly happy. Clay is a possible element for our wills to work in, but human flesh and human mind, Cornelia, they are weighted with a past so deep and so remote we are helpless before it. I know. Remember a joke I used to play on you, the uncut grass by the barn, how I made you try to stand a stick on end whose tip was fastened to an invisible string, and whenever you thought you had it balanced, I'd give a little jerk and the thing toppled. She stood off from her figure. She came forward. Her finger touched a plane into shadow. She stepped away as if there had been some vital shock in the swift contact. Well, she said, not letting either her words or his eat beneath the surface of her mind. Tom knew he could spread a bath of acid that might take its time in eating downward, yet leave its mark. I think, Cornelia, I have the same love as yourself for making forms, but there is something perverse and accursed in me, something that keeps me from spending my appetite on some reasonably complacent substance like clay or pigment, or even words. Like you, I must, of course, write my poems in human life. And, Cornelia, it doesn't work. He paused. I dined with your friend David last night. Again a silence. I ended by running off to a trumped-up engagement because I simply could not stand his bland stupidity any longer. He got up and took a cigarette and lighted it. It went out at once. I'm a fool, he said. Slowly he began to tell the wall against which he pressed his cheek, half plaintively, the misery of the man whose medium is action. Cornelia destroyed her boy's nose. She remodeled it. While he talked, crouched with his cheek flat to the wall, she hummed an aria from Lohengrin, desultorily false, simply with evident satisfaction to herself. Is there no mellowness in America? Is there none of the sweetness of ripe soil? David can be as vulgar as Ruth's carpenter lover. Sometimes I wonder, is the chief product of American activity to be sweat? Bah! We sat there, and David lectured me. to the effect that truth and beauty are antagonistic and we must side with truth. When I asked him what was truth, he answered, morality is true. When I asked him, pray, what might morality be? He said, if you don't know, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. If you are going to be flippant, we'd better go back to our last subject. And Lord of Hosts, our last subject had been Balzac. Tom was gone so abruptly the door had stayed ajar behind him. Quickly Cornelia threw the damp cloth over her model and seated herself on the couch. She held her head tight in her two hands. Her mind was quick with the sharp eating lines of her brother. They will never get along, never, never. They are so different as... She stopped. She said to herself that this was her brother whom she loved, and how could she think unkind thoughts of her brother? It must not be. In the stifled conflict she was moved. She got up, flung wide a window. Night. It was cold. Gas lamps blinked and strutted through the air. Their lights were false. They brought out only darkness. The street lay low and reeled and swung away on either side like the deck of a pitching vessel. The vessel was the world. It crashed through a sea of love that spumed upward to Cornelia's eyes. Her heart's heat condensed it. There were tears. She had a sense of the bleak urgency of life, of its passage and of its passengers. She had a sense of the element through which she and those she loved and the vessel plunged. How it was a sweet element and dim, and how hard it was not to forget. Surely all thought in her cold day was a denial of the sea through which life was a passing, denial of all save the vessel, denial of the terror of its movement and of its passionate immersion. She also forgot. She also was a coward with the rest before such words as religion or as mystic. The salty tang of the sea beyond her plunging little world was in her eyes and her mouth. All her body wept silently. The cadenced strokes of an elevated train knocked at her mind. The truth faded. Cornelia brushed back her hair from her brow. You are a silly woman, she said aloud. He doesn't care for you really. You don't really care for him. He will go away and marry. He lives, after all, in a different world. Tom and I will console each other. She was relieved at her brother's bitter mood. She was weary, as if she had been on a great journey. She lay on her couch and closed her eyes. The air of her room was thick and was running in massive current. She felt herself swept along. The tickings of the clock on the mantel tore past her and caught in her dress like little strings of straw. The air surged over her head. She saw a house flung upon its current and dipping across her window. Where she was, it was quiet. Tom came up to her. In his hand was a gleaming scalpel. I'm going to mold David's face, he said. She said, you can't, Tom, because he is done. I've done him already. Cornelia looked at her model of a boy. It was all wet. Suddenly it sprang, and David threw himself upon the ground and broke. Her father stood over her, hurting her wrists. Her wrists hurt in his fierce grasp, but she felt how her father had no hands and was armless. He stood towering beyond her, high and hard like a stick. Cornelia knew that a string was attached to him, and that Tom held the string. He was going to jerk it, and then her father was going to fall. She was afraid. Her father was going to fall on her, and she would be crushed. She saw that he was a child. She was full of pity. Her face was upturned toward him. He was above her. She felt she was going to kiss him. Over her eyes there was David peering through turbulent shadows into her, curious to see, since her eyes were open and she was not asleep, why she had not heard him enter. The mood held. She remained in that palpitant hinterland, where all the nerves and senses of herself met all the beings of her past. David impinged sweetly upon this swerving world. She lay, scarce breathing, looking at him with eyes that denied the rest of her. The world where he could thrust in his head without violence receded. It went again. Her senses were enemies, strangers. That was a man to whom she had not given herself. Her senses stormed her recovering mind. Why does he not take me in his arms? They pleaded. She was on her feet, shutting herself away. How you frightened me, David. I guess I fell asleep. In her panting words she was gone from him. She could dare to say, what a pleasant surprise your coming. I'm so glad you came. She gave him her right hand. The left hand followed. He held them both. She drew them from him. I thought I would chance it. Have you had dinner? What were you dreaming about, Cornelia? She laughed, her low, stalwart laughter. What would you imagine? You look so strange, so far away, as if you were in a spell. Even now you are not quite out of it. I was in myself, I guess. You won't tell me what you dreamed?" She looked at him, big, burly boy, with his blue muffler over his throat and his hands hanging so limp beside him. He was so at ease, so friendly, curious, so cool, while she was white inside with the need of telling. It was impossible. In the shadow, a pain viced Cornelia's homely face, lent accent to the wrinkles already upon her brow. It went, leaving its sharp bite. "How have you been, David?" He might still ask her, force her to tell him. David began to talk. He rambled along the flowered paths of his own green life. He forgot about her dream. He forgot about Cornelia. As her chance of self-bestowal, of drawing him back with her to the self-land she had left, faded before his dear indifference. Cornelia's hands were fists, her soul retracted with hurt. He chatted. She left him to put on her hat. She saw herself in the mirror, plain Cornelia, motherer, who had found her boy at the age when boys go forth. Her mouth affirmed the bitter resolution that must make it hard. Her eyes fought against their tears. David was there, with a dry will that must dull and dim them. The ineffable glow of confidence and of the sense of being sweet faded still farther from her face, leaving it older and less sweet. So she returned to David. They went out to dine. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Section 10 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. There were times when the two young men sat in silence, looked at each other, and Tom was depressed and beaten by the world. He needed comfort of his friend. Then, out of the silence, David talked. A new way he had of bending low in his chair, with one leg curled beneath it, the other straight out, while his arm rested on the fourth stretched knee, and his palm turned upward. He would talk low then, try to give to Tom a thing he was not sure he had himself, and was not sure but that Tom had far more than he. He believed he was recalling Tom merely to his own possession. "Think of what you have done in your life. You should think of that. What have I done? What does it matter what I've done? What am I? You conquered your life. You made a new one for yourself. David, our deeds are not ourselves. We are what we are, not what we do. Our deeds, if anything, are what we have thrust from us. If I have done much, I am the emptier. Are you not always living and being anew? I am engulfed in a vicious world whose viciousness I know. I am false, David. I play dirty games, dirty tricks. I do my share of the betraying of the world before I get my share of the 30 pieces of gold. You do not know. I have open eyes. I betray loving loyalty. I do dark work, loving the sun." Tom was up from his chair. "Look at this flat." He parted the curtains of pale lavender that subdued the room to a quiet, steadfast, chromatic scale. It was afternoon of Sunday. Swift and passionate, the sun came in. It made the curtains tremorous with fire. It cast a radiance upon the cream-done walls. It sang through the room with light feet, tripping the soft rug with tawny fingers, touching the books and the vases. Tom and David sat within miracle. Tom's voice was dark in the sunlight. "This rare thing," he said. "Who can purchase the sun in the city? Not your saint, not your artist and lover. Only creatures like me who serve darkness. The law that I serve lives in shadowy, dusty places. Its priests are men too crafty and bent to be honest thieves. So I have the sun. And, David, I love the sun. I hate what I must do to earn it. I'm a man who can keep his love only with gold that he gains by his love's prostitution. The last splendor of day, the sun's arms turned upward, suppliant in death. The vast stars sank beneath crumble of buildings. Tom and David shivered at the eternal surcease. I feel that the sun some day of its own accord will go from me because of what I do against it, go at midday as it has gone just now. New shadows rose. They were silent like lips that have just spoken. The glow was gone from the room. It throbbed still in their minds. A flower faded. David said, "I wish, Tom, I could help you." Tom did not smile. "I feel you are unjust to yourself, perhaps unjust to the world also. It can't be as evil as you paint it. As for you, I know how far you are from what you say of yourself. You deserve the sun, Tom." Tom did not move. "Just think, over there in the east, those black belching houses where you say they slaughter cattle and brew hops. The sun will rise tomorrow before you awake. Where do you get your idea of the world?" A sharp question. It left David blunt. "I can't explain. It's not reasoned out. My idea of the world, I guess, is chiefly what I feel." "And what do you feel?" "Your own past of feelings, that is what you feel. Your mother, your easy village life alone with your mother, 9/10 of it." "Well, isn't that life as well as this?" "It's dream." "I do not see the difference very clearly. My mother was, and my love for her. They are more real to me than the hardness of the city. Perhaps, Tom, it is the hardness of men which is dream." "If your love and your life with your mother are reality, lean on them now." "I live with them, Tom." Tom walked up and down. "I leave you in your dream, David. I want to, but some shock of the outer world will come and wake you. You are walking in your sleep. I want gentle hands to bring you to yourself at a safe moment, at a safe place, lest you fall, David." David was up also. They faced each other, the tall, gentle, unkempt boy, and the sharp, sure measure of Tom, the boy with bright, slow eyes against the weary quickness of the other. "I may be more right than you." David's voice was low. It had a full cadence of shaded notes. "I don't think what we reason out is always sure. I can't explain. I believe that just the same." About his low voice the room darkened. What was light and certain of the room was the spirit of the friends grappling with thin shadows. David was speaking. "When I think, Tom, that there are millions, hundreds of millions of men and women, each of them has feelings deep like mine, feelings of doubt and happiness and sorrow. It seems very wonderful to me that the world should be so rich. I used to wonder about God. It didn't seem to me likely that there could be one mind who knew all about the billions of people that there have ever been, be interested in them, know what was good for them, love them. But I don't feel like that any more. This huge sea of feelings made up of so many billion seas, well, that is true, and that is quite as wonderful as the idea of God." "Do you think they all feel as you do?" "Of course they do. I know that really I am no more than the rest. I know how huge my own feelings seem to me. But most of them are luckless, David, stupid victims." David looked wondering. "They strike me as wonderful," he said. "Everything. People aren't stupid at all. Perhaps rulers and philosophers are stupid. I don't know. I don't know how they work. I know that no stupid man could make a chair or a plow or field, and a woman, Tom, who can give birth to a child that will grow up is not a stupid woman. Think, there are billions of women who have done that. All of these things seem marvelous to me. Language, think, the little mute creature who comes into the world, and in a few years he can talk. Is that stupid, Tom?" David was near Tom's desk. His hand lay on a flat blank piece of paper and an inch rule of thin varnished wood. He picked them up. "Look at these, Tom. Don't you think they're fairy tales?" Tom was smiling, but he was warm. Compared to what some men have thought and done, all men are stupid. The first man who made paper had intelligence, yes, but the dull million imitators. I don't know how to make paper. It's all a mystery to me. You could buy a book for $1 and read a few hours and know all about it. Is that achievement to you?" David was silent. "Men are a race of monkeys, all of them, David. A few among them now and then who have the genius to create. Freaks. The apes harry them to death. Then they follow them. They are no less apes because they steal and follow. Take from the annals of man the deposits of the lonely exceptions, and they'd go groveling and dumb, as they did 500,000 years ago. Do not admire men, David. Admire the wondrous, diseased, and solitary freak who at times is born among them, who rises above them, who is given to the monkey clan, all the stolen toys they clutter their lives with. Paper seems a miracle to you. That is sheer ignorance, sentimentalism, if you will, which is the same. Look what the monkeys do with this paper, how they degrade and defile what the creators of paper destined for the recording of holy words. You can give a monkey a jewel, but he'll hide it in his refuse, or he'll decorate some obscene portion of his body with it. Is that not just what has taken place with the jewels of intelligence and genius? The plough is a miracle, but the average ploughman is a slave who has debased both plough and soil. What has he done with the sacrament of the harvest? He has let his soil, that should be to him as the woman he loves, be stolen from him. He works it for hire. He sells its fecundity to ugly masters. The lot of women is a lovely thing, but how do women conceive? What do they do with their children? You marvel at language. What do you think of what men say? No, David, yours is an old sentimental fault. Through the ages, great lonely spirits have worked for good. They found the uses of fire. They invented the wheel and the sail, the arrow and the liver. The swarms from whom they differed as gods from maggots took their generous gifts and turned them against life. Much of the march of civilization is the abject record of just this bitter process. The dull creature who drives your cab, how is he related to the hero that tamed the shaggy stallions of the Stone Age, or to the poet that dreamed the wheel? Would the priest whose ecstasy brought forth fire be the friend of the janitor downstairs who tends my furnace, or of the filthy fool that cooks my dinner? What relationship beyond that, joining the parts of a colossal joke, binds the prophet who first pressed papyrus and the degenerate editor who buys his paper by the ton, dirties it with his lies, and sells it to the herd for 3 cents each morning? Or binds a Shakespeare with the geese that have been quacking about him ever since he died? You have no right to admire the debased relics of greatness. They are parodies. To do so is to do precisely the opposite of what you think, to flout the spirit that alone deserves your wonder. Look what the world of men has done. They have so perverted the gifts of the great that no free man can longer partake of them. Their vileness has a monopoly in the fruits of genius. I can't feel that. Tom was bitterly happy. He rushed on. Well, tell me then, could your ideal artisan work in a factory? He worked with his soul in his hands, the artisan you might admire. It was his love that spoke as he worked. As he sat lost in the magic of his tools, his hands touched the wood with a caress from which came beauty. Machines and trade union rules would make short shrift of him. There is no place in labor for the man who wants to love while he works. Or your farmer, your true breeder of the earth. Can he plow a hired field and then truckle with parasite middlemen to sell and adulterate his fruits? What must his attitude be to the loafer who owned his soil, and to the loafer who handled his products, and the poet-priest that loved his paper and placed the mystery of his love on it? Where would you have him write his love today, in the dailies or the magazines? Where would you have him sing and act his love, in vaudeville or the legit? I'm not up to reasoning with you, Tom, not yet, but I shall be. Am I wrong? I'm certain you are wrong. I feel these things, love and brotherhood, the many people somehow creating and creating. I am stupid, perhaps. You are not stupid, David. Then they aren't stupid either, any of them. They are just like me. They are not so very different from poets and inventors. I feel that. You say I'm not stupid. Tom took David's hands. I am the stupid one. That is why I need reason. Dear, confident boy, please convince me. He looked hard, almost fiercely into David's eyes. Dimly glowing they were, or rather, their sentiment than themselves in the shadow. Tom's hands hardened over David's. David grew aware of a faint unease that was sharp against the sweetness of his mood. Something imperceptible drew back in him, blanched. Tom felt the withdrawal. He dropped David's hands suddenly. Almost he flung them from him. He stepped back and sat on the couch. His hands held his head so that they did not tremble. His voice came vibrant from the darkness. Do not listen to me, David. Though I out-talk you 1,000 times, it is you who are right. I am of an old, travel-weary race that has lost its gods and that has found no others. I feel you young and fresh beside me, though in our years there is no great difference. Your childhood was not full of false beliefs. You are strong now to go in search of your own dear mystery. I've cast off false gods, but their hands were about my heart, and my heart went with them. They are indeed discarded and dead, but my heart is dead along. David came through the room. It seemed a cavern as he made these paltry steps to Tom. He sat beside him. Still he was ill at ease. He felt so suddenly strong and stronger than his friend. While Tom talked, it had been hard for him to master the despairing sweep of impotence over his body as his mind. Now again, coming of his strength beside his friend, he felt a cord draw him, held outside himself, so that his coming was weakness. This could not be. Surely it was good to sit beside his friend and comfort him, to be glad of the misty glow that touched him from their two bodies and made him feel Tom's breathing, made him feel the palpitance of Tom's thought like a butterfly in his close-cupped hands. Tom said, sitting beside me, you are sitting beside nothing. David was still. At the heart of me, David, there is an empty place. What you call my success has been a violence wrenched from me. David, have you ever walked along a country road, taken a flower in your hand that grew beside it, pulled, hoping as you walked on to unearth it by its roots? And have you ever found in your hand a pitiful, crumpled heap of petals and pollen, with the nude stalk still fast behind you in the ground? I wish I could reason out how wrong you are. I suppose for you I would have to make a very clear argument. My feeling does not help you. Are you sure? If I am downcast, argument to prove I am all right is not the thing I want. I am different from you. Perhaps not in all things different, dear David. I know you are wrong. I've watched you. We are friends now for so long a time. I could have told you this almost when we met, when I paddled you about and you let your wrist play in the water and sprinkled me. You have a funny habit, Tom, of hurting yourself. Lord knows why you should like to. You are not satisfied with the world because you are so much better. It is no sin, Tom, to live in a world where we were born. It is splendid that you have such dreams of a far better one. Your life proves how true and real you have been, perhaps more so to Cornelia than to yourself. I'm sure you would be the same for me. I could do anything for you. I've nothing with which to cure you of your black doubts except a stupid faith that does not touch you. Davy, it is the best in you. Give me the best in you. I want nothing better in all the world. Silence enclosed them again. David struggled with what he deemed his impotence. He was not very bright, he feared. Perhaps he failed to feel the stupidity of men because himself was stupid. Tom would not tell him that. A wave of the need of giving welled about him. He was warm and relaxed within this element, whose indeterminate grain moved him toward Tom. He relaxed, the same easeless stir moving to stiffen him back, poisoned this sweetness to make him one again with his threatened solitude. David struggled for the quickening of himself in self-bestowal. Tom sat in darkness, bitter hard, his will a clenched fist over his body, with a strain so true that the muscles in his neck stood out. He strove to turn away from his loved friend. But his hand went forth, his knotted hand that seemed beaten by the weathers of life went forth as on a journey hazardous even to its wisdom. It tremored close to the hand of David. The warmth of the young hand made it cold. A sharp, shrill voice that sounded a shriek in the darkness. "Let's have a light." Tom jumped up. In the yellow of the gas, David sat blinking. Tom was all movement. He flung off his shoes, put on another pair. He changed his necktie. He hung away his housecoat. He stood dressed for the street. "I must be off," he declared. "Which way do you go?" He was decreased to a more comfortable pitch by this let of energy. He came to David, with both hands half helped him from his seat. They had been long in darkness. In darkness some strange light from each had played upon them. Now at the mundane level of the gas lamp they stood and needed to look into each other. Their eyes were venturesome, but their darts of laughter proved them timid. They stirred their bodies and their minds, swerving away, as if they dangled loose from one another and were close fastened only by their eyes. David walked yearnful through the city. It seemed sure to him that his heart was empty. He cared for no one. He was a speck caught in a pretty whirl that gulfed him quite as whole as if an ocean had risen to immerse him. Happenings of the day and of all other days lay in the back of his head in a shadowed corner where he flung what he was too weary to dispose of. The corner of a curiously cluttered room that had no dear thing in it. So walking the wild city it was to David. He stood in a great square and heard New York. Low brittleness of wagons, liquid hoof blow of horses, sweet against the opaque call of drivers, beat of the herds of men driven by iron streets, high murmur of lamps wreathing with air that dropped like weight of sadness from the sky, weary air sinking to the city streets of its own helplessness, in love with the warm lamps that turned away from such anguish. The buildings hummed their tune of mastership, but these were low, was low the plaint of the air that was being breathed and defiled by the herds of men. Under all was the city, above all was the city's voice. David stopped still and heard it, a sudden solitary shriek coming from afar, dying, born anew. The city hurried and did not hear itself. David walked again. The cry was gone. He was deaf also, doubting, forgetful. He walked to the house of the Tibbets, where he was due to dinner, a warm hall, carpeted stairs leading up like a steamer's invitation, balustrades that flourished, and bold, flat pictures that grimaced against walls with the effrontery of servants. The door closed. David stood on the thick carpet and felt the harsh mahogany's gleam, the cushioned resilience of chairs, the obtuse blindness of leathered walls. He felt this Fay and her mother, how they were hard and soft. The black, sleek fatness of Mr. Tibbets moved against him, held out wide hands to take him in. A forbidding, brutal gloss, like the woodwork, sheathed the softness, a give of sentiment and thought no more alive in these people than the red plush of the sofa. All of it was suddenly obscene to David. He was in the mood he had found once in a house of prostitution. He had entered with a fellow from the office in stern response to passion. He had fled as one flees in a nightmare. The madam within the harsh green satin of her kimono, which was a mold for flaccid flesh, the hard faces of the women, the hard pastiche of their gestures upon which the flabbiness of their souls and the unexercised pulp of their minds came out, oozed out. David caught himself. What nonsense with these good friends asking him questions. What had that memory to do with this? He walked deliberately into the mood of the Tibbets. He forgot his nausea, as he had forgotten the voice of the city. But Tom he could not forget. His forgetting all else brought him inevitably to Tom. He was warm and alive with Tom. He felt that in Tom's friendship, more than in all else, more than in his work downtown or the slow reading of good books, he was growing up. He glowed with Tom, as one might smile at the accomplishment before one's eyes of a good prophecy. All his life he had known that he was destined to become a man, an ecstasy, this of wonderment and terror, which ran in a kaleidoscope of color back to his childhood and to the time when his little arms had clasped his mother's knees. Some day he would grow up and be a man. Whenever he heard these words inside him, they came by his mother's voice, for she had brought them first like a fire to his life. She had burned him with them as a reproof, or thrilled him with their glow of destiny, or when her slow hands and her mouth upon him told of their imminent loss, lighted him as a sacrifice with their mysterious meaning. For in these words was a world beyond his mother. In them, coming from her mouth and from her breast that he loved, David knew the ruthless rhythm of his life away from childhood up to the passion of maturity, away from his mother to a motherless, cold land for his own mastership. This destiny could be many things. It was a twinkling star he looked at from his safe world and laughed against. It was a fairy field near only in his fancy, far from his being, dominioned by the will of his young ignorance. It was a menace from which he fled to his mother, and toward which the vigor of his mother's love yet drove him. He stood at his manhood's threshold, not daring to turn back, a deep and cavernous beginning, a passage lost in shadows. Not seeing the passage he dared to enter. His mother's going had been the bidding of her love that he should leave her. But David was not alone. A part of him was still the short and sturdy child that clasped his mother's knees. All this was changed, and all this was eternal. For now again David was not alone. Tom, who had shown him the coming of his manhood, would accompany him through it. His friend and comrade, though David knew it not, in a way marvelously true and false, the legate of his mother. End of chapter 7. Section 11 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. David lived alone for a little more than a year. Already in that year's spring, the two friends decided to find a place together. Their living room opened from a narrow hall, along a darkness sidling their two bedrooms, symbols of our hopeless single eyes flat on the gray bricks of the adjoining house, blinked like purblind old women against something too close for focus. Here sleep was imprisoned, that might heal men from the poison of their days, but that men have turned into a merely deeper and more occult brew of their days' poisons. The room where the sun came was the room they thought they lived in, their home that, though they spent far less hours there than in the blinking sleep rooms, and though, of course, the sun was usually there when they were not, they who waded each day into the city as miners go down shafts. But it was good to know the sun was there even with them away. They had hunted long for a southward room, the Brazilian Mrs. Lario, with her bare arms giving to no touch, and her smooth throat so palpably immune from the gust of a man's passion, above the tight composure of whose eyes brooded her hair like a black tempest of contradiction, came and cleaned. She turned the mattresses. She sprinkled water for the dust of the crumbling floors. She made the rooms gleam with a moist complacence like her own widowed virtue. But then beside Mrs. Lario came the sun, dried the moisture of her mop, turned all this artificed cleanness that smelt so of its triumph over dirt into a health that glowed self-sustainedly without a hint of being mere reform. The sun came and balanced Mrs. Lario and made her possible, so that when Tom and David were up, ruffled and wearied through their shafts at night, they felt that their home had been not cleaned alone, but redeemed also. And if there was a flavor of must in the tidied bedrooms, the rococo sitting of the pillows shams, the somewhat chromo-patterned regularity of things left on their bureau, there was as well good air, still athrill with the sun's last coming. On Sundays they greeted the sun as one they knew, who knew their home better than they, greeted him a bit like a familiar god, with his long, frank strides shattering their windows. David was making a success in his uncle's business. He had at last achieved a salary determined rather by his place in the office than his relation with his head. Mr. Dean's theory had unconsciously been one of compensation. He balanced his knowledge of the boy's advantage by miserable pay. This enabled him quite honestly to say, "David gets no more than any other beginner." An easy way of feeling just. Now David was beginning to lead the life of a young bachelor in the city. He had outgrown his little East Side room. He was, after all, a representative of the Deans. If he went to the theatre, it was not right that he should sit in the gallery like a clerk. If he went hunting for rooms with this smart chap Bernard, he must not buy an admission of the low price he could afford to pay. Reflect on the house of Dean. Mr. Dean was a little on his mettle with his nephew, as most men with their sons. He was approaching the time of vicarious satisfaction. He made David assistant to the credit department and gave him a good salary. David knew the nepotic alloy in his good fortune. It did not trouble him. He thought somehow he deserved it. He recalled vaguely an old remark of Tom's about another matter. Men who get what they deserve always do so, you will find, for inappropriate reasons. David was letting the sweet illogic of America come in on him. He was lost in wonder at the perfect and complex weave of manifest occurrence which armored the reality, latent and different, beneath. The weave was one of grace, goodwill, and beauty. It was in contradiction to the moving nakedness he felt fatefully a swing below his life and the whole city. He was, after all, in much, a child, one who wanted the world to be good to him, to whom the real was the most splendid of fairy tales. He fitted into this social structure so close akin to the land where hags turn into princesses and pumpkins become coaches. He was that sort, the sort who wanders blithely through an enchanted forest, where great black trunks of trees stand under a green sea of murmur-like protective stanchions, and who picks up an acorn, finds it to be a golden apple, eats it with neither indigestion nor surprise. The whirling petulance of American life, its oneness with the tempo and technique of the dream, was very near and very sweet to David. There was then a true immersement of David in this world, and in this fact a danger. Nothing is so rebellious as reality. No man who does not first move with the world can change it. If the deep mute sense of life in David pushed ever upward in revolt, that revolt would be the mere fused head of all his being, of the world's. It would find its articulated deed. He would go farther, infinitely in rebellion, than the rebellious Tom, whose mental area of understanding kept him in a sort of passionate inertness. The emotions of Tom Renard were conservative, the part of him that loved what was still and plumbed. And there, the manifest world he found rather than its latency of change. Only his mind ventured ahead into potential realms. His mind was much like a courier at work in advance to fit and to pare down conditions for the advent of his master. So Tom felt a hazard in his friend. He wished to live in the world that he found. He wished to live with the friend that he had found. It was needful, therefore, that his friend should live there also, that he should change just in so far as to fit Tom's world, yet not so greatly change as to be no longer David. Tom realized that the world's acceptance he desired in David and its possession he feared were very close to one another. He looked at his friend and wondered. David lay back in his rocker with his legs out straight and the mist of his pipe rising above his upturned head. He was comfortable. Above his waist his body huddled in a condition of collapse that made the rigid straightness of his legs and of his arms falling down by his side a comical diversion. Tom looked at him from his rush seat chair, direct and simple. He sat at ease, straight. He picked a paper from the floor, but below his waist his posture was unaltered. His head moved on his neck like a hinge. His torso moved on his hips like a hinge. There was David reaching for a match, his legs shifting, his chin dropping upon his chest. David's arms went out and he yawned. His body was rigid. It seemed to press out the energy of words. Oh, oh, I am sleepy. Tom laughed. He had come in far later from a dance. He had been up an hour earlier. Why don't you lie down then? David's eyes seemed to exercise command over his sluggish state. They thought the idea a good one. The big body lifted heavily from the chair, went wide and down to the floor. David lay on his back. Tom looked at him. He could have raised his foot and placed it on David's stomach. One hand, palm upward, slumbered directly beside Tom's chair. Tom could have stepped on it. The temptation ran humorously through him. Why, you should be sleepy, my dear man. I bet you slept 10 hours. Well, after a pause, it's Sunday. Tom laughed again. You're still a lazy country lout. David snorted and smiled. He rolled his generous round head away from Tom and closed his eyes. Since his eyes alone had borne the quality of resistance that was his space in the world, David lay prone and altogether passive. He was a little like a flame that has been extinguished. Tom began to contemplate his friend. David breathed deep and low. Looking and pondering, Tom came to breathe in unison. His shorter, tighter body made this anomalous. They breathed together, but David was sleeping. Tom's breath brought him discomfort. A tithe of it he discharged by stirring his foot to within an inch of David's hand. It stayed there. He was forward in his seat. His gaze went forward, fixed on some vague moving object that swung in a pure parabola away. All of him followed. They had been together a month. There was David's face fallen away on its side. Tom could see the slight strained tendons of his neck. His sleepy hair was a mood apart from the floor it touched, like a mist thrown from the alert earth in the morning. His pipe had slipped and cast its ashes. Tom wondered if he was closer to his friend after a month, and how far closer he could grow. This the question he followed. As if in search of it, he leaned agilely forward, immersed, and picked up the pipe next to David's hand. He was again erect in his chair. He held the pipe before him, not seeing it. He was very awake, thinking. Suddenly he looked at his hands, amazed. They were empty. The pipe was in his mouth. On his face came an expression of motion, as if he wanted to get away. He thrust the pipe back of him on the tabouret. Again rest came to his features. They no longer strained in the symbol of the need to move. He was in contemplation. His lips parted and pursed at a faster tempo than his breathing. His eyes hardened. He took a long draught of air, as if his sluggish breathing had half stifled him. Once more he breathed at his wonted measure. He looked down at David for the first time naturally, as if David were this expected object at his feet and not some threshold beyond them. They had been, after all, a mere month together. Why was he counting time with David, when, elsewise, he was glad to take his days in gross, and the thought of the years like steps of a painful stairway to be mounted toward the flat respite of death? In this lingering with David and his hurry elsewhere, there was a discord, a whirling that made him dizzy. One part of him moved faster than the rest. He turned and turned round. Tom's eyes were seeking again. He must hold on to something to stop this spinning. His jaw dropped an instant before he had caught himself up. There were his hands once more athwart his chest. In them David's pipe. Tom jumped from his chair. Carefully, however, David was sound asleep. It was a day of clouds, low scudding over the city. The city crouched, hostile and sharp, as if it felt the universe its foe. The city of men. With its roofs like an upstanding fir, it lay there, a caddish monster. The wind boomed afar, plunged near, whistled and shook the windows, and was off screaming with fright at its courage. The city was tense and cold under its houses. A lighter shadow cut down from the retreated pall of the skies. The sun was up there somewhere. The shadow mushroomed forth, losing its lightness, swelling with relief into the wider darkness. Disappeared. The city breathed again. Another shaft of life, of greater vibrance, lanced it, made it quiver, faded once more. These alternations were a rhythm like breath on the city, and in the room where Tom stood looking out and David slumbered, these rhythms were compressed and sharpened. The swaths of lighter shadows, strugglings of the sun, brought unrest. The city was easier in the greater gloom. Was the sun what it feared? The gloom was a cloak hiding the foe. When it parted, a sword flashed. When it parted, the city trembled. Tom felt the acerb coldness of this maze of stone and brick. A testaceous monster crouched beside the hidden Hudson. It lost its unity. It broke into parts. The city became a swim of brittle points, a sea and a foam of iron. Tom wondered how the soft breasts of the dwellers had conceived their city that was more hard and hostile than the whipped heavens. He saw them under the mountains of their handicraft like shell-less creatures huddled in a mountain of waves. He was back from this fury to his chair. There slept his friend. He was aware of David, gently asleep, and of the surge of the city, and of the skies, a humour of hostile motion. He was aware of all this suddenly at once. The contrast was like swift heat on the smooth surface of his consciousness. It cracked. In the fissures, light to see by. The deposits of his last summer. He'd gone away for his 2 weeks, alone. This was his custom, and the one who might have led him to disregard it was unwilling. David had earned the respect of Mr. Dean by declining to take a vacation. He might have gone, as the year before, to spend it in the mountains with his uncle's family. He had no stomach to. He was very far from Lois. He believed that she was engaged, though he had purposely avoided the confidence she almost forced him to ask. "You don't seem to want to know anything about me, David." "What is there to know?" "There might be many things. Why don't you ask? Then you may find out." "What could there happen to you?" "Oh, indeed, sir. So nothing could happen to me to interest you?" David thought she was inviting him to bare his breast for her knife thrust. He was long past the desire of sensation from Lois at the expense of pain. He looked dull, and Lois stamped her feet. "Then I shan't tell you now." Tom had suggested a plan, but he was half-hearted about it. He did not want to go to the old place with his friend. He did not want to go with him elsewhere. He went off alone. He selected the seashore. There seemed nothing strange in this. He thought it was the turn of the sea. Here, too, he did not altogether understand. He was afraid to attempt the old place with David. Surely he would not enter it alone. He went through a little huddled city, sweating and plethoric with high-coloured houses and swift dilapidations, a city with the face of a slovenly fishwife, peeled by the summer sun and cut by the winter winds. Beyond it the beach, a great golden girdle beneath the quiet bosom of the sea. The ocean breathed gently there. It rose and fell, passionless and sweet, touching the word of men with virginal disdain. The sun smiled aslant, as if half turned away out of compassion for the feebleness of men. But despite its clemency, the human swarm was like a pullulant emanation in a rich, yeasty substance. Women and children and men shifted like black maggots in the luxuriance of summer. The sea rose from the night as a jewel glows and burns beyond itself. The sun swung into the sky and made of it a luminous flood that poured gold on the beach, splintered mazes of sapphire, emerald, bronze on the breasting waters. Yet of itself the sky was no colour and no thing. The sun fevered and sank away, leaving the sky a-tremble with its passion. The sky lingered lost in the haze of the sun's mystery, given to the rapture of remembrance that is night. Within this stillness the broken hurry of people, men and women, were a low spawn, flecking and feeding on the universal fragrance. Tom walked among them and tried to amuse himself. Never had human life been so distasteful to him, so anomalous. He rose early to escape it. A line of boarding-houses and hotels lay along the sand, a motley strewing, high barracks with false colonial fronts and rococo pillars scarfing their dismal heights, smug cottages burdened with great names, Seacrest, Manning Arms, the Breakers, sprawling, winging frames with turrets that twirled and were picked out in coloured glass. On the beach, when Tom set out, a sparse sprinkling of children. Mothers gossiped low in the background, and a few bathers, loosed from the conventional bonds by the tart spell of the water, screamed, laughed, gesticulated, bounded. Tom left them behind. The sea combed back, and the dwellings of men were lost. All about flatness, the grass ran silver away across salt meadows that were ruddy in sun. The sea was broken here. It lapped idle, and was green and halted by the blue pearl of the river that came out to be lost in the sea's freedom. The bay was quieter than the scudding grass that marged it. There was a rocking stillness everywhere against which the earnest and sharp sally of the pipers in the seaweed was a dissonant shred. Here Tom threw himself down and took the pungent air into his eyes and mouth and let it moisten the strain of his body. He was immersed in the sweet summer. A mood grew on him. He learned of a mistake that he had made. Upon the contrast and the stillness of this place came something from without and filled it and made its song. He found that he was longing for the comradeship of David. Sitting idle and full of the sap of the summer, he found that the part of him which warmed him was straining outward, toward a vague thing indeed, since he wanted no specific thing of David, but with a pull that had no vagueness. He found himself unable to partake of the gentle world he was in. He found himself tangenting from it, making of his wish a rod to vault him back into the burning city. He sat musing, half asleep, without sense of time. He dug with his fingers in the sand. He watched a bug voyage from spot to spot with a rapt, floating interest. He tried to enjoy a cigarette with a sense telling him that the air had a sweeter perfume, could he but swing himself to know it. Unease was on him. He consulted his watch, and its denotation of the hours was like news from a far country. Impulse to move was balked by lack of desire to go. He stayed, balanced, bored, strangely exhausted with these hours of indolence, glad of the excuse of hunger to make him move. The beach was bedlam. He went through the throngs as if he were wading a morass. Only the buffet of the waves when he swam beyond the breakers gave him a resistance where he could dwell with a certain comfort, but he could not bathe all day. He went in to dinner, a sort of immersement in a black pot where food was, clatter of dishes, hot stickiness of human motion, flies stuck on paper. It was hard to part the tasteless substance of his neighbors from the sodden stuff he prodded down his throat. He escaped to the sea. While the populace digested, he could be alone with it. It beat in monotone upon his world. It flayed it. The sea lay there, cruelly content, droning its repetitious chant, until the endless song mounted, terraced, burst in his ears like a vast shout of conquest. Tom felt an invasion. His small body was being swept by a terrene monster. The sea's laborious approach against his nerves was no relief from the crepitous gorilla of the women, children, men, beating their individual sticks and stones upon him. Tom went back to the deserted bay where the sea was less the sea, and gazing at the watery world, he wondered by what spell the ocean had even been a balm to him, by what strength he had dared love it. He said aloud to himself in the silence, "Well, leave here. I give you permission. Go somewhere else. If this bores you." He had no answer. He did not wish to go somewhere else. He wished to go back. He had always loved this being close among the pleasure-toiling people. He had looked forward to the nights, the open theatre garlanded in paper lanterns, the carousal with its comical rugose rounds of music, the dance halls by the sea where the salt air swooned in the invasion of shuffled feet, of perfume, of pop and beer, the silent stretches away from the lights where he could see the couples under the moon, discovering love, finding for once glad uses for their bodies. All this Tom loved, and for it had come. There was the solemn jay, decked in white duck trousers, who walked as close as he dared to the girl in frills, with her face simpering down toward her languid feet. How far her puff sleeves kept him off, how dangerous a ceiling of adventure to take her hands and her lips, could he have them without the sea rocking upon them and wiping out the future. Tom would dance with the prettiest girl he could find, then with the ugliest, and chuckle as he discovered the law of compensation unobserved. She has less looks, no more sense. He would be hero to a gang of boys buying them soda and ice cream, confidant of the pendulous matron in virginal crinolines, who believed him when he said he was sure she could dance. You must not let your daughters bully you, madam, into being old. Then aloof, watching the prides, the passions, the innumerable nonsenses collect, become a single human clutter, a stir and a flare of lights, a ribboning of banal music, a haze of sweaty odors. Once more about him, silence, and at his feet a sea, musing in its moveless might as if it were all the heavens, all the stars made through some portent palpable to him. It lay there, aloof like the truth, and he its master, since it lay also in his brain. The crowds he had left were a sputter of sand fallen on the sea and gone. So once, now nothing of all this. The world had fooled him. Ashes were in his mind, yet he could not leave his mind and the world. 10 days Tom moved in this numbness. Sudden, he went to the station and sent a wire to David, returned to his hotel, paid his bill. The message was, I'm coming home. Save supper for me. We'll call for you. He had a sense that if he visited the bay, it would be sweet and fertile, like a young woman who is warm with the breathing of her body. That if he had stayed to dinner at the hotel, the women's chatter would amuse him. The naughtiness of the children under the frowns of their mothers shine like snatches of song, for he was on the train. A heavy, heated day met him in the city, one of those laden evenings when the air has lost its resilience to throw off the fetid waste poured by the turmoil of life. All that the millions in grips with the materials of work have thrown impure into the air remained for the millions to breathe. But Tom was in high spirits. His ferry had moored him on the west edge of Manhattan an hour before the time to dine. In this coincidence of his train, the one good train to catch after his sudden resolution, he read a happy omen. He would have time to wash at a hotel. He had no fears because of the short notice of his message. David had few engagements beyond occasional visits to his family, very few indeed, whose urgency would prevail against the urgency of Tom's wire. The thought of that urgency. Why was he so pressed to see his friend? He felt no need of explaining to himself. That part of him which appraised explanation seemed content without one. A strange thing in Tom seemed willing to nod, to say yes. No need of further words. You wanted to see him. But what of the explanation to make to David? He might think the lack of one peculiar. Something just above his ears, in the back of his head, cracked with a swift report like a cleavage in deep ice. It was an instant. It had not hurt. During it, this thought, marvelously elaborate and clear, touched light. He would tell the truth. He would take David to their favorite cafe, down steps on 6th Avenue, under the booming elevated structure, where his proprietary waiter, Charles, designed him dinners according to the weather, according to the look in his face, without questions. There they would sit. He would say, I missed you, David. My vacation was a failure without you. I had to come back to New York to see you. Simple enough and honest, yet it had cleaved some icy armor in his brain in order to get free. David would blush. He was so droll, so like a girl with his ready blushing. And what would David answer? Tom walked along with his elastic bound. He was a little like a pony pacer, a svelte small one. David had had the simile, but above the sharpness of his steps he swam in a mist of fantasy. He believed that his mind would compress this mist, make it clear, solid fact. His mind seemed averse, indolent. Perhaps, after all, it could not. An illusion of the mist, perhaps, that it had the substance of the fact to be. Tom saved himself from this conclusion. Don't live it now. There'll be nothing left after you've done imagining. A faint reverberance set in. Reaction. Why should I not tell him I was anxious to see him? Truth is essential with a boy like David. I can't give him any other reason. The steps of David's lodging-house were a bit steep. He found himself outside the door. He was afraid to open. He knocked. He did not think it right to be so ceremonious. He entered. David was there. Tom went forward with the slain feelings the occasion had given birth to. What he saw was a blight that had drawn the life of his coming. What remained, talking, moving, was a ghost. David was not alone. With him, some friend. Farmer was alone. I happened to meet him coming up. I knew you would not mind, Tom, if he came along. Of course not. Tom knew that soon he would understand. In order to be polite, he had better delay the moment. Perhaps he could put it off till he was rid of these two fellows. "Where shall we go? I'm hungry." David seemed satisfied. He had worried a little, perhaps. David put on his straw hat with a despicable slap of his palm. "Where you say. It makes no difference to me." "Their favorite cafe, and Charles," David suggested. Tom nodded. It was a hilarious dinner, actually. Tom helped it. The farmer person had an aptitude for puns. He told them with a Carolina accent. Tom knew of him that he wore a straggly ribbon for a tie, gray and brown, tucked like a shoestring into the yellow edge of his collar. He knew also that the collar button showed. It was black bone and an Adam's apple, that the shirt bulged and was half stiff and wrinkled. Tom knew no more because his eyes rose no higher and no lower. They remained at their horizontal tension. He packed them off to an extravaganza. No, he could not join them. He simply could not. They would enjoy it without him. One did not go to the theater for company, as one went to dinner. They were gone at last. Tom was home like a spent arrow, down the turbulent avenue with the trains clamoring overhead. He took off his clothes. He was exhausted, as if he had run that day, not been carried to New York. In a moment he slept. He woke early and lay in his bed and understood. David did not know it. He had done this thing with a knowledge surer than knowing. That much was clear. If David had had a doubt as to the true, trivial purpose of Tom's telegram, if he had so much as said, "There may be something important," he must have given Tom the chance to tell him. It was plain David had sensed the lack of a particular business, guessed the purely social nature of Tom's wish, keen, willing, without knowing, to avoid it. Was it stupidity? Tom thought not. The stupid person would not have understood so much. He would have said, "There may be something important." Or feeling the true inwardness of Tom's importunity, he must have been passive before it. Beneath David's ingenuous behavior there worked a deliberate negation. That much seemed certain. Part of his will's function it had been to hide from David what it was all about, since his will was willing to cause Tom's distress, and David, conscious, would not have been willing to cause it. David's innocence a cloak over himself. But the detail of his meeting Farmer. Tom believed that in the wide world of occurrence the searching will could always find material for its act. The important thing now was to slur over the affair. A great hurt, an inexplicable wound, a pin-prick that somehow had touched his heart. One could not talk of such improbable things. He saw David the next day. "Really, man, why do you insist on foisting such impossible persons on yourself and me?" David squirmed. "I can't say I like him either, but he seemed begging to come along. He is the dullest man I've seen in a year. I didn't cut short my trip, to dine with your stray cats. I suspected you couldn't go him. I knew something was the matter. That was long since. That could not happen now." Tom sat over his sleeping friend on the floor and had this thought. He feels differently now. Of a sudden a twinge strangely akin to guilt went through him. What was he thinking about, indeed? He had wanted to be with David those idle days. David had not had the same wish so strongly since he had spoiled their first evening together. Perhaps now, in a like case, he might wish more strongly. What was there unusual, guilty in that? He had no desire to seal David hermetically from the world. Surely he showed the contrary intentions. Was he not introducing him to his friends? David had had a full 10 days, and he 10 empty ones. Another time David might be the eager one. What was he troubling himself about? David lay still and asleep on the floor. David was up, brandishing his arms, and his eyes sleepless as the day after hours of sun. "I'm off for a spin." David was devoted to his bicycle. "What are you doing this afternoon?" Tom seemed to search up and down with his head. "I can't think of anything." "Good. Then you'll join us on our walk later on. We're going to Brock's Park and have a supper of popcorn, 3 colors, hot dogs, and sauerkraut, and ice cream soda." "Who are?" "Why, Cornelia and I. And you." "I don't like the bill of fare." David's face went a shade less light. "Besides," Tom caught himself, "I have an engagement. I promised to have tea with Mrs. Duffield. Finito is to be there. She asked me especially to bring you too. You don't seem to go out as much with Cornelia and me as you used to." "My dear fellow, I'm getting busier all the time. You know that. If you don't understand, who should? You know that there goes into a date like this something other than free choice." He walked up and down. David stood still. "Will you come?" Tom asked. "I have this engagement with Cornelia. If you ask Cornelia also." Tom's eyes dropped. He hummed a few high notes of a popular melody. He found his chair, slapped the Sunday paper into its proper folds on his knees. One doesn't take one's family to these chatters, Davy. Fortunately, since Cornelia would have to be dragged. How unreasonable you are. David stood motionless. He was wondering if Tom told all the truth. Tom took the offensive. I'll be blessed, Davy, if you're not thinking evil things about me now. I don't give enough care to my sister. I don't bring her enough into my life, into our life. He sat back in his chair and thrust his sharp question into the indecisive vagueness of David's. Not so? Why, I didn't say that, but why do we go out together so seldom now, we three? Why is Cornelia here so little? Why don't you invite her? I always thought that was for you to do. The truth is, David, you see Cornelia plenty. Tom had achieved the tune he wanted. He was out of the talk. By stress of David, he would have managed to remain out. I've nothing against your friendship with Sis. I'm happy about it. I had something to do with making it. You may remember. It is good for her, and she means a lot. But you must broaden out, man. At your time of life, you must not crib yourself even with a Cornelia. You have no idea of the gamut of human relationships, of their variance and wonder. Why do you think I wished you to come with me this afternoon? You see how frank I am. Cornelia, you can have any time and always, but Laura Duffield will get weary of inviting you to meet your friends, if you continue to show such nimbleness in avoiding her. That is precisely what you need. Yes, a lot more just now than you need, sister. Tom was unanswerable. He did not press the matter further. He read the news, but David, later trudging the deserted side street between silent walls, could not convince himself there was no answer. Cornelia, he said, come over to our place and spend Wednesday evening. I have an engagement, Davy. Then come Thursday or Friday. Cornelia stopped. Let's sit on that bench, she said, quick, before someone else. Her first remark had been low, serious, a touch of brightness in her last words that made David look at her. As they sat, it was gone. Carriages flowed before them, motionless coachmen, immobile ladies, cramped, frilled children passed like wooden figures in a carousel. Only the horses lived, and yet not all of them, since their docked tails and their cruelly reined necks had an air of artifice. Listen, David, I want to speak to you. I should love to accept your invitation, but she stopped. David felt a strange commotion. Something within him was full of panic, wanted to get away. At most, a fraternal fault was going to be found with Tom. Why then did he have the sense that it was he who was going to be accused, and more still justly? These gusts of emotion were ridiculous. Cornelia had as yet said nothing, yet at the moment, if a man had come up to him and asked, is Thomas Renard your friend? David would have stammered. Cornelia was speaking. You know, Davy, it was natural enough when Tom lived alone. He used always to come to me. I dropped in occasionally to look after him, his curtains or his linen, or, of course, if he wasn't well, then he'd be bundled over to my place. But I had our home. Now he has a real livable place, the better of us two, but I have the feeling, David, that this has not altered the old custom. Tom does not suggest my spending evenings with you. Having said so little, she was afraid she had said too much. She went on, of course, he still comes to me. Alone, then? We have not been together in your place since Tom is back from his vacation. Yes, he comes alone. Cornelia spoke this slowly, pensively. Her next words trembled swift upon each other, as if escaping her thought. I have the idea that perhaps he likes to have his place apart. It was that way with his old room. When he wanted me, he came to me. He knew I was not that way, that I was always glad to see him, I guess, don't you think he still needs his corner for being solitary? But Cornelia, why then share oh, that is different, Davy. Women are in the way. I don't feel that you are, Cornelia. He does. He is a strange dear, you know. He feels that women are in the way. He must. David's inexorable logic was a burden to Cornelia, who loved it, even as his candor hurt, though she was nursing it. Then you won't come next week? Not until Tom asks me. Only the first time I will feel like that. The first time it seems to me the invitation had better come from him. She wanted to talk on. She had so much to ask and to confess. She had not been invited to help fix their rooms. This was a most hurting difference. She had concealed it. She felt that her words with David had been stupid. Better silence than her feeble approach to speaking. What she wanted David to see, she had most hidden. All her moods toward him were of that sort. Always, always. If she wanted to give herself, there she was turning away. Of course, Tom was not helpless in such a matter as arranging his apartment. He had his own ideas. She had been sure, at least, that she would be consulted. One afternoon she came. "How do you like things?" They were complete. "Splendidly, Tom." That was all. It was not the artist who was offended. The artist in Cornelia could always be disposed of. But the woman, the sister, she realized that David also had been but perfunctorily consulted. This was still Tom's place. Thinking of that, Cornelia forgot her own slight. She looked at the boy beside her, looked up at him. They sat on the ground. A pine tree rose straight above them. David studied the split roll in his hand, with its long red sausage sticking out at both ends. "I never know where to begin," he chuckled. Why could she not at least ask questions? What did they talk of idle nights? What was Tom's attitude at home toward Tom's place? Did David feel this? "First you must even up the roll and the sausage. Bite off both ends like this. That's the rule, the rule." She was like a woman carrying a great load upon her back, afraid to ease it, shifted a bit from the sore spot, lest it crush her. She was silent. David ate methodically. He enjoyed eating. The bite of the mustard was good on his tender tongue. He felt Cornelia beside him, eating, not knowing she ate. The hot dog was gone. He felt in her silence a need of question which aroused his own. He wanted to know the truth of this strange problem between Tom and his sister. He wanted to know if Cornelia was really somewhat sentimental, somewhat the old woman. He wanted to be sure that she was, that Tom was right, loving her, prizing her, putting her in her place. He wanted to be sure that she was not. He did not want to lose a tithe of his respect for her, and for himself, sitting beside her, close and wanting no change. A pause, with the weight of their questions clear and compact, closing them in. He was beside her, coming close. She was open. Could they not be open in this silence, whatever came? A tree, warm air, no one. Could they not stay open, whatever was born? Cornelia stirred with anguish. She was afraid. She was afraid to look at David, for she was very open. He would pour in through her eyes if her eyes touched him. All he into her all. Why not? Her answer was a word of escape. That party, tell me about it. Escape from herself, since already she knew David was within her. She could not drive him away. She had no will to. She could escape from herself. "I'm not made for parties, but, oh, Cornelia, there was a man, a wonderful man. He played piano for us," he said. Their spirits had met. Upon the tiny separateness of their questions of Tom, their spirits had met and tremorously touched. Now their spirits floated in opposite directions, timidly, still eye to eye, but with contrary wings propelling them away. They clasped hands. "Goodbye, goodbye, Davy." The true psychic reaction of their separateness together came to them both. David wondered if Tom was right. He had a good time with Cornelia, nothing fecund about it. Being with her led, if to anything, to gaps and to stops invisible, before which always they turned away. Perhaps she is sterile. Why doesn't she get married? Sudden, he had a grievance against Cornelia. Life to them must be two separate things. He was happy with her, but even that was a mere emptiness. He would, with youthful eagerness, have sold for a rich battle of pain. She was a woman, yet no woman to him. Cornelia walked away, knowing what David felt. All the way back to her room she felt David moving toward Tom, David doubting, David beginning to patronize and to take her in circumference and reason. She thought his thoughts. She followed his eyes as they turned away from hers, as they turned away from her. Her own were filled only with what filled his. Seeing with his eyes, she saw her enemy. She saw her brother. End of chapter 8. Section 12 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. David did not understand or question the spirit in which, the following night, he went with Tom to dine at the apartment of Constance Bardale. She had watched him with large eyes at the table, where he sat mostly silent and very busy with the food that he found delicious. She had maneuvered him later aside from the chattering group. They talked quietly together. David had no sense of her as yet, beyond the silk-cold sheath of an earth-colored dress fending a woman's body. But he did not suffer. He said to himself, I don't know really what to say to her, but it goes all right. He was pleased at this, grateful to her. He showed it. The opposing group broke into laughter. It broke its confines. A tall, massive man stood over the two. Constance, he said, you must hear this. A thick foreign accent marred his otherwise perfect English. He was an Austrian, head of the Stangending galleries on Fifth Avenue, where second-rate examples of second-rate old masters fetched first-rate prices. He stood very close to Constance Bardale, who looked askance at him, with sly knowledge lighting the flecks in her grey eyes. She seemed to be saying, so this is the best excuse you could find for breaking into my tete-a-tete. Don't you see it is hopeless? No, of course you wouldn't. The Austrian's sally had its success. It was a breach toward the hostess through which now the others began to flow upon her. The guests shifted near. David remarked how directly Mr. Stangending spoke to Miss Bardale, unlike himself, but he took comfort in his partial isolation. He rested back in it as he would have in his chair had his self-consciousness not made him crane stiffly forward. It was Finito's idea, said Stangending. I assure you, Karl, it was Kahn's. Finito balanced himself with grace. In a half-courtesy he thrust out an indicating palm toward his hostess. Mine? Now wait. Richard Finito rose to his full, plump height. David saw how large his buttocks were, like a woman's. His small blue eyes peered from beside the curved nose like a bird's. He was poising evidently for his soar of flight in words. I said it was your idea, Constance, and I can prove it. A little woman at his side laughed prematurely. Her eyes seemed fixed in a sort of perpetual fright. This was Mrs. May Delano, and her great fear was not to appreciate and not to appear at home. Finito began. David found, as he talked, no need of the effort of attention. This Mr. Finito did not notice him at all. He seemed to hold Constance Bardale with his eyes, the group about him with his shoulders that were curiously sharp above so plump a body. He was done. There was a breaking up, a new shredding of words, a new scramble from which another voice emerged. Momently mastered attention sank away. David watched Tom, not consciously so much as because he nearly always saw him when Tom was there to see. He felt a strange thing. Tom, the casual, easy Tom, was uneasy. He was fretted by some sharp discomfort. His eyes wandered, his feet tapped. He lighted a cigarette and threw it away. Finito talked again, a great talker. Tom gathered the sharp points of his nerves together. He was once more composed, but with a tension that had in it the power of some prefatory move, almost a charge. In the ensuing scatter of minds, Tom was busy gathering them together, gathering them to him, ill at ease no longer. He was speaking. He spoke for a while, breathed in the comfortable silence of the others. David's eyes, moved by an impulse he was not conscious of, wandered. They met the eyes of Marcia Duffield. He looked away, shocked by a current which had flowed momently between them. David knew Tom's words held him unpleasantly, at times held him not at all. What was the interest in them, what their motive, beyond Tom's wish to speak and to hold interest? David sensed this, sensed the rebuke he felt in this for Tom. As his eyes went back to the eyes of Marcia Duffield, it came to him that she was feeling similar things with him. In the brief meeting of their eyes, it was as if they had discovered one another in themselves. This was absurd and impossible. Marcia Duffield, David's mind could not grasp. This flashing intuition, it slipped, leaving no conscious mark. He looked harder at the others in the unwitting need not to look again at her. Already what he could carry with him of that strange momentary kinship across the room was reduced to the sense of bright, black, hard eyes filled with a wistful question. He was aware of King Van Ness, perhaps because that solid gentleman was always looking at Marcia. David knew who he was, junior partner in Van Ness, Stone and Company, son of a great banker, doubtless a millionaire. Van Ness sat as if between two fascinations, the valuable one that was principally Tom, who at times caught him and sent him stiffer forward in his chair. The silent one, Marcia, who never looked at him, but the stirring of whose hands and mouth was at once reflected in his ways, like the image in a dull steel mirror. Van Ness was heavy and tall, not stout. His big bones and the heft of his arms and legs gave the impression of extraordinary weight. Their heaviness proceeded rather from his mood than their own heaviness. Van Ness was heavy, not because he was great in bulk, but because he was small in spirit. The unlit stretch of him was a sag and a pull downward because he lacked the lift of mental resilience. His head stated this. The forehead was large and bulging. The brown eyes opened wide and were far apart. The nose was long, straight, clumsily rather than strongly molded, with unmoving nostrils. Van Ness wore a black mustache, a straight-cropped, bristly brush. His mouth was small and unperturbed. His chin jutted forward with a counterfeit of power that was mere lack of curiosity, unresistance to the proprieties and manners birth had brought him. This was King Van Ness, supremely gentlemanly, supremely rich, supremely dull, impregnable. He stirred in the talk of finito and Tom as a heavy vessel creaks at anchor in a choppy sea. David heard Tom again. We had it out until 7 o'clock that night. I came home exhausted. Tom glanced at David, not long or sure enough to see him turn pale. But it can't be. It's a lie, David said to himself. He remembered the evening Tom referred to. He had come home at 6. Tom lay on the couch, in excellent spirits. They had gone to Brown's shop house for dinner, and yet David, as usual, had no positive proof. Perhaps a mere exaggeration, a mistake in the day. Why was he always so eager, so afraid to catch Tom in a trivial falsehood? Marcia was speaking to him. Van Ness had roused himself to a rare gust of words, serious words, half angry, the question of labor unions. Marcia drew Tom aside. David saw how her eyes were close on him and how her breast stirred faintly. He saw that Tom was watching only with his ears. His eyes wandered to the talking banker. In a pause, "You must have had your wits about you," he threw in. He had heard every word. Van Ness was flattered. Tom threw his head back, looking at the big man in a way that drew a line between them. Van Ness came up. He seated himself beside the pair. Marcia's lips curled as if they had been stung. Van Ness beamed on Tom, as he might have if Tom, from great natural kindness, had done him a good turn. Marcia was stiff in her chair, looking away. She seemed to be suffering and not to care for the instant if others saw it. Then her face covered. Why did David sense bravery in that? Marcia thought she could wound either man by being affable to the other, but she wanted to wound both. Then it occurred to her that smiling on Van Ness might delight Tom merely. She knew his game. He was done with her. He was putting her away neatly, satisfactorily, as he did, doubtless, all things. The bitterness was she could not but fall in with his plans. They were her plans also. None fitted them better than King Van Ness. If only Tom were not thrusting her into his arms. If only she had the madness, the courage to flout Van Ness in order to spite Tom. She believed she might, but if she failed thereafter to marry as well, her humiliation would still be before Tom. He would laugh at her, or pity. It was all one. He was capable of saying, "Why didn't you take Van Ness?" "Don't say I stood in your way." Marcia knew she must take him some time. If only she could, in the passing, send an arrow to the man who, having been her lover, had now the impudence to tell her, "I am your friend, Marcia. I'm deeply concerned." Her friend! She had never been able to discover her successor. She sat now, finding in her negative aloofness the one sure way of not satisfying Tom, in an attempt to hurt him. He took pleasure so strangely. David was next to Mrs. May Delano. she straining to take some humble part in the near tete-a-tete of Finito and Stygending with Constance Bardale. She discerned David's separation from the group, deduced therefrom his inferiority. She was afraid to give much heed to him. She was a proper, nervous little woman. She had revolted from her world because she was so like her stodgy mother, so much attached to her thrifty and careful father. She had married a mentally inferior Irishman because he owned 2 theaters on Broadway and was hence in touch with art. All her life was a pursuit of interesting people, in reality a retreat, equally vain, from the middle class, whose manners and beliefs rooted in her soul. Her simple Jewish family took up her husband with delight. "I think, dear," he told her in order to give her pleasure, "I think I have more good Jewish friends than any other sort." She was indeed miserably married. David was not averse to her leaving him alone. He felt what this woman was, since he was untutored in the symbols of her pose. He wondered why Mr. Stygending bit his lips. Finito was lyric against the baited Stygending's silence. Stygending brooded and tried not to listen to the intimate badinage of Constance and her foil. His eyes rested glowering, stiff on this supple woman, wandered off to some dimmer focus. A strange sorrow pervaded his hard face, the sorrow of an animal rather than of a man. In this state David almost liked him. He looked less wise, less strong, more full of life when he was full of this strange sorrow. Constance Bardale snatched him back from his withdrawal. With a word fixed his eyes once more on her. It was as if she needed him there in order to go on with Finito. Stygending's face sharpened. It fell again into its mold of human cunning. It was nearer this woman, farther from what David had cared for in him. Constance got up. She took May Delano by the hand and placed her glowing in her chair. She turned her back on the 2 men who watched her, slipping from them as one stares at an impossible offence. "Well, Mr. Markand, are you coming to see me ever of your own accord, or will I always have to wait till there's a dinner?" She sat beside him, bringing her chair still closer. She smiled with her full face and her sinuously deflected body. At once David knew that this which was happening to him was like the other things which he had watched. He was part of this buzzing world, but outside of it, so that he still could understand. "I think I shall come, Miss Bardale. It is awfully good of you." "It is not good of me. I've no one in my place out of kindness. With me, I assure you, charity stops at home." David flushed at the abrupt nakedness of her compliment. He gathered from the candour of her example the courage to look at her as she had looked at him. She was not beautiful. Her skin had a strange olive tinge. It was fleckless smooth. It was not transparent. Her hair was heavy, not fine. He noticed her wide, short hands, capable hands. The sense of her flesh under the quiet silken sheath of her gown had a disquietude and a heat that won him. For the first time he realized how a woman whom he was able to know not beautiful could be desirable. She made a direct call upon his senses. His senses answered. "You can't possibly like me yet, Miss Bardale. You do not know me. Why then, except to be polite?" She laughed. Her laughter went into words. His head was left out of it. She was a body. His own body told him. Suddenly her talk and his seemed remote from the main purpose of their nearness, as if they stood in opposite corners of the room, tilting at each other with long sticks. He had to go on tilting. He could not come nearer, however inclined he was, and to his own amazement, to drop his guards. Her talk, he vaguely knew, made easy his sitting there. In the same distant sense he felt that his defensive parries were not unworthy. But all of this was not very conscious. The part of David given to their talk was swimming along with a free stroke that the heavy touch of his deliberation could only have disturbed. Indeed, a part of him was absent and was busy elsewhere. Their words rose up like a pelting fire. By its light David could look beyond, could peer into the spiritual corners of the room, could see their darkness. There seemed no affection at all, no fellowship. Even for themselves, these persons had no affection. Their egoism was a hard and desperate passion, fruit of some perennial resistance. David could not have reasoned out why this should be, how affection must die in a hot contest, how either it must die or it must share the intensity of the combating forces and turn to passion. The way of these men and women toward themselves had much the way of animals fiercely competing for food and for love. In a less bitter contest they could have played together, like children or like animals that are fed and tamed. Now they were playing at playing. David felt in this their wide distinction from animals, a whole array of impulses and thoughts, muddied and distressed what might have been the clear flow of natural conflict. They were whipped up into a delirium of broken starts that in the end lacked all direction. Endlessly at work in the upholstered room, under the gowns of silk and the starched bosoms, a scrimmage of cold desire. Some things each desired of the others, a body, ruin, disappearance, help. David thought, his impression strange. Surely he was mistaken, seeing nonsense. No doubt, however, of what Constance Bardale was now about. He had no idea of her goal. It was plain she was testing him, as surely as if her capable hands had moved over his body. She took his measure. He knew now what he was doing with his parries. To defend himself was to accept her gauge of battle. He was meeting Constance Bardale in the field she had chosen. This was precisely what he now no longer wanted to do. He became silent, and she, who knew a way for his defensive, was helpless against his retreat. Against his resistance she could display her forces, but she was scattered and spent in the emptiness before her. David sat back in his chair, looking beyond, thinking, and gave her nothing. Constance Bardale got up and left him. Let him stay alone, if that is really what he wants. She thought in the falseness of a moment's pique she had been moved to rescue him from a painful solitude among the chatter of others. As she sat again, talking elsewhere, she had David in mind. What is it? She recovered herself. Is he a ninny, or was he just bored? I don't think he's a ninny. She had intelligence to know at least that he had not been frightened. There had been a calm in his sudden withdrawal which was the contrary of fear. She took his hand at the door, and now when the invitation she had so unconventionally stressed would have been a mere matter of form, she kept silent. Good night, Mr. Markand. Good night, Miss Bardale. He was very serious and far away. She had the wit to smile and turn to the others. It was a crystal night of autumn. David and Tom could not think of taking a car. David was sorely troubled. He was glad Tom made no effort to talk. A question from him would have thrown David into panic. It was about Tom he was troubled, and about himself. I'm afraid to meet a woman flirting with me. I'm a coward, he muttered to himself. Constance Bardale had understood him better. She had glimpsed under his sudden tenacity of refusal to meet her, to meet even her eyes or her laughter, some deeper preoccupation which her profane self must not be allowed to enter. But David walked with a sense of discomfort, wide and profound, as if all life were a garment that fitted him ill. Tom was a mere most sensitive spot where the ungainly garment caught. He had the sad conviction of Tom's dishonesty from the fact that he went so well in that dishonest group, of Tom's equal striving to overcome, to grasp, to possess. He could have no doubt. It was all very ugly to David. That did not matter. It mattered painfully that Tom should be ugly. Tom was his friend whom he loved, whose life he was entering more and more, who was at fault that these constant doubts flared up against the passage. Now he wanted to talk to Tom. Tom always took these doubts and talked them away. He wanted Tom to dispose of the night's new accumulation. Tom walked on. He seemed troubled also. This was a new thought lancing into David. His own misgivings were a shade less clear. Tom was troubled. Perhaps Tom had a grievance against him. If he did, "What makes you so silent?" he asked, before he knew, reflexively, as one jumps from a danger and then looks to know what it is. "Do you want to know?" Tom's voice was hard. "I'm going to tell you, David. Sometimes you make it anything but easy for me. These were my friends. For my sake, you might have tried to be a little pleasant." "Wasn't I pleasant, Tom?" "Did you stir yourself to be?" "Oh, of course, I know what's in your mind." This is easy for Tom. He takes to all that frivol naturally. "Well, I assure you, my dear friend, you are mistaken. I do nothing of the sort, but I have a sense of the world and of the need of living in it. That sense at times, fortunately for me, is greater than my sense of my own importance. Your sulks are nothing but conceit. Believe me, if I'm distressed, it is because I'm anxious. I want you to grow up. I take you to places where you meet mature and interesting people with minds. You might do me the honor of trusting my intentions, enough not to sit there as if I had taken you to a dime museum." "Tom, I am sorry. I did the best I knew how. Something made me melancholy. Yes." This was all wrong, all wrong. David was thinking, yet how could he write it? Tom had no real grievance against him. It was he who had the grievance. Why did things always take this perverse turn? Why was he always in the wrong? This time he was not. Tom spoke on. He, too, hated the superficial form that social intercourse seemed fatefully to take. But under it the play of minds, the approach of men and women to each other was good, justified the forms and the conversations. He was no creative genius to revolutionize society. When David had succeeded in finding a more satisfactory way for friends to share their thoughts, he would be happy. Until then. But, Tom, why did you have to make up stories that aren't so? It was difficult for David to ask this. All his being and courage were summoned to the effort. Why should he need his courage? Tom walked quietly on. David felt his vibrance. Either he was in wrath or in pain. "So that is it." Again he was silent. At last, "David, my friend," in a low, still tone, utterly changed from before, "Davy, you make me worry for you. This is not a mere lack of a sense of humor. This is something deeper." He went on quietly. His words cut into David like curved knives. Silently David resisted, but the points of attack were too many. Attack whirled about him. David was always looking for faults in him, doubting his honor and his word. Why? Had he so little faith in his friend? Let David tell him. Had he given him cause to believe the first ill thing about him, vagrant in his mind? David shifted to answer. Tom was attacking elsewhere. David had no sense of proportion. He seemed to take from his remarks nothing but sources for quarrel. Or was it unwilling rather than unable? David was sure he could here give satisfactory answer. He was perhaps too serious and dull. He took everything Tom said so deep to heart. No cause for anger, really. Tom had veered far. Oh, this was no exception. There were many things. The truth was David thought only of himself. David was selfish. "Why should you always sit in judgment on me? Supposing I began this trick with you of weighing your deeds and your words to see what direct pleasure they brought to me, as a miser might sift dirt to find the grains of gold. Do you really think I couldn't?" A list. The other evening when Tom had had a headache, David had gone around smoking and whistling. Did David recall the time Tom had brought him his dinner? And the pique of David because Tom could not join him and Cornelia on some insignificant walk, as if Tom had broken a tryst. How David had his silences for a week because of things like that. Did David perhaps remember how he had honored Tom's desire to see him on his return from his vacation, honored it by dragging a dull outsider along for dinner? Let David think of himself wiring so to Tom. Perhaps he thought Tom's silence meant he was not hurt that time when he broke their theater date because he had forgotten it was Lois' birthday. "But you said you could easily find someone else." "Yes, David. I'm not like you. I was afraid if I made it hard for you, I might spoil your evening. I put you at ease. The truth is, the tickets went to waste. Yes, both of them. I'd set my mind on that evening belonging to us. Do you think I cared most about seeing Annie Russell? I did not choose to go with someone else on the occasion when I had chosen to go with you. That night, if you want to know, I sat in the library of the Bar Association and read law. It was not my sense of justice to spoil your evening, which you had chosen to spend with your cousin Lois, because you had chosen to spoil mine. You know that isn't fair. You know I went to the dean's because I had to, out of a sense of duty. You have a sense of duty toward your frivolous cousins, none toward your friend. I admire your distinctions. But, Tom, they would all have been insulted. Whether I was insulted had no importance. So it went. David was inexorably and forever in the wrong. Your cousins, your uncle, your aunt, I'm to judge you care more for them than for me. They mean more to you, doubtless their ideas also. He flayed David's smugness, his cowardice, his failure to grow up. David's sentiment was perfunctory. His sensibilities were dull. He had no recognition of what was going on in the minds and hearts of those who should have been dear to him. Loving meant taking. Tom flung him dolorously down to a level with that cousin whose company he had preferred and loyalty to whom, as against Tom, he had elected. David followed by the side of his tormentor, as by the side of fate. Near where they lived was a little square. It lay blue beneath the green haze of the lamplights. It was timid there under the sweep of the city. The buildings and the high flare of movement over the night made it deep like a well. Tom and David paced round it. Their steps were harsh to David, as if in dissonance to the square's sweet reticence. They knew they must have this out ere they passed through the door. A dull weight was on David. The crystal night was black, and through the blackness pain flashed like lightning. All this was within him. About all this was he, numb and unable to feel himself. He knew the dark by the lightning. It was not the sense of wrong that made him suffer. It was the impediment to that sense. Had he been able to be noble and say, I am unworthy, it would have been easeful and sweet. He had a great longing to do just this. It was the something hindering him that hurt. Why was it? He had no answer to Tom. One by one his objections had disappeared as he voiced them. His objections to Tom. Was it perhaps that he was proud and vain, not big enough to avow his faults? Oh, if it was but that! And then the hateful alternative that blocked his emotions. For was it perhaps that he had not really voiced his objections, that all of these words were far from the true misgivings? David did not know. He knew that at the moment he yearned to be fully convinced, that he was fully wrong. He needed to force himself. His mind told him Tom was right. His heart willed Tom be right. Let Tom be sincere and the perfect friend. Let him be the lacquer. His mind argued. His heart sang for this sweeter way. They forced him through the forms of acquiescence. Something neither mind nor heart would not submit, waved frantic and helpless against all the world. This, the bleak hurt in David. The battle was manifestly over. They stood in the hall of their flat. Tom was smiling. Tom suffered also. In his smile, as he put forth his hand, was a plea for forgiveness. In that gesture, Tom spoke his deepest truth. He had been indeed on the defensive. Attacking David, he had fought for himself, fought for his place in the heart of his friend, fought to cover from David and from himself the flinching part of him which shrilled and maneuvered for attention, plotted for power. With his soul sick in revolt, David's rebuke was the rebuke and call of his own nature. Since David embodied this, Tom needed him to love him also. Since David embodied this, Tom needed to destroy him. In the silence of the hall, the true Tom spoke, as if he had said, I have said nothing. You are my better self, my deeper self. Stay near to me. Forgive me. David saw his gesture. He understood that it was sincere. He could not read its context. He needed no more than that. It was sincere. A sweet flood suddenly was over him, the certainty for which he had thirsted. With both hands he took the hand of Tom. He held it close. His eyes were full of tears. It was David who spoke. Forgive me. In the morning, David awoke full of weariness. Tom bounded bright from his bed. At breakfast he was loquacious. He teased Mrs. Lario. He had long spells of laughter over his attempts at Italian. The heavy woman waited on them silently and let his pleasantries rebound from her like rubber balls. She was devoted to her wonderful Mr. Renard. Let us get David to speak Italian, he said. David is altogether too provincial. He threw out the terms he had picked up as if he were pelting David with them. David stirred languidly. He was full of sleep. Well, I'm off. Tom jumped up before David had finished. Have a case today before Justice Bain. Wish me luck, Davy. The problem is to keep the old fellow awake. Otherwise I've no chance. If he sleeps, I lose." He stood in the doorway. His eyes flashed and laughed. "You ought to see him, Davy, when he falls asleep on the bench. He gets deeper and lower in his swivel chair. His legs are always crossed. As he slides down, the upper leg grates in such a way on the other as to lift its trouser gradually up. Down goes Bain, up goes the trouser, till the leg is bare and the garter visible. There is the scale of justice for you. Ha ha!" He was gone. As he raced to his elevated train, the last evening raced with him. He was going to his office, to the law, into the world. When Marcia marries Van Ness, she must make me a wedge into his law business. I must absolutely manage that. Lomney and Renard of counsel for Van Ness, Stone and Company. Gad, what a coup! He had no thought of David. He had no thought of himself, save as the instrument of his own progress. End of chapter 9. Section 13 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Part 1. So the days and the nights, the weeks and the months, Tom direct toward his several goals, David involute and hesitant, sinking, it seemed to him, forever deeper from mastery of self and from some vague light he yearned for. Each of his revolts from Tom had the same ending, found him contrite and dedicated to his own unworthiness. David did what his friends wanted, even to the extent that when he was with Cornelia, he came away disillusioned. He patronized Cornelia. He evolved a superficial concord with his relatives and their friends that left him free and fitted Tom's measure of the way to handle such useful lower factors in one's life. He went with Tom's friends when Tom took him along. His work downtown was satisfactory. He was industrious, tactful, busy. He was not happy. Perhaps, he said to himself, perhaps I do not give myself enough to all these things. He looked at his life and was amazed to find how little he did, even how little he went out of his own accord. Yet his uncle said to him, "My boy, I'm delighted with you. Do you know what you have? You have imagination. I am beginning to realize already on my investment of you. Come up, can you, this evening? Aunt Loretta has asked the whole lot of Tibbets." He saw Cornelia with fair frequence. She never asked him to come, and yet how happy she was when he was there. She disturbed him not at all. She let him go his way. She came seldom to their flat, but she was getting sombre, it seemed to David. Older as well. The glow of her great eyes had been a virtue in her homeliness. If they faded, she would be ugly. Sometimes David thought that they were fading. "Don't forget," Tom said, "Cornelia is past 30. But aside from these rather bleak activities, David found himself empty. He had no way of making joy and sharpness from his world's encounters. When he reflected, he was inclined to blame his dullness. "I am stupid," he thumped himself with, and he reflected more. He decided to change. He did not know in this very decision the kernel of what he sought. Having resolved to change, he was changed already. Perhaps it was the new year blossoming. It had been an unusually severe winter. All winters in New York are unusually severe, and most summers. New Yorkers have no memory for their chief source of conversation, a fact that serves to keep it green. But now came occasional mild days, colored blue like the sky, keyed low like the clouds that dawdled over the city. The great town was no longer an imprisoned foe underneath the air. It went forth in the air, and the town joined forces. David walked the streets with his coat flung wide so the breeze could seek him out and thaw those crannies of himself that had been frigid and asleep. He had several excursions to the country alone. They proved abortive. He found it painful to reach the drowsy earth with his drowsy mind, and yet the earth's call was dear. Now that the buds stood hard on the hard wood, he could not respond. He could not keep from trying to respond. A strain. There were dinners and theatre parties with Caroline Lord, but one day David found in himself the courage to decide that he detested her. That this strapping, full-blown woman should take the airs of a secluded virgin was ill enough, but that, with all her experience of life, she should display a virgin's judgments was unbearable. Was Miss Lord perhaps trying to impress him with her endless thrumming on respectability, her hymned paeans to the moral outlook? Why should she care so much for the standards of wealth, who was forever insisting that her family had been penniless, but of high social value? Either this woman was ashamed of her own intelligence and enterprise, or else she thought David would like to deem her so. David was not sure. Soon he did not care. Her vigorous solicitude for the manners and customs which she assumed were theirs had an offensive note. It made David silent and reserved. It left the field to Miss Lord, so that the efficient lady preened herself and spread herself, and paying no true attention to her friend, had no idea of her effect upon him. Tom laughed when he told him about her. David found that there was no difficulty in speaking to Tom about Miss Lord. "But why should you expect something better of her?" Tom asked him. "Well, she is capable." "Bosh, my dear man, look at her straight. The only strength she has, I'm convinced, is the strength of Dean and company, a strength she sucks." Tom had met her once. Since then he had skillfully avoided all David's efforts to make him join them some night at dinner. "Now tell me frankly, can you imagine that lady with her advertised virginity, her mincing mind, and her stiff sense of right and wrong, careering in open battle? Don't you see that she is something only in her position? Her substance comes from the fields whose produce she helps distribute at a profit. She seems to be forever bowing to judgments like those of Aunt Loretta. Of course, since she gets her keep from the same place." David had many evenings alone. He found he liked them. He had never been included in more than a tithe of the whirling activities of Tom, who now had added politics to his program. Tom was a member of Tammany Hall. "The young men are profiting by the folly of the reformers," was the way Tom put it. "They have learnt, Davy dear, as I hope you shall learn also, generally speaking, that you can't win a fight without joining with your enemy. We have done with kid-glove pats at corruption. We are going to clean up the undesirable elements of the Democratic Party by first entering their stronghold. That is why we are going into Tammany." David had never managed to believe in the monopolized purity of the Republican Party, although his uncle had spent some breath upon him to that purpose. Largely he was indifferent and neutral. He had a sense of guilt in his organic ignorance about such vital matters. He asked, "Is your partner, Mr. Lomney, also in Tammany?" "Lord, no!" Tom exclaimed. And there it was, the incomprehensible that was forever cropping out. Why, in view of what Tom had just assured him about Tammany Hall, this protest of denial regarding Mr. Lomney? "Lomney is a Democrat," Tom went on, "a gold Democrat, of course, but he has no party affiliations of a direct sort." "What other sort are there, Tom?" "There are the really important sort," Tom smiled. "We are vitally concerned in certain franchise concessions, traction and gas and the like. See?" "Is that the reason Mr. Lomney must not belong to Tammany Hall?" "That is the reason, rather, why I should." Tom paused. "We are in where we should be, and out where we should be. Understand?" Emphatically David did not. All he could make of this party business was that it was a kind of game. The nation's money boxes had highly veneered and colored surfaces. The Republican was more polished, the Democratic had more color. If one said, "I believe in the blue and gold design," did one mean, "I get into the coffers by the side that is painted blue and gold"? David had these little speculations and was properly ashamed of them. He knew they were the sure consequence of his being unable to understand. When he dined alone, he was least troubled. There was a Hungarian restaurant he particularly liked because of the delicious thick soups and the beer and the caressing music. He went there often and ate perhaps more than he should, and sat about drinking his beer very soberly and slowly, puffing at the superb English pipe Cornelia had given him for his birthday. It had an amber stem, and the one flaw in the delight of smoking was that he needed to be careful not to bite it through. On this evening, as usual, he was not alone at his table. At this sort of place, where a sumptuous meal cost 40 cents, one could expect no more than one's own seat at the board. Mostly men came and bowed stiffly for permission to sit down, and were no sooner seated than they forgot him altogether in their torrents of strange words. Now came a man with his lady. David listened to them through the meal with an interest that might conceivably have flagged had he been able to understand the Magyar tongue. But the complete veil over their words made watching their faces and their gestures, noting the gait of their voices, a sort of game. It sharpened their personalities as these revealed them, and as the community of language must have dulled them. David took delight trying to break up the endless turgid flow into words and sentences. Mostly he had delight in watching the woman. She was a bursting, healthy creature, not yet 30, but ripe and matronly and at her ease. She wore a pink gauze waist over a covering of creamy silk that lashed about the rongers of her breast as if its task were desperate against the fullness of all that flesh. She was not fat oppressively. Her form was impetuous against the insipid continence of silk and satin. Her cheeks and her lips were almost equally red. They were in perpetual motion with food or with laughter, at times with both. Her hands were short and slight. A wedding ring and 2 obtrusive diamonds overloaded the fingers. She seemed not to mind the floating gaze of David. She talked with greater lubrication when his warm eyes were on her. David, listening a little, as at times to music, had the sense of clover fields astir with bees, cows brooding in heat, and the smell of milk like mist upon the air. His pleasure of this buxom woman, whose fine hands showed her sensitive as well, was like his pleasure of warm spring days in his boyhood, when indeed the women had been drawn and dry enough, but the fields very like this amiable matron, murmuring strange words across his table. Most of the men and women he had known bore no kinship even to the soil they labored. This woman seemed a part of earth. It was a new sense for David. He leaned back, sweetly astir with his mood. It was over his loneliness, like a miracle, like a sudden bloom of sun and meadow in the dank streets of the city. It glowed just so bright and wondrous. It was just so unreal. He and the strange woman of whom he had no desire became one. There was a flower in this subtle penetration of her health and of his mood. About them the heavy clouds of smoke and the thick waves of words, all the heaving clamor of the room, was like the shadow beyond the burn of a candle. And beyond still farther the sudden laceration of the cars, the pound of the elevated trains, the wreathing weight of the bleak city. In the heart of it, all the single being of David. He took in fragrance of this outlandish woman as a bee sucks honey. He was alone with fertile fields. He got up. He went to the telephone in the side office of the cafe. He called Constance Bardale. "This is David Markand. I want to come to see you tonight." She seemed to hesitate, then, "Yes, you may come." He had not seen her at all in 2 months. He had never called on her alone. He had met her a few times, but always she had that forbidding smile, and the sinuous smile he had known first was hidden away. It was as if she pitied him for a certain deep defect. She never sought him out. When they spoke, she had nothing to say. She had not again asked him to call. Now, all at once, though 5 minutes before he had not dreamed of it, he was to be with her alone. There was a sharp tremor through him, as if he longed to leap, but the time was not yet, so that he was impeded, a tremor like that of a racehorse at the post. He found her standing in a little study he had not seen before. The maid shut the door behind him. A clouded room in which 2 lamps pendant with grey silk shades cast a languid light. Herself within it. They were somehow close, wherever they stood in the thick room. She wore a straight and filmy house gown of lavender, caught loosely back over her narrow hips by a golden girdle. The braided cord fell loose and heavy in front. The room was a place where glowed her gowned body. David was conscious how he was placeless within it. She took away her hand at once, sat down. She left him to find a seat. She had said nothing. He could see her teeth and how she was faintly smiling, and that her teeth were cutting white against the cloud of her skin. Her shoulders were sharp and dear in the faint stuff of her gown. He could have said to himself, "She has on that gown. It is not she." Her shoulders were articulate, with little movements saying as much. Her arms came full from the folds of her drooping half-sleeves. Her arms denied in their luxuriance the terse cut of her shoulders. She left words to David. She did not help him find them. David took long selecting a place to sit. He took a chair and moved it again. He had to be in the right place for sitting, for talking also. She watched him with an uncertain pleasure, whose suggestion helped him since there was no hint he should hurry. "It was very impetuous of me, I guess, to want to see you all of a sudden. You see how much I mind. Then before tonight you did not want to see me?" "Did I say that?" "I think so. I did not somehow think of coming. Is that the same thing?" David paused. "I think not. I think if I had never wanted to come before, I could not so suddenly have wanted to now." The wish burst out to the surface. She seemed to be calmly annotating him. "That must be it." David spoke pensively. "Then you must answer me 2 questions. Why didn't you want to know before tonight that you wanted to come? And what brought you to knowing at this particular time?" She was leaning back in her chair and smiling. It seemed to David she was leaning forward and with serious face. As if this had been the truth, he reacted. He found himself withdrawing, slightly chilled at himself, as if he had done an extravagant thing. Is there no such thing as mere whim or mood? Constance Bardale understood his reversal in a flash. The contest was on. His doll, playing to her hands, was over. For a moment she had feared he was going to be sentimental. She was afraid of emotional words, as a priestess of a desecration at her altar. Here he was, struggling away. Her delight released the energy of movement. A peal of laughter, low like her words, a somewhat mental laughter, flush of roused energy which, in a more serious contingence, must have turned into flight or pursuit. She got up and redisposed herself on the couch. Her act was at once, in its motion, an expenditure of force, and in its specific nature, preparation for future outlet. David already found in himself the wish to go and sit beside her. The fear lest it be the false thing to do, lest she dislike it, rebuke him, misunderstand. Misunderstand what? David did not know, because he found that he did not care. He sat there now, measuring his wish to sit beside her with what was in her eyes, to find if it fitted. They chatted. David knew less and less what he was saying as he grew more engrossed in the problem of his desire. Did he dare go and sit beside her? He found no answer in her. Her look, like what she said, was oblique and opaque. She seemed impenetrable to his seeking mind, but in inverse ratio she seemed vulnerable to his fleeing senses. His mental will to measure the effect of his coming to her faded from inanition. His desire to come was less dependent on intellectual assurance. He was unconscious of all this until, quiet and quick, he was up from his chair in a silence and beside her. Nothing had happened. He was dumb, and he was empty, as if this coming close had been a mere beginning, after all, of what he was about. As if he were still upon his journey. Nothing had happened. David leaned over to her face that was at profile from him. At once she turned to him. She gave him her lips. Nothing happened. He kissed her. He sat beside her silent, the sense persisting of a way half gone, of a will half done. He felt the sharp power of her body under a frail gown. Nothing had happened at all, so he took her in his arms. She was looking with half-shut eyes into herself. Her lips were half-shut, all of her. He kissed her again, experimentally. He was trying to find a certain thing. His hands held the warm stillness of her body. Against his hard breathing he had hidden softness. He kissed her, then he put her away. His heart raced, his blood panted after a sudden hunger, and she sat there smiling. Nothing had happened. He looked to where she was through a swirl of sense. What should he do? What should he say? How was it possible that she should love him so quick, that he had not known before this marvel of loving her? He took her hand and kissed its open palm. It was cool. His hand ran up the naked flesh of her arm, thirsting, clamoring. Then he dropped it and stood up. He turned his back on her. He paced the little room, once, twice, over and over. He stopped. He looked at her now as if he had never looked at her before. He was a little way from her, an abyss, an eternity of way, which magic alone could empower him to pass. Was he not friends with magic? Something spoke to him. You've only to step forward and take her. He could not believe it. He had never touched her. Magic, magic. She was a little huddled on the couch, a faint flush on her cheek and her brow, her hands half clasped on her lap, her sharp shoulders rounded forward. She was magical and helpless. David was strong against her. A pity came to him that she was so sweet and so resistless beneath his towering brutality. It was the pity that was sweet and was resistless. Feeling aggrieved for her that she sat there prostrate, he felt that he forgave her, that he loved her, and how by this love she must at once be saved. It was needful to go forth and hold her for her own sake, lest she believe he had sullied her, lest she fear he did not know what this was between them. To herself as to him, it was needful that what had come to pass be good. He no longer saw her. He was full of the wonder of her sweetness and of his pity. He was full of the wonder of that she was a woman and given up to him. He drew all of her against him. He knew he was walking homeward. The familiar streets whipped past. The world swung like a sea over the horizon and swept backward above his head. He walked because it had been impossible to sit cramped and still in a car. He had to race with his emotions, else something had broken in him. Calmer, he said to himself, "Why go home? You're not sleepy." He did not know where to go. A garish coldness, the rancid cutting of alcohol across the sidewalk, a saloon. It appealed to him as a challenge to an ebullient giant. He entered. He needed to whet the brilliant splendor of his mood against what was most sordid and drear in all the world. He went up to the bar and ordered a drink, and let it stand, unable to bring its desecration to his consecrated lips. He was throbbing gently as if he had run and won a race. These were remnants of energy to be disposed of. The place reeled a bit and then closed in on him. Several fellows sagged at his side by the bar. One was talking. "I guv him hell. You'rt to 'a seen me guv him hell." The barkeeper went over the bar with a wet rag, and it gleamed. He looked in the mirror at his thick face above the serried bottles with undisguised affection. He took a comb from his white vest and parted his hair afresh in its oily middle. He loved that face. He leaned back and was lost in love and contemplation. Through a side door, two women, loose over a naked table. Their faces were paste. Their eyes were red, rimmed above two little glasses of whiskey. "I love her. I love her. I must love her. Why does she love me? Why do I never understand?" The wonder of the world was as remote from his mind as his thoughts from this naked room with its hard wood and faces, its brittle bottles. One of the women tried to catch his eye. She was half nodding with drink and disgust. A rotten night. David saw her examining herself in the mirror. Her face was suddenly sweet. She opened her coat. She folded in and downward the starched corners of her waist so that her neck showed and the gap of her bosom. She looked up and smiled at David. She called for more drink and beat her hand in supplement to her call against the table. David left. Her flesh had sounded dead against the shrill varnished wood. Tom was propped up with a book in his black dressing-gown. "Hello, Davy." He looked up but did not move. "Have you read Gulliver's Travels since you were a kid? Take my advice and do. How that man Swift must have loved life to have hated men so." David thought this was nonsense. What is there to hate in a thing we love? Tom laughed. "You talk like a god, David. Are you a god? Hate does not enter into love, only where there is paradisal satisfaction. To what mortal is that granted?" He watched David stand pensively glowing with a searching smile. Also, hate may not enter where there is complete delusion. David started. To have perfection in one's love, one must be a god. To have complete delusion, one must be an ass. "Are you a god, Davy?" "Good night," said David. The following evening he was not to be with her. She had so many engagements, but she was going to break one so he could come only 3 evenings later. Through 3 days David went, repeating to himself that he loved Constance Bardale. Needful it was to his peace that he be persuaded of this. Good it would be for the new hunger of his life to spread forth, make fresh dwellings for his spirit, if this was true. Yet all that had occurred was sudden and strange. All this woman was remote. This was why he had so fast retreated from Tom on that first night. Tom was very real. In his light, the new fire in himself did not appear. He was sure that he loved. A transfiguration had been made in him. The future of Constance Bardale must in some inscrutable way be one with his. Yet he could not talk of this joyous revelation to his best friend. Indeed, with his best friend all of it was dim. He did not solve the strangeness of this. He said to himself, "It is all too mysterious yet to be spoken of. Tom would not believe me. He would ask me what had happened to make me know." Had David these 3 days seen Cornelia, he could have spoken. He did not know this, since he had no plan to see Cornelia. He remained with his secret, wondering, trying to wonder about it. His thoughts reeled in a dance with his upstarting senses. He could not even clearly wonder about it all. The conviction was there, however. He was bound by a sacred tie to Constance Bardale. He made great what was between this woman and himself because he needed it great. Also he made it great because he needed thereby to justify it to himself. Was it not plain how great all this must be to Constance Bardale? He knew so little of her ways that he had no sense even of ignorance about her. She was a lady. She was one fortunate in every circumstance, handsome, intelligent, rich, not one to alloy or to misprize her value. His lovely lady had given herself to him. A madness must have moved her, that madness love, or perhaps something still more sacred, belief in his love, the desire in her heart that it should be requited. She had miraculously cared for him, but even this explained little, explained not at all her sudden discard of those womanly reserves that must be her nature, the swiftness of her bestowal. This could be explained alone by his own love's plea upon her. She had felt and answered his love before he was aware of it. She had done as women always, by some mystery, given blindly where she was needed, not asked, not judged, responded in faith and a sweet helplessness to the cry of man. And all his life, whatever she wanted of his life, he owed to repay her. Feeling his mighty debt to Constance Bardale, David thought of his mother, and of his mother with his father that last dim year he had lived, and of his questionings on birth and death and love, what he had seen and been taught then. The facts of his life had not disturbed, since they were simply heaped upon it. His mother had great pleasure of her son. When he was near to her, her face brightened. When he came running and asked, "Take me with you, mummy, to the village," she would drop her basket and fold him in her arms and say, "Put on your leggins, boy, and you may come." It made her happy. Unendingly to give to him was, in her heart, unendingly to receive. So David learned of women that they are mothers, and that they hunger after their children and have great joy of them. His mother loved his father, but she had no joy of him at all. She took care of him, gave to him also without stint, but she seemed to receive nothing of her bestowal. She never kissed him as she did David when he came into the room, though she was swift to respond to his desires. It was with heavy face and heavy feet. There was more. His father made hidden demands on other women, took something from them, took what the child had once heard called liberties with them. For this his mother suffered and pitied the women. It was the poor girl. How could you, Adolphe? What is going to become of Emma? So David learned of women that they are the hunted of men, and have no joy of them but only sorrow and humiliation. And David learned of men that they can, in some miraculous way, make women sacrifice themselves and love them, although this love is a burden and a blight. There had been Anne. She did not disturb what he had learned of women. The self-bestowal of woman was a great part of the goodness of God. Woman had no need save for children, no joy save in the bitterness of serving. Anne was there like a sweet, delirious dream in the fevered night. She had lain beside him and mothered his distress. She had given him of her strength to be strong in the morning. When she judged he had had enough of her, very calmly, very like a mother weaning her child, she had put him aside, all of it a sort of passionate nursing, the sort that the passionate nights with their drain of fire demanded. and had always been silent. His heart's way of woman remained. In a veiled moment she came and offered up her sweetness to the yearning of man. A mystery that now had come to him, in the flesh, in the lovely flesh of Constance. She received him in the same small room. David was momently chilled by her precise difference from the image of his 3 days' thoughts. She came up to him and let her arms glide softly over his and warmed him. He looked down at her. He saw how the loose folds of her cerise robe parted and fell from her uplifted elbows, how underneath her bosom was held tight in a white band of lace. He thought that he might take that lace away and truly see this bosom, crush it with his mouth. He could scarcely see it all. He checked himself. This was unworthy of him, unfair to her. He began to talk, but she smiled and came close to him again. She stopped his words with her body, her eyes fixed on his with a plea that he need not talk. He tried to tell of his love, of his devotion, of his thanks, and she was stiff, impregnable to words. He kissed her, had her body in his hands, and there she was, pliant, singing with response. So soon she lay there under his eyes, and he had forgotten to say the things his duty ordered. At last he made a mighty effort. He sat beside her on the couch. She was cool and straight beside him. She was like a beach that the tide had left and that the sun had hardened. Golden smooth, her breasts lay firm, her thighs rounded and fell like lovely scoopings of summer waves. She was there like a strand of the earth, waiting for the tide to return upon her. David managed to speak. "Constance, dear," he began. She laid her hand on his, and he clasped it. She seemed suddenly afraid. "Constance, I feel that I have so much that I want to tell you. Constance, it is only this, that I love you with all my heart and soul. That always—" He stopped. There she was, stopping him again. She had withdrawn her hand. "Don't, David, don't." Her hand on his mouth. He felt ashamed of their nakedness together. "You mustn't use that word love so lightly, David." He was all pale inside. He felt that his breast had suddenly caved in, and that his heart beat hurtfully against its broken walls. "I do love you, Constance." "No, you don't. Don't be silly, David." "Why, don't you love me?" It was strange how little he protested. He felt this. Already he believed her. But if he did, what was all this between them? What infamy? She seemed to read his consternation. She lifted herself and kissed his eyes and his hot, dry lips. "You don't love me, and I don't love you, but we are very fond of each other." He was deeply ashamed. He wanted to move away, to cover himself. He did not know how. He did not dare in any way to move. He sat there fixed in contemplation of the havoc these few words have made of all the structure of his thoughts, regarding the wreckage with dim eyes, but amazed most that the wreckage did not move him more, leave him more empty, that life and this should still be possible. "Aren't you going to kiss me, Constance?" It was a cry of help for his dreams. "You are a darling. I shan't risk losing you by not having you know me and yourself as we really are. Why, David, dear, aren't you even fond of me?" She had her arm about him. "Kiss me, then. There." She was half laughing. She was a bewilderment of delight upon him. She was half laughing at him. Like a mirage lit by a stroke of the sun, his picture of their love faded away. He had not defended it. It was no more. Yet he was not empty. He was less serious, less loaded than before. It had been a mirage of paradise in a desert. It was gone, but the desert through which to trudge to reach it was gone also. Here was green earth. He held her differently already. She seemed no less happy. He was more aware of herself, more intent on giving her pleasure. He thought less of his own heart and its desires. He found his own joy now in bringing joy to her. It was all marvelous, strange. He knew vaguely in the back of his head. He had abdicated loving her. She had declared that she did not love him. Yet he was content. He was happy. He had been wrapped in the solemnity of his emotions like a priest at prayer. Now he was all out of himself like a boy, lost in his play. And yet he seemed stronger, more contained, fuller of life. He knew some time he should have to think all this out. She took his hand and led him to a glass in which he saw their faces together. Hers was laughing quietly. His was neither serious nor mirthful, full of a sweet surprise. "Look at yourself," she said. He remembered once when he had been a boy at school, and he had wrestled long and hopelessly over a problem in mathematics. His teacher, of whom he was very fond, came and leaned over him so that her waist touched his shoulder. She made a quick calculation on his paper. The problem was solved. There now, wasn't that easy? All that fret and trouble. He had felt a relieved gaiety go through him. Half the help, half the nearness of the teacher. He was reminded now. "Look at yourself," she said. He looked. He saw his face like that of a rather unknowing boy upon whom a good-hearted friend had played a delicious joke. He was aware of the face of Constance. It was just beneath and beside his own, and it was laughing under the passion of her hair. He saw that he was laughing also. He was glad this time to find Tom at home. My," Tom bantered from his wonted corner. "You're getting gayer all the time. What larks are you up to, anyway?" "I've been to see Miss Bardale." A steely glance went through David. "Oh, she." Tom spoke, and David knew that never could he speak of such things to his nearest friend, but he could speak of some things. David came up to him. "Listen, Tom. Am I ever going to grow up?" "I hope not, Davy, altogether." David sat down beside him. Tom went on. "I rushed home after a business date for dinner, hoping to find you. I wanted to see you tonight." "Why?" "For no literal reason, David." "Does one have to have a literal reason for seeing one's friends? Does one?" Suddenly David was uncomfortable. He had felt strong entering the room. He had asked Tom if ever he was going to grow up, because just then, perhaps more than at any other time, he felt mature. Now this fine mood faded. It was very strange. He could not adjust to Tom the discoveries of life he made without him. 3 evenings before, he had come home dancing with romance, and Tom had cut his clouds. Now here he was, realistic like a god, taking his mortal holiday, and Tom spoke of having missed him and of the love of friends. What was wrong here? Why could he not get rid of the ridiculous idea that Tom was always spoiling his pleasures? "You don't care for me very much," there he was saying. "You don't even come home anxious to see me." "I did tonight, Tom. Yes, after an evening with our fair Constance. I'm restful, eh?" David blushed. How unpleasant Tom could be, but he was sorry he had blushed, for Tom looked sharp at him. His face seemed to be coming forward as he looked. Then he dropped back into his chair and took up his book. With his eyes on it, he spoke casually. "Since you are so friendly with Constance, perhaps you can tell me, has she gotten rid of Stegandine, or is he still agonizing?" David turned pale. "How should I know?" he muttered. Tom smiled at once, knowing he had hurt him. "It is always a mere matter of time till they want to marry her." Then he chuckled. "It is, as the doctors say, a mere matter of hours." David felt the need of striking, as if it had been striking back, although he had no accurate sense that Tom had attacked him. "You are funny, Tom. You say I never come back anxious to see you, and you seem to find fault that I've been out amusing myself for a change. As if you weren't out 10 times more than I. I go out for business. If I had my way, I'd stay home every blessed night and tell the hostesses to go to blazes. Well, I like to go out for pleasure. By all means, Davy, but don't have too much. You may get tired of it. Then what will you do?" He laughed. "Perhaps then you'd have more time for your middle-aged friend." His mood was changed. The will to hurt was gone. It was as if in its fulfillment he had been assuaged. Tom looked at David now with a warm candour, and David, looking at Tom, realized that this was a great joy. This talking with his friend, it was clear and deep and right. And what had come before was already dim, had already lost its taste. Even as he looked back for it, that seemed less real than this. Something of the essence of these thoughts Tom found and was glad. "Come, old man," he said, "light your pipe. Let's have a chat." End of Chapter 10, Part 1.